Haha, welcome to the Five Nights at Freddy's retrospective creators commentary. Let's go. Starting with the first one. Let me know if the audio sounds
Today
good.
We're doing part one of a new series I'm going to be
This was
doing
probably a
basically
little quiet because I'm
going
going to be
in-depth
talking over it.
analyzing every single aspect of the Five Nights at Freddy's games one at a time. From the gameplay to the fan base to the theories, everything surrounding the game basically
So,
I'm in depth on. Including for this episode, I have
this
an
I'm gonna
interview
let me
with
put
the
this
first
on.
person to
This
ever
is
make a Five Nights at
auto-generated.
Freddy's Let's Play.
So,
Look forward to that. Now it's going to be a bit long-winded, so if you
yeah, here I said at the very beginning
wanna pause
that
and go back,
it's gonna be
timestamps to all the different
it's gonna be
sections are
long-winded.
they should be visible on the progress
And
bar. Without further ado, let's get
the
into
reason that I was saying it's gonna be long-winded, it's only 25
it.
minutes.
At length before about exactly how Five Nights
like,
at Freddy's came about. Scott Cawthon released a game
I
called
was
Chipper and Sons
at the
Laboratory,
time of making this video.
trashed basically for
It was
being
basically
creepy,
like
Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. And so with that bit of
it was
inspiration,
like
we had
a
one last hurrah
I was making like 5-minute videos pretty much. That was the standard is 5-minute videos. And so it was like someone in the comments at one point was like, is 25 minutes long-winded? I'm like, compared to what I was making before, it was very like
was so effective that it has impacted
like
the face of indie horror.
sorry, I'm looking over.
Being a survival horror
So
game,
I was making like 5-minute FNaF VHS videos at this point,
saving power,
and
surviving
I
cosmos,
watched a
reminds me of an earlier
scruffy video about the
survival
audio
lot of similarities.
of
Because you can fight back or hide, Five Nights at
of
Freddy's is based on a
Five Nights at Freddy's. Scruffy's videos are fantastic. You should watch them if you haven't before. And I watched that, and I was like, I want to talk about this like this in depth in a long time. And I was like, this isn't going to do well. It's going to be too long. It's going to be too boring. That isn't what happened. It became my most popular video ever. I believe this is still the most popular of my Five Nights at Freddy's retrospectives, aside from the supercut, which is at 3.3 million views now.
You take in all of this information and then decide what to do in the next
Yeah,
stage.
and I honestly, I
In this
think there's a
phase, you
lot of
decide to close the doors, open the doors, or gather more information.
yeah, little did I know my first video
Defense or power
would be
saving
the
in
hours
stage
long one.
3.
That's what
Wait,
something I've
in this
realized
phase, you wait for the
is
next thing.
I was really worried about
Wait for
making
them to
video.
leave.
I was
If
like,
they're
they
not,
need to
you
be
wait for them
like
to
10
close.
minutes
In some
max.
cases, you just wait until the timer runs out
It
before
can't
they
go
jump
longer
scare.
than that.
After this brief period of waiting, you move all the way back to
And
stage 1,
I think
gathering
what
your information
I
back.
ended up
The
realizing
gameplay loop is simple
is
but
that
effective.
like
In fact, at
people
certain
like
points
long
of higher
videos.
level
People
difficulty,
like putting things
it
on in the
becomes more
background, and when you
muscle
see
memory
that's
than
something
consciously
like,
thinking about
oh,
each
they're going to be
aspect of
talking
the
about this
gameplay.
for this
And while
long,
simplistic
that's
on
like
the
a
outside,
form of
there are a lot other
clickbait in and
aspects
of
the game that
itself.
keep it interesting.
Yo,
One of them,
Smooch
the main
Tunes.
thing you manage in this resource
Um,
management game is the power.
I
Almost
I just
everything you do
realized like
causes
people
power
see
to
like
be drained
almost
down
4-hour
fast.
FNAF
You're trying to
video, and they
manage
go,
power while also
well, this is
surviving
going to be
until
crazy
success.
because it's
Another
almost
aspect
4
is
hours.
that
So they
all of
click
the
on it. So just
animatronics
making
have
a
different
by
AI
proxy of a
that
video
you
being
have to
long,
account for and behave
it's
differently.
like
Funny
clickbait
is
in
they
and of
both move
itself.
slowly from
So,
the stage toward your office on separate sides, and
that's
appear
something
with
that I've
lights on
noticed.
either side. Foxy slowly moves out of his cove until he gets to his final stage. where he
Let's
rushes the
see.
door
What
on the
else
left
do I
side.
have in my notes here
Freddy works
about it?
similarly to Bonnie and Chica in that he moves from place to place, approaching on your right side.
But yeah,
Most of
this
the time
being
he
my
moves
most
with an
successful
audience.
series, even though I was like,
However, he is much
I
harder
don't
to
know, it's a
spot in
little
cameras
long.
and does not appear
Kind of
in the light.
foreshadowed the fact that my
Final
most
stage
popular
jump scare
video
move
is going to
in the
be
camera, which informs the
like
technique
4
used
hours
in the
long.
hardest nights. He's
I
also the
remember
jump scare you get
being
if the power runs out and it
on
doesn't turn
a
6
bike
a.m. fast
ride,
enough. There's also Golden Freddy, but I think
setting
it
this
fits
to
into a different
public
category, so I'll
using
talk
my
about him later.
phone's like
After you beat all 5
data,
nights of increasing difficulty, and then
and
go
I
to
was like
60,
tired from the
you'll
bike
unlock
ride,
a
and some
custom
people
night where
that
you
I
can
knew
set
were
the
like up
difficulty
ahead, and I was like, I'm just gonna sit here, I'm
individual
tired. And I
all
just
the
put
way
my
up to
headphones on,
difficulty
and I
20.
watched it on my
Originally,
phone at
Scott
2
didn't
times
think
speed to
that
make sure that
420
everything
mode was even
uploaded fine, and then
possible.
I hit
After a lot
public.
of workshopping from the community,
and
a
I was
bunch of
like,
people were
oh
beating
no, this is gonna be bad.
Yes! Yes!
There's Big Bug.
The main technique that was created was
First
close Freddy's
first
door,
person to
check
beat
Foxy,
the
open
420
Freddy's
mode.
door, check Fox,
Um,
repeat. Since then, other effective
And there's a
strategies have
part
been
in this
discovered,
video
but
later
this one's
called
the earliest and
My
flexible gameplay
Experience
loop the most.
that I ended
Check
up just
Foxy
cutting
left
out
for information, close
because
Freddy's door in the other other doors if applicable
it was
for
sort of
action,
redundant.
and then a small wait period between each act.
But yeah, definitely, I was
If you couldn't
the
tell by
reason
how
I made
long-winded
this is
that
because
was,
of
I wasn't lying when I said it was
Scruffy's
deceptively
video
simple. There's so many aspects
about
to keep track of, and it was really well thought. The thought and care that was put
like,
behind the simple gameplay
I
loop is what
I
keeps it
wanted to.
interesting.
Sorry, I
But
forgot what I
let's
was
move on.
just talking about. It just immediately left. I looked over and saw someone said the
Now,
word
we talked about
jelking
visual cues already, so I'm
in
not gonna get
chat,
into
and that
But like
ruined
I said,
anything that I was
gameplay-wise,
just
the
thinking of.
click on your feet,
Right,
research
Scruffy's video.
So
I
what
watched
makes
that
it
and was like,
scary?
that's
Well,
why
it's
I
a
made this.
masterful
I was like, oh, I bet I
combination
can
of
talk
audio
about
and
this, but like
visuals.
with all the
We can
stuff.
start with the animatronics. Each one has a unique and recognizable
So that's
design,
sort
which
of
is surprisingly difficult to pull off. As someone who made
the
a
reason.
pretty shitty game with just recognizable characters, I can tell you.
Yeah, all
at
the
least at the moment,
speculation
in the landscape,
around
the
FNaF
number
2.
one way to
I think
build
that
a
was my
community
favorite
is having
era, was
characters
FNAF
you can
2.
make fan art of and are very recognizable. But despite what the fan
Honestly,
art might
I
have
don't
you
really
think, these
care.
designs
A
are
lot of
legitimately
people.
creepy.
Okay,
Now, part of this is boosted
I'm gonna
if
get
you're
this
at
out of the
all
way, and I'll
affected
probably
by
say it at the
uncanny
end
valley or
again.
have a fear of any kind of
People
mannequins
ask
or
me,
animatronics.
am I
Here's
going
the
to
design
make
embodied
a
the
video
lifeless thing having a
about like a
natural life,
retrospective?
if that
Not a
makes
video.
sense.
I might make
It's
a video
almost
about
the
this stuff.
inverse of
Depends.
what
But
animatronics
am
are
I gonna
trying
make
to
a
do. As kids, we're
retrospective
supposed to think of these
about
lifeless robots as
either
alive. That's their
Help
goal.
Wanted or
But in the
Security
context of this
Breach?
game, we know they're not.
First of
They're
all,
just robots,
when
and
people
at
ask
night
me
shouldn't
that,
be doing anything.
I go,
Instead, they wander around getting
do you
closer
know
and
what a
closer.
retrospective
Their
is?
unsmiling faces,
I
dead eyes,
felt
and
like
exposed endoskeletons
Ultimate
remind us
Custom
that
Night
they're
was
not
a
supposed to
little
be
too
alive.
recent
Sometimes
to make
they
a
pull something
retrospective
like
about,
this.
but it felt like
They
that would
suddenly
be a
shoot
good
to life
end.
in an uncanny way, eyes
It's
unnaturally
been
wide,
like,
mouth hanging open.
has it even
Other
been two
aspects of their design
2 years? Yeah, I
reinforce
think
this uncanny
2019
valley. Their
was
sunken
Help
eye sockets,
Wanted.
reflective eyes that
And
remind
like
me of Blade Runner,
Security Breach
dirtier,
would have
destroyed fur, and
just
emotionless
come out.
expressions that we can't quite
Why
get
would
here.
that? How am I gonna
Animatronics
make a
unsettling is very
retrospective
well done.
about that?
Sort of
A huge
piggybacking off
part
that,
of
the
these
camera design in
videos
such a way
is,
that
you
it
know,
is nearly impossible
about
to see
the,
what's going on. Static obscures your
sorry,
view,
am I?
and it's hard to see
I'm
details
trying to
when
make
the
sure
face
I'm
is
in the
so dark.
webcam
For
enough.
Freddy, it takes a keen eye to
But
spot
like,
him if you don't know where to
it's
look.
barely
If you want some
been
good examples of how the cameras
like
are set up to
it's
make
about
you
the
scared,
history of
let's
it
look at these
also.
three cams. Bonnie in the hall, Freddy in the dining
So
area,
like,
and Chica
I'm
in
not
the
gonna make a
room.
video, but
Bonnie and Freddy
and
share the fact
honestly,
that they are
I don't
absurdly hard to see.
really.
You can make them out, but it makes you, the player, lean in and focus, increasing the tension and setting you up for a jump scare.
What's my
The Chica
stream
one for
delay?
me
Is the
just
stream
most
delayed?
unsettling. Wide eyes staring across the room at you, mouth agape.
Did you stop
Every time
following
you see
FNaF
something
and
in
get
the
back
cameras,
into
you're
it, the
immersing
meme
yourself
resurgence?
more into the game, setting yourself up
Or
to
were
be
you
scared.
interested in it?
Now let's take a look at the
Okay, so
claustrophobic
I
entrance, the main hub.
have
The room is
been
cluttered and dirty,
following.
yellow and
I
black
kind of
corridors
have
are
followed
constant
FNaF the
reminder
whole
of danger, and
time.
old disabled monitors remind you of how
Like,
low-tech and vulnerable
since
you
the
are.
first game,
The
I've
doors
sort
stay
of
open
kept
most
up
of
with
the
it.
time, letting the unknown
But
darkness
after
stare right at
Sister
you.
Location, I
Speaking
sort of.
staring at you,
I wasn't
now,
really
I have no
that
scientific
excited, but I
or
kept up
research
with what the
basis for this,
theories
but I
were.
get the feeling that
And
the
then
camera
at
is
Help
constantly
Wanted, I
scanning
was
you
like,
from
I
the
don't
desk.
really care that
Even when
much.
you're safe, adds
But
something.
I've always
Some
been
animal
interested in it
instinct
and
that
sort of
knows
been
it's being
keeping up with
watched.
what's going
It's a
on.
great
But
way to
like,
keep the tension high.
that's when I say like I'm not gonna do a video probably
Now, if you
on
want an amazing
like
in-depth
Security
analysis
Breach.
of Five Nights at Freddy's audio, then I
Oh,
would
but
suggest
here we
watching
go. By the
Springtrap
way,
video.
you
It's
notice
amazingly well done.
my
But here's my thoughts on it. Let's talk about the ambience.
I believe
The
this
menu,
is
the
my
gameplay, the ambience
appearance.
of this
Yeah,
game is a
I
deep
don't.
drone. Starting at the
My
menu,
the
you hear a mix
puppet
of
my
static, which sets up
the
main
cupcake
aesthetic of the
appears
game,
on my
and
desk
ghostly deep
after I talk
ambience.
about the cupcake on my desk, or on the desk in the game. So that's a little.
It sounds almost like an unnatural choir, a ghostly voice underlined by a deep, bassy drone. That ghostly voice feeling.
I've got a
is something that
delay in
actually
seeing
ties
chat
into the
response.
lore of
Well,
the
it's
game,
because
so
I'm
the
watching the
effect is
stream on my
twofold.
laptop.
And when you get into the game, you're
Anyway,
met with
okay.
another ambience track.
Lots of confusing things that I'm going back and forth on. So
A deep
the
churning, almost
I
metallic
was just
sound.
saying,
Again, it
if
ties
you
directly
look
into
when
the
it goes
game's
back to me in
themes,
front of
metallic and
the
ghostly.
camera,
It's a great way to build
I
an
have the
overall
puppet on
eerie
my desk,
tone
and
while
it doesn't
pushing
show
the
up
narrative in a
until
very subtle
after
way.
I talk about
Along
the,
with the main
or
ambience,
the
there are
not the
other
puppet,
background
the
sounds that
cupcake on
add
my
to the
desk.
atmosphere.
And
Singing, carousel
the
music,
reason
and
I think is that I forgot to
camera
put the
glitching and
cupcake on my
turning.
desk until I brought it up in the
Helps
script.
build
Then I
the
was like,
atmosphere,
oh yeah, I wanted to
giving
have
you
that on my
red
desk.
herrings and bits of tension while you're moving through the gameplay loop. Now let's get into what I call
So
active audio. such as
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna make a video about security breach. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna make a video about security breach or help wanted in this way, in like a retrospective, because it hasn't been long enough. And
and can even be
I
heard
just am
outside
not
the
that
games, making it a
interested.
very valuable
I might
piece
make
of
like a
information.
review of
The
Security
animatronics make
Breach,
obscenely creepy
and I might
voices
play
which
Help
define
Wanted
the
like on
lore,
stream and
along with
upload the
this
VOD
distorted
or
audio clip that plays
highlights or
during
whatever at some point,
hallucinations.
but
In contrast to the
I
drones or the rest of the game, the doors and lights bring
don't really
comfort
care
and
that much. I'm
harshness.
not, the
You close
lore
that
is
door
not
and
very
you move.
interesting to me.
It makes a
It's
loud,
kind of all
metallic,
over the
stirring
place.
sound.
I
You
I
doubt
probably
your
won't
safety
make a
lot in
video
this
about
game,
that.
but you never doubt that the door will keep them out. The slam signifies it. And the
Let's
harsh
see.
blinking
Yeah,
light, however
definitely
creepy it may make the
check out
animatronics,
the
is
Scruffy
a loud,
video.
instant reminder that things are
Also,
working. And all of this
I-
makes it all the more terrifying
I
when you hit that
honestly-
button and it lets out a feel
the editing of this video, I feel like, is the best of all of the videos. There's some things that I like that I did better later on, like my camera doesn't look fantastic in this one, and my opening cinematic openings that I did later on I liked, but the editing in this one, I don't know, I really like the style that I did in this one, and I spent a really long time editing this.
Specifically a scene where
And I actually got some plugins specifically because I was trying to make this look really good. A lot of people,
now it's very unlikely that this is where
yeah, see, I mentioned this. This is something I've noticed in a lot of my videos, actually, of these. I will bring something up that is not wrong, and people will correct me because they, like, I don't know. Like, people were like, it actually wasn't from Inseminoid, it was from a stock music videos or audio website, the jump scare sound, and I'm like, I literally said that he probably didn't find it from there, but that's what the audio is cut from, but go off, I guess. And outside of this one, I don't think I did it as much in this one. A lot of one of the things that I'm sort of happy with myself, proud that I did, is I will change the color correcting to fit that of the game. So like the third one, in the third game, things are kind of like
as soon as you get into the game, you're met with a
greenish, and in Sister Location, things have like a blue fluorescent tint to everything. When it comes to FNaF nowadays, lore is completely off the rails, but Security Breach just looks fun.
He also reveals a good chunk of the lore from the animatronics.
Yeah. No, so I definitely agree. I'm gonna play.
This is probably the
on. Okay, sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth, but the Bite of 87 bit. I will never apologize for it. It is the funniest joke. It's still funny to me. It will never not be funny. Yeah, Security Breach is coming out in a few days.
His messages tell you that he used to work the same job and that he's somewhat higher ranked.
Yeah, I will definitely play Security Breach. I mean, I've at least played every single FNaF game, and I've beat them up to FNaF Pizzeria Sim. I've beat all the games. But I mean, like, I'm saying from 1 to 3 and 4 was like the perfect time, and then Sister Location was like really cool, but I think sort of marked a different direction, and then Help Wanted was like
from the book Autobiography of a Yogi. This recording famously inspired the fan game name.
Like, I don't know,
But like I said, there's more to this game's story
the story got so much that I can't get myself
never see. There's the creepy but not necessarily lore
like,
hidden
I don't know,
like
the
rare backstage camera and rare
I wanna
poster in the
I can't get myself to actually be that interested in what they're like, what the story they're telling, but I'll play it because, you know, it's FNaF. Personally hate Sister Location. Yeah, I can see that. I like it, but it definitely marked something very, 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 very different for the series in a way that is like horrible. Not horrible, but like terrible for anybody who's trying to figure out a story. And also, each individual night is like fun, but it did definitely also change the whole idea of like
about the animatronic stuffing you into
what
suits
the
and
game
such, they
was,
don't
which is
recognize
like
you
you're in
as
an
an
office
animatronic.
and you're doing
Seems like
something,
a
which they
complete
kind of came back
The
to
general
in Pizza
consensus is
Sim.
that after the kids
I
were
kind of
born,
wish
they were
that
shoved
Sister
into
Location was a little
animatronic
more
suits to
Pizza
hide their bodies,
Sim-esque,
where
because
their
Pizza
last
Sim
days
did a
would
really
decompose. The
good
ghosts of
job of
children now
innovating,
haunt
because they're like, you're
animatronics,
still in an office
and
with a
their own way
gameplay
of being
loop
stuffed
that
into
you're
suits is
getting,
likely
that's
what
getting
inspired
harder
them
and
to
harder.
stuff you into a suit.
But
And there are more secrets that tie into this story.
it also at the
Posters
same
and
time
baseball cam will sometimes
like
change to drawings of
added a
children,
bunch of stuff,
a
and like
soon-to-be-returning
making it
theme
a
in the series.
tycoon
Now, I
game
think you can see why
also
the breathy voice, jump scare sounds, ghostly ambience, and other pieces
like
I
that
mentioned
is such
tie
a
in
cool
thematically.
idea.
And then there's Golden Freddy.
But Sister Location definitely sort of marked some issues for that.
Golden Freddy will appear sitting in your office along with glitching faces of animatronics, a little girl's
But
laugh,
it is
which
fun.
happens to be an unedited version of Freddy's laugh, a robotic voice in the words "It's
Since
me."
this was the first longer
If you stare
video
at it
you
for too long
posted and
without
you weren't
opening
sure
your
if it would
camera,
perform
will
well,
jump scare you with
would you
a
say this
deeper
video was
version
the
of
start of the
jump
current
scare
era of your
sound.
channel?
Crash the game.
Definitely.
Later, after
100%.
false rumors that Sagan customized
100%,
in
like,
1987
this
unlocked a
kicked
secret
off,
ending, Scott
this
Cawthon added a game crash
marked
Golden
the
Freddy
end
jump
of the
scare if you
FNaF
tried to play the
VHS
game on
era.
that setting. There's
And I
other
still get
examples of
people being
Easter
like,
eggs
"Will you check
related
out my
to
FNaF
Golden Freddy.
VHS
It's
series?
me
Will you
message
check
too."
out
After you view the newspaper clipping
this?"
Easter
And
egg,
it's
it
like,
triggers another change in the East Hall camera
honest,
where the
like,
term "It's me"
I
is
don't,
blasted
there's
on
not
the
enough to say about that
Foxy
stuff
leaves
anymore.
his
And they
code
were
through
so
an acronym.
short, and I was
Sometimes
trying to
his
make them like
out-of-order sign will hide
clickable,
the
and
message, "It's me"
people
on
would
it.
watch all the way
Sometimes,
through.
outside of Golden
And
Freddy, the glitchy
now,
"It's me" hallucination
because of how
animatronic
successful
will
this
appear
is, I've
Exactly
felt the
what
freedom to
"It's
make
me"
videos
means
longer.
is still hotly debated, and many believe it applies differently throughout the game. Also,
FNaF World is the best game by far.
there is no doubt in
Honestly,
my
not
mind
even
that
gonna
TV
disagree with
theater
that.
the reason Five Nights at Freddy's
Can't
games were
disagree.
successful was because
That's
of
just
how
true.
much it blew up in the Let's Play scene. The first
Um,
Let's Play was released before the game even was, and I'm not just talking about.
There's a
Scott Cawthon's gameplay
thing
video.
that
The
I
channel
just said where I
published
said,
snippets
there's no
that
doubt in my
early
mind, and there
because
shouldn't
he
be in
played some
yours
of Scott's
either.
previous games,
I said, and
and
there
uploaded
shouldn't be
his
in
Let's Play
yours
on
either
July
because I
26th.
forgot what I
Like
was
I said
supposed to say
earlier,
next.
I
Like, that's
have
such a
an interview with
non...
him coming up at the
Why
end.
would anybody
For now,
say,
let's talk
and there
about the
shouldn't
video
be
that
in
I think we
yours?
all know blew the game up. Markiplier, as prompted by fellow
Have I
Let's
ever
Player
played
Young
Super
Mash and
Mario
his whole
Party?
community, made the most famous
I don't
Five
think
Nights
I've
at
ever
Freddy's
played
video
Mario
of
Party.
all time. Warning, scariest game in years.
FNaF World is
Nights at
genuinely my
Freddy's
friend's
Part
favorite
1.
FNAF
I
game.
could
I
literally
mean, here's
quote
the
this
thing.
video by heart.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Let's Play Five Nights at
Nights at Freddy's, an indie horror game that you guys suggested en masse, and on Mommy Mash? Mommy Mash? Huh? What? What did I just say? Okay, never mind.
Now sitting at
We're-
almost 87
I'm not
million
doing that
views,
bit anymore.
This video shot the game and in some ways
There we
Markiplier
go.
into absurd stardom. With the game's popularity and mysterious nature, it opened the Pandora's box.
Turn off the stream. I've got to end the
From
stream.
theories that kind of called it all the way back then to theories that literally
Is there
don't
anything in
make any
particular that you
sense
can think that would have
to
tied
other
everything in
hoaxes.
Sister Location
Compared to
together
other
for
games
you?
in this series, the hoaxes are few and far between, but they're definitely
If it had a
if
central,
you want a really comprehensive look at all of the Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes, check out Go Motions.
like, if it had a
Fake
central
Sparky the dog image was
section
reported to be an
gameplay
Easter egg
loop
with
of
a new
like
animatronic. There's
they
also
had
the
the
custom
secret like
universe.
entered boss fight is
1987
what everyone
unlocked
calls
the
it,
secret
but it's
ending,
just a
which Scott
regular.
ended up making kind of true,
It's just what
where
the rest of the games
666
are
was
like,
the kitchen
and I think
cabinet.
if it
Now
had been
let's get
better,
to the meat
that
of
would
it.
have
There were
like
so many
more
theories
complex. That would have
are
been
just
better.
so wild
But like
that
you
now
got to
made
do the
sense.
other
Foxy
stuff
is a good guy theory, which posits
like
that because
in
Foxy doesn't
between
jump at you,
this
instead just peeks into the
section, and
door,
maybe that other
he's
stuff was
actually
not
just
as
checking up on you.
complex
The
or
guy
as
dies of a
difficult.
heart
Like
attack. Somehow I don't
the
think that
idea
was
of having stuff that happens
There's
in
also the
between your
Freddy is a
gameplay
girl
loop, I
theory.
think would be interesting.
Giggle
Giggle _ girl.
one.
Girl.
Girl.
Let's
Okay, you know what? We're on a stream. This is gonna be longer. Anyway, let's look at that video. Let's find that video. What is it? Is Freddy a girl? For years and years, this was my most viewed video because it was at like 100,000 or close to it. Is Freddy a girl? 7 years ago. I believe this is before the second game even came out. Comments are turned off, okay? That's sad. I want to look at the comments. I'm going to have to turn those back on. That was like the best part. All the people who are like, Freddy isn't a girl. Could it be true? Find out in this video.
Freddy's laugh.
This...
Notice any similarities? No?
Yeah, this is October 29th, 2014. I believe this is before FNaF 2 even came out. I was on the theory game. Anyway, this is just about like
Extended version of the jump scare noise, and now it sounds less like a malfunctioning robot and more like a child's scream.
a child's scream.
Also, Golden Freddy's.
But this video in general was about like the audio. So I know. Well, 2014, October 20, I would have just turned 13 the month before. Laugh_giggle_girl. 1. Girl. Okay. Anyway.
Not get into that. And then there was the idea that Chica had Phone Guy's body inside of her because of the teeth.
There were so many.
That was debunked relatively
The
quickly
theories
because
of the
all
first
them have
game
the endoscope.
are so
And
quaint
of
now.
course, the game theory video. This is another example of something that boosted the game's popularity and the creator's
Like-
popularity. Now, I remember actually thinking that this could have been real.
Who
because
did the
let's be
bite of
honest,
it? I mean, the
there
bite of
wasn't a lot
87 is
going into the
actually
game
still up for debate.
theory-wise at
But
the
like,
time, at least. But I think it's becoming increasingly clear that Five Nights at Freddy's being based on a
This
real-life
theory?
mass murder at a Chuck E. Cheese in 1993 was
Matt, Pat, what are you doing?
incorrect. Then there
To
were
be
some
fair, at this
theories that
time, I was
sort
like,
of
this
made
is
sense
probably
at the
true.
time and were pretty widely
But I was
accepted.
also,
Freddy
like,
having handprints
13,
on his
so.
head, Phone Guy being Golden Freddy, Phone Guy being the killer, Golden Freddy being the killer.
But just the
player
theories
being the
of
killer.
back
And there was
then.
the rabbit hole of the bite of 87. What was
The bite of 87
Who
were
did
just
it?
so,
And weirdly enough, it was
like,
even up for debate whether or not it took
I don't
place
know.
in
It's really
1987.
weird looking
Some
back
people
on them
thought
versus
Foxy
now, where it's like,
lied
so
job, which
underneath
some
the
people thought was
ground
broken,
of Charlie, you know, Charlie. I mean, obviously Charlotte is the puppet, and Charlotte in the books is like a robot, and under her house, the creator of Five Nights, under the house, there's a secret base where they created these. Okay, so the illusion discs, and like back then it was just like, is Foxy a good guy? Guys, I think Foxy might not actually try and kill you. I think you just get a heart attack.
And it was the bite of 2087.
The atmosphere around the first few games is like, it's nostalgic to a degree that I can't even describe. Like, it's so. I gotta ask actually really quick, is how loud is the audio on on the video? Because I'm wondering, I'll watch videos of people watching videos, and sometimes them talking and the voices talking are like too. They kind of contrast a little bit. I want to know if I need to turn this down a little bit or not.
Here we have a GIF with the caption "No." To me,
Okay, because it's a little louder for me than it is for you, so I just want to make sure that like it's not too loud.
A link to Markiplier's first video. Very fitting.
I visit the old FNaF 1 Gmod map and some. Yep. Gmod 2014 Gmod plus Five Nights at Freddy's 2014 is insane. Watching Markiplier and Lord Minion 777 and Myskirm play funny fake FNaF in Gmod. My experience, yeah. I ended up cutting this part out because, like, why? But it is true that I started YouTube because of Markiplier.
Roblox Let's Play video, but it ended up starting my whole subgenre video.
I should not have shown that on screen when I made this FNaF Roblox Let's Play. Do I think Scott planned the lore? I don't think he necessarily made the theories based on what other people were saying. By a female spirit. But I don't think. I think with every game he has added things that he was not expecting to add with the previous game. Like, some people are like, no, yeah, he definitely was like, after FNaF 2 he knew what he was doing, or like once you got to Sister Location he knew it was. I don't think so at all. I think every single one he has added new things that he wasn't expecting to add. Maybe he's had ideas that he will expand upon in the next game, but he's definitely sort of going by the seat of his pants.
That's kind of a funny story of why I had any success with the game in the first place.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna go actually through this whole interview because there's not a lot to say here, other than it was very cool being able to actually talk to the first person to make a FNaF Let's Play.
The game took off pretty quickly after
Ben
that, with
the
some much larger Let's
Scoopist.
Players getting a hold of.
Yeah, this. The first Let's Play of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Scoops here, brand new series. This is Five Nights at
I believe
Freddy's.
he was played it
by
because
Scott
he
Cawthon. I remember Scott Cawthon being the guy who
he played Desolate Hope, and Scott Cawthon gave him an early, like a code to the game before anyone else, because this is July, and I think it wasn't, I don't remember when it was uploaded on Desura, but it was sometime in August that the game came out, I believe. Anyway, yeah, so there you go, first one.
And hidden lore.
Very cool to be able to talk to Ben the Scoopist. I think he's trying to be a game developer now. I believe that's what's going on. But let's move on to oh god, my recommended. Let's just go to my channel. Let's see, retrospective series. FNaF 2. Actually, I have some stuff to show about the FNaF 2 one. So let me Freddy Fazbear. Let's see. See, now look at the office now in the background. I'm in the FNaF 2 office now. But I have, oh wait, no, before we move on to that. For the first one, I have something to show. I have a little exclusive thing to show. This is, I believe, the first, aside from the actual script of the video, this is the first record of me talking about my this series. Is this Discord message. I have me starting, the first message is me starting a Gamers Are Awesome YouTube channel. Did not do that, but I think I was saying that because I was realizing how many views Gamers Are Awesome, and I was like, what if I just did that on the side and didn't tell anyone that I was making a like gamer compilation channel? Okay, so yeah, I'm starting a series of videos and analyzing every FNaF game, one game per episode. I want to cover them in a consistent way. Let's just do a group chat to some of my friends. So gameplay, audio, lore and secrets, community, personal experience, rating. So I ended up cutting out personal experience, and the release, one of my friends who's in the chat today came up with like, you should talk about the release. And then I was like, oh yeah, because literally every game had like huge hype leading up to it and teasers and stuff. So now we're moving on to 2, and the original thumbnail for this video, because now the one is like the blue background and the red characters, like trio of withered characters, but the original one was this. So this is what the thumbnail was originally going to be, but I think, as you can tell, the better one was this. This was not as good, but I kind of liked the idea of using this image, but like the coloring was kind of bland and the text was bland, so you know, glad I went with the other one. Let's see. Do I have a Discord server? No, not anymore. That was just a thing I sent in like a group chat of friends. Discord now? That was a disaster when I had a Discord. Look how quaint my Patreon was at this point. By the way, might as well use this time to shout out patreon.com SaganHawks. People voted on that. That's the reason we're making this video. People on Patreon voted to make a little developers commentary thing. So let's go.
Thank you to the patrons for supporting the channel.
So this is the first inclination of me trying to add some cinematic. Do I know about Beacon Bonnie? I was actually looking at a iceberg, and I saw that, and I was like, this is like one of the only things I don't know.
Welcome back. Today, thanks to the amazing support of the last one of these videos, we're doing a retro.
Here I am. There's my old microphone, my blue
Let's get
Yeti.
started.
release. I'm
Now,
pretty proud of the
unlike first
coloring
game,
on this
which
one.
was
It's
relatively
pretty good.
unknown and made by a relatively unknown
And I'm also
developer at the time of
whispering this whole
release,
video for
this
some
game
reason.
was a hype
Hey guys,
machine, people
welcome
dubbing it the
back to
scariest
another
game
video.
ever.
I was trying to like not blow out the mic. I'm glad you agree that this is probably the scariest games I've ever played.
And so when that first teaser showed up on SkyGames.com, all hell broke loose. In
God.
total, there were 5 teasers for this game. And
I
let's
missed
look
those
at them
Markiplier
individually.
videos.
With
That
the
speaking
file
of
name
that
FNaF
clip, by the
World
way,
couldn't be
that
more
clip
clear.
was the
It was
thing that I
the
remember from a piece of
reveal
lost
what I think is the
media,
best iteration
like
of
an
Freddy.
old FNAF trailer that we ended up finding. I mean,
Frenzy.
technically it was on like an archive or whatever, but
That was
like,
inaccurate.
is something that was not uploaded is not on the Steam page anymore, and we couldn't find for a while.
Are there new animatronics? Who brought
Let me
them
go
back?
to my notes for
Another
this
thing to note is the
video.
names Toy and Withered were not used at this
So
point.
when
My
this
memory
video
of the
came out,
animatronics were called the
my
2.0
first
animatronics,
video, the
obviously
first one that
called
I had
Foxy
made,
2.0.
had reached
Speaking of
77,000
Foxy, another
views.
character reveal,
And
the Mangle. At this point,
compared to
we
the
know
other
that
one,
Foxy
compared to what they're at
2.0
now, that's
were
not actually that much.
Miss
But
Foxy. So began
back
a
then, I mean,
major debate.
I mean,
Dear
compared to
God, here we
what
have
they
the first
are,
hint at gameplay
to what most of my
from
videos are, that's actually still
And
pretty
even
fine.
though the main
But
thing everyone was talking
when it
about
comes to my
was the
videos,
past,
what my
this
videos
is
were
also
at the
the
time,
reveal
that
of
was
Flashlight
insane.
Mechanic.
I was like,
So
I
began
definitely
the
have to keep
tradition of
making more of these. I thought it was gonna get
contrast
like
on the image.
2,000 views because it was
was
gonna
also
be
the
too
reveal
long
of
or
one of the
whatever.
most
But
pivotal characters in the
nope,
entire franchise.
77,000 views.
And
And that's why I was like, I have to make this.
Opening with a chorus of children singing
And
Love
the
You
reception
Brave
was just
and
good.
a
People
reveal
really
of
liked
Withered
it.
Bonnie, the voice of a phone guy who, for all intents and
And yeah, this is
purposes,
it was the
at that
first
point had
instance
been
of me
killed in
really
the last
adding
game. And for those who know, he was.
like
Every aspect of this trailer was
cinematic
through for
openings,
views,
which
from
I
the cinema
tried
actually
to
being reverse
one up
messaged
myself
from
each
Michael
time, but
Wall to the
like
drawing
FNaF
on
World
walls
and
to
FNaF
the
4,
features
I
at the
don't
end
think
being the words
they
freedom.
were that
Almost
great,
all
but
of these
I tried to
features
add
were from
cinematic
except for
elements to
one
most of the
concerning the phone
openings.
guy clip, which we'll get into later.
Okay, here's the thing
Aside
that
from the
everybody
theories,
talks
this
about.
is just an excellent,
The thing that I talk about in every single, or that is in every single comment on this video, and even like half the comments on the supercut, and this is like a small percentage of what is on the supercut. This is 22 minutes, and it's like a 4-hour video. Everyone's like, the way that he interchanges Mangle's pronouns, is like the coolest thing ever. And I'm really glad that people like that. Like, I'm not, but like, yeah, that was not, it's funny that that's like the thing everybody talks about and everybody loves so much. When for me, that was like a throwaway, like, oh yeah, I'll just do that because, you know, that's like the thing. That's what Scott Cawthon does when he talks about Mangle, so I'll just do that. I was just like, I don't know, it wasn't like a, yeah, I mean, it wasn't, number one, it wasn't me being like, yeah, I'm about to go sicko mode on this really awesome bit, this awesome, like, cool inside joke or whatever, and it was also like, that is not true. Somebody in chat just said my Discord is reopening at 3 p.m. for 1 hour. That is not true. That is not happening. It better not happen. That better not. I'm looking at you. But I also wasn't like, I don't know. I really like that a lot of people have found Mangle as like a non-binary icon or a gender fluid icon. But especially now, I always felt like it was never, that was never what Scott's intention was. Which I think, especially now, we can tell that that is the case. Probably. I doubt that was his idea when he came up with this. So that wasn't necessarily where I was coming from. But he would just always, because it was like, is Mangle a girl or a boy? And it was like, does it matter? And so that was like the bit. And so I just find it, I like that everybody was like, everyone was like, this is the coolest thing you've done in this whole series. And I was like, I'm glad you liked that choice. It was sort of, no, I was not thinking about it. I was just a random idea. Mangle is non-binary goals. I also want to say, I've said that before, but at the same time, it's like, even if that's not what the author's intention versus what people get out of it, like, are two different things. So just because Scott Cawthon didn't intend that, and like, all the animatronics are just like robots or whatever. If people find that sort of like normalization of using different pronouns or whatever, I think that's cool. So I think that is important to bring out, because I'm also not going to be like, no, that's not what Scott Cawthon meant, so I'm going to be all pissy about it. It's like, whatever. Scott Cawthon doesn't mean any... Scott Cawthon's lore is practically just taken from game theory, so whatever.
Unlike in FNaF 1, Golden Freddy isn't just an
Yep.
Easter egg.
Once you release art, you don't have control over what it means.
In this
Exactly.
game, Golden Freddy even has a setting in custom.
I love giant golden Freddy head. Oh my god. It's so... I love that just image. It's both funny and like really unsettling. Just a giant head down the hallway.
Despite being a lot more complex than the first game and a lot more RNG based.
Also, now that we're on FNaF 2, I might as well talk about how the Living Tombstone FNaF 2 song is the best FNaF fan song ever, and has, I think, my favorite instrumental break in music. And I have a comment on that video that's like, you know, I'm not really like, I don't listen to a lot of fandom music outside of Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm not really interested in fandom very much, like as a online culture. Like, I don't like this video. The sort of,
now, much like the first game,
I'm not that interested in fandom, so I don't listen to a lot of stuff, even for things that I like.
There aren't as many red
But
herrings or
the
fake out audio pieces.
the
Everything in the second
FNaF
game is
music,
connected
like,
directly
so
to
I
the
listen to, and I,
for instance,
especially
whenever
recently, I've been
animatronics
listening to a
in your
lot
hallway
more
or
variety of
close,
music,
that little
but still the
recording
Living
feature
Tombstone
is
instrumental break might be one of my favorite, like,
in early games,
the
you
piano
really
goes
keep track of
so,
where the animatronics are in relation to you,
it goes so
or if
hard.
they've moved up.
I don't
Later
understand
nights,
why
the sound
is,
pretty much going on
why is
continuously.
it so
Mangle,
good?
Balloon Boy, and the Marionette all
The
have
Book of
sounds tied
Cawthon,
directly to them.
Scott
Whenever
Cawthon,
time
is
run out,
referenced
Marionette
in the
plays
Bible.
music letting
Yeah,
you
that's the,
response
you know,
to
Pilgrim's
over.
Progress.
You only have a few
They reference that
seconds
in the
before you
Bible.
get jump scared. Mangle's distorted radio sound does act as an
Jesus
instant
Kids
uniqueness
Club,
to the
that's,
character, but it also
they talk
gives
about that
an
in the
auditory
Bible.
cue as to what character they're in and when they enter your office. Balloon Boy's classic
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
tells you when he's
I
getting
love
closer,
that video so
and
much.
You definitely know when he's in your office.
Hello. Hi.
And the other characters like
Do you guys remember when the
have
funniest
complex
thing about Five
footsteps
Nights
or
at Freddy's was
rustling
like,
sounds in the
Balloon
vents
Boy is
that give you a
stupid and
general idea
annoying.
of where they
He's
are,
so
or if they've
annoying. I
just
hate
moved.
Balloon Boy.
And on that
It's
buzzing
so
I
funny.
mentioned earlier, the
Um,
giant animatronic standing right in front of you should be
Same
able to
with,
get your attention.
uh,
It also is accompanied by a sort of creepy
uh,
ambience to drive that point
the
home.
other thing, the
Again,
funniest
audio
thing in
is all
FNaF
tied to
was,
some gameplay aspect.
funny,
And we
awesome,
can't forget the jump scare. Completely different from the first game, and it sounds a lot more human.
Five Nights at
Now,
Freddy's.
unlike the first game's jump scare sound, there's not
Fi-
a lot
what?
to
What's
note
the?
here
Hold on.
that I know
What's
of,
the
at least,
Pymation
besides the
series
center
called?
of the whole
5 a.m.
story
at Freddy's? Is that what it
earlier.
is?
It's effective and serves
5
its
a.m. at
purpose.
Freddy's, the
That's about
prequel
it.
or the
Okay,
sequel
let's
or
talk
whatever
about
it
the
is.
ambience for a
The
second.
second one, and then
Because
Balloon
the
Boy
game
says
has
batteries, and
weird
everyone was
red
like,
herrings, it feels a lot less
That's
dense
so
and
funny.
a lot
That's
less
so
deep
funny.
also. It
I actually
sounds
still
less
like that
droney
video,
and
but
a little bit quieter. To me, it seems a little more grounded. It sounds
Pilgrim's
like actual
Progress is a
office ambience,
JoJo
like
stand
a
name.
loud air conditioner
I
or
don't
some
doubt it.
humming in the background. It's
That
a lot
sounds
more
real.
high-pitched.
I've eaten nothing but a
FNaF
protein
1's
bar
ambience
today,
felt
and then I went on like
FNaF
a
2,
2 mile
because there's so much more going on,
walk
it would
carrying
make sense that
groceries,
it
but
would
you know,
offset that by
I'm
when
only a
things
little
aren't going
hungry.
on, having a lot calmer and quieter ambience. It's still creepy,
Okay.
just less packed.
Okay, Beacon Bonnie. Oh my god, I'm gonna learn what Beacon Bonnie is. I'm very excited.
Now, compared to the
Beacon
first
Bonnie
game,
is a
I think
glitch
this
slash
game
Easter egg
just
that can
looks a lot
appear
less scary.
in
That doesn't
Help
mean the
Wanted's
game
Funtime
isn't
Foxy
scary,
hard
but
mode
it just
level.
means it packs
He
a lot less of
appears
a
as an
punch. So
endoskeleton, but
instead,
if
I
you
just wanna
approach,
talk about some
Beacon
standout
Bonnie will
sequences
jump
and
scare
some
you
cool
as a
designs.
Bonnie
Your
model
office
with
feels a
fucked up
lot
and
less
warped metallic
claustrophobic than the first.
textures.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's
Dang.
less scary.
How did I
mentioned
not?
the
I
first
mean,
game,
I
the
guess
doors
it's
feel
in the
very
later,
protective.
like it's
They
in
feel
Help
like a
Wanted,
good
so I
line of
wouldn't know as
defense.
much about that. I'm gonna
However,
look that up.
despite looking more high-tech than the first game, The flimsy flashlight and mask do not make you feel safe at all.
Yo,
Instead,
what
you
the
feel
heck?
Completely exposed the entire time, which makes it
This
really
is wild.
scary. The fear of the second game feels less like being stuck in
That's a
small
really cool-
space and more
It's
like
reminding
fear
me of
being in
like
the middle of the ocean with nothing around. At any moment, something can come for
the
you from the depths.
the like
characters in this game
FNaF AR, which by
are
the
just
way,
not scary to me at least. They still capture that uncanny
that's all I gotta
valley
say.
feeling, but
Slow
they
head
just don't
shake.
creep me out as much.
Um,
The toys, while still definitely feeling
the
very off, still feel like their namesake.
the
I will say, though,
like
toy
skins
Bonnie
of
flying
FNaF
across the
AR.
screen
Like there's
with
some
the mask on
legitimately,
is
I
really
like
cool.
some of the designs of
And then
FNaF
there's
AR.
the wizards in
Like
Mangle.
the Freddy
Now,
when he's
instead
like,
of
it's
feeling
called like the
too
Great Escape or
sleek
something, and he's
clean,
just like
they
this
feel
rusted
too
statue
short.
at the
I know
bottom
a
of the
lot of
ocean
people
with
were really scared of Wizard
like
Bonnie, but it
weights
felt like
tied
it
to
was
him.
just
That's
trying
pretty
too
cool.
hard to me.
I'm gonna
I
make a
still
help
think the
wanted
designs are
video.
cool. I think Withered Freddy is my favorite iteration of Freddy, and Withered Bonnie is
I
pretty
might,
badass,
but
they're just a little too over the top for me to find them
it'll
scary.
depend. I'll want something to
With one
say
exception.
about it.
Withered Chica.
And if I
don't
can
know
get,
why,
I have
don't know what it
VR
is, but
here.
Withered
I have
Chica
my
is fucking terrifying to me. Literally
VR
one of the
headset,
scariest
my
animatronics
Oculus
in the
Quest,
whole
and I
series
can't. I
for
have
me.
played it before,
She's
but
reminiscent of a
I
fucking scary
I made a
Bonnie,
couple
legitimately
videos about
scary
like
to me
maybe
for
I would do
all
a
these
stream.
years.
I think that would
Missing
probably be
hands
what I would
under
do
his jaw and
closest. I'd do a
terrifying
stream
eyes.
and like a video of
It's
me playing it.
amazing. The renders in this game are actually really interesting because they're a lot more packed with different characters showing
Did
up in
anyone
the
watch
same room
11
a lot
drunk
more,
guys
but
play
aside
FNaF?
from some
I
cool
have
imagery,
not.
there's not a lot there. Unlike in FNaF
There's
1,
so
where
many
it's very
FNaF videos.
difficult to
What's
make
so
out
interesting
who
about
is
how
where,
big FNaF was for a
as
little
long
bit
as
is
you
like
use
now
the
everything is so
right
niche
it's
that
pretty
like
easy to keep track of
every
everyone. Not that
if
you'll be
someone
doing
is
much of
big
that later,
popular
it's just that
enough,
this is
you
when the
and
camera
you're
can
in
like
FNaF, you've probably seen it because it's a smaller community than it used to be. But it was so
Holy
big
Mary, Mother of God.
that like
This is when the
every
Five Nights at
single
Freddy's story
person,
and secrets went off the
like
deep
there
end.
was every
Before we get into
corner of a
that, let's
community
talk about some less important
had
Easter
played
eggs and
FNaF.
secrets.
So there's so many
Starting
ways
with
people
some
got introduced to it. I mean,
terrible
mostly
Very
Markiplier, right?
rarely
Because
you
that's like
can
the
see
big
this
FNaF video, but
bare endoskeleton
it's
either in
it's pretty
Five's
crazy
corner or in
how
your
big it
vent.
was.
He can't actually attack you, but apparently he can block other characters from
Yeah,
entering
Withered
the vent,
Chica still
meaning he's
favorite
actually
design,
an asset
scariest
to the play.
design.
Exactly his lore relevance or meaning is not
And I wasn't even that
known,
scared by a lot of
or
like
he's
the
just a
big,
fun
the
Easter egg.
normal
There's also
things
a
that people
couple
were scared of. Like
hallucination
people were like,
characters.
I'm
Shadow
actually really
Freddy and
scared
Shadow
of
Bonnie.
Withered
Shadow Freddy
Bonnie.
rarely appears in
Withered
parts of the
Bonnie to
service
me
room
was
and
never.
crash your
He
game
was
if you
cool
want
looking.
to.
I liked the one
I
red
just
eye
wanna
and the
point
missing
out
face.
that
Like
I
I liked
believe
the
I was
design,
one
but
of
he
the
was not
first
very
people
scary.
on YouTube to have encountered this.
Here it
Uploading
is.
my video with the encounter literally one day after the game's release. Shadow Bonnie, later known as
Yeah. Okay, I actually
want
wanna show that video. I wanna show that video. I feel like no somebody can correct me on this, but don't because it'll make me sad. Freddy's 2. But like I'm fairly certain I was one of the first people to see Shadow Bonnie. Maybe not see it at all, but like upload a video about it. Because so this is November 11th. Where is episode 2? Where's my second episode of this? Here. No, where is it? Golden Freddy? It's called like, here we go, part 3. So this was November 12th. I don't know, like, I might not have been. I'm not saying I necessarily was. And I think Daco was a pretty early person to, like, stream it. But when it comes to uploading a video to YouTube, November 12th. If you can find an instance of someone uploading a video of Shadow Bonnie before November 12th, let me know. I would be interested to see like who they actually, because I have been living under the impression that I was the first person to see this.
Oh, hi Bonnie. Oh, you're gonna come in the vents, aren't you? Hi Chico, what are you doing? Are you like a scarecrow? Freddy's out.
And then Freddy is out. Freddy is out. And then there it is. I thought it was Golden Freddy because I mean it looks like Golden Freddy. Anyway, just fun fact. If not, I was very close. I was one of the first, which is something I hadn't even considered until I made my retrospective about it. And then I was like, wait a minute. That was like November 12th that I made that video. That's like a really rare Easter egg.
FASXC. will appear in the office at times, and I believe it will crash your game as well, but I'm not 100% sure. And then there's the more minor Easter eggs. The puppet hallucination.
Minor Easter eggs. I'm literally an Easter egg and a minor.
And JJ. I don't know what's up
Let's
with her.
see.
She's down there. There's also the rare death screens and opening screens, much like the first game.
Yeah,
with this
so
sort of dark, eyeless version.
wait,
of the
okay.
character.
I want to talk
And
about
then
something
in
else that I'm
between
going to talk about a
nights,
little bit
you get
later
this sort of
in this
cutscene
video.
where you're from Freddy's perspective, looking back and forth. First, it's the other animatronics
Let's
looking at
see.
you, then
I
go
really
to
wait.
Freddy,
Hold on. I
then
really
the
like
puppets.
Withered Foxy.
Again,
I
I'm not
feel
gonna
like
get super
Scott
deep
didn't
into the lore
like how
relevance of
Foxy
this,
was a good
but I
guy
have to
theory
say,
got
when
so
you first
popular.
boot
So in
up
the
that
sequel,
game,
he's so
it was
that's
shocking.
true.
But let's talk
He
about
like
the part you
dives
love,
down the hallway
the
at
death
you.
mini-games.
There
Now,
is no
this sort of
confusion about
recurring
whether he's gonna
video-style
kill you.
storytelling has basically become inseparable from
but,
FNaF at this point. But at the time, we had never seen anything of the sort.
Yeah, like
So when you died and this happened,
I don't know
it
the.
was mind-blowing. Rarely
Let me
after
see.
dying, instead of being taken
Yeah.
back to the menu, you will be
Actually, wait.
transported
I'll
into
I'll
a
hold off
different
some of my
time.
discussion on the
Each
community until we get
minigame
the
reveals
discussion
some
part of this
aspect
video.
lore and introduces the all-important purple guy. Now,
The
exactly how all of these
mini
fit into the lore
games, just
in
thinking
modern
back
FNaF
to
is
the
not
mini
entirely
games,
clear. So I'm gonna be
is
taking them at face
pretty
value as
crazy
they
when you
appeared
think
at the
about it.
time. In this game,
It
you
was-
play as Freddy, giving cake to various children.
It was
at a
nothing
party.
like
The
that
children
in the
get more
first game.
angry the longer they
And
want
was
the
there
cake,
really
so it's
like
sort of
a
simplified restaurant
precedent for doing that in
However,
a
the
game, like
important part is
telling
what's
lore
happening
in
outside
weird
the restaurant.
Atari-style
A
mini
child
games?
stands outside crying. After
Like,
a while, a car pulls up and the
I
purple
can't
man steps out
think
and
of a
seemingly
game that
kills
did
the
that
child
before.
and drives away.
Like
While all of this is happening,
That's
Freddy
a
is
re-
getting
like a
slower, and creepy
fantastic
voice spells out the words "save him." Finally,
concept,
the game
I
ends
think.
with the marionette jump scaring the player. In this game, you
Oh,
play
let me
as
turn
Foxy,
subtitles on,
running from
haha.
Pirate's Cove into a room of children who all celebrate your arrival. The third time you do
God,
this,
we're
you
only
can
on the
see
second
purple
one.
man smiling
I'm
in
not
the
used
corner.
to streaming.
And when you
Oh
reach
yeah,
the room of
pink guy
children, they're
versus
all
purple
gone.
guy.
The game ends
That was
with
a huge
Withered
thing.
Foxy's jump scare. Here you play as the marionette. You give out gifts
Um,
to 4 dead children's bodies, and then
God,
you
I
give
mean,
them
yeah,
life by putting
FNaF
animatronic
honestly
heads on them.
revolutionized a lot of tropes of indie
Creepy
horror.
voice reads out the
It's
text, "Help
actually
them." When
insane
you finish giving the
thinking
animatronics
about how
heads,
different
Golden
indie
Freddy
horror
jump scares
is.
the camera
Like
and the game ends. However,
how
there is
what
one thing
Slender
to
did,
On the
where it's
last
like
frame
collect all the
before Golden
keys,
Freddy
find all the
attacks,
things
you
in
can
these
see a
rooms, find all the
fifth
things in
child
these
appear in
forests.
the middle of the
And then
room.
FNaF did
Here is where
this,
things get a
and then
little
everyone was
crazy.
like,
In this final minigame,
we're all doing that. We're all doing this type of horror. This like even when you get to games that have completely different gameplay, like Andy's Apple Farm, 100. I feel like it's Walton Files inspired, but the Walton Files minigame thing is obviously inspired by FNaF. Like Andy's Apple Farm, Poppy's Playtime, all of those games. Like people will be like, well, Poppy's Playtime is Bendy and the Ink Machine inspired, but it's like all of that stuff comes from like the FNaF area.
It's legitimately impressive.
Smike posted YouTube. I saw that. Oh my god, this is insane. Smike has been like tweeting really like mysterious stuff, and then he just 2 weeks ago uploaded a Let's Play of Poppy's Playtime. I was debating making a Poppy's Playtime video. I'm definitely not doing it now that it has the whole like NFT thing, and there's some like stuff about the creators of it like being really annoying, which I mean that part isn't as much, but like Poppy's Playtime NFT for Poppy's play what?
And this is when game theory started making theories that made
Bad
any sort of
move.
sense. But before we get into that, I just want to highlight some community stuff from back then. The song that recently had a
but yeah, like
major
Poppy's
resurgence, It's Been
Playtime.
So Long is a legitimate banger.
Yep,
Like
been
that
so long.
instrumental break is
Best song ever.
fucking Amazing. This is also the time where more FNaF
Poppy's
fans
Playtime is
became
obviously
popular.
inspired by
This is
Alphabet
also when
Lane.
fan games
Well,
were
yeah,
born.
but like even
With Five Nights at
anything,
Treasure
when you
Island,
think about
it's
what
still the
horror
most scared
monsters
I've
were,
ever
they were
been
all
to
trying to be
game. One
slender
Night Flunkies
or
and
games
One
like
Night
that.
Flunkies
Now
too.
horror
And then, of
monsters are
course,
all
there
trying to
was
be like
Vincent. Oh dear God.
Vincent,
my
the Tumblr sexy man Vincent.
Introduction to the animator Diet Stab, who now
I need to find some Diet Stab archives. Diet Stab, holy shit. So Proxy, Diet Stab, whatever. Honestly, looking at some of this stuff, I'm like, I almost feel bad. Like, if some this stuff is like, I mean, the art is good. Art is definitely good. But if I made like old FNaF video. Actually, whatever. I have all my old FNaF videos up. This is so nostalgic. I wish this original videos weren't gone. Hold on. Diet Stab FNaF. I Can't Decide. This is how I found the song I Can't Decide. I was so close to being like a fandom person, and I ripped myself away at the last minute. Where is it? I can't find it anymore. Anyway, yeah, wild. Diet Stab. Remember that. When I first saw the Poppy's Playtime monster, I thought it was Alphabet Lane Fanart. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Alphabet Lane is a pretty inspirational game.
I think Pymation's 5 a.m. at Freddy's.
Do not invest in Poppy's Playtime NFTs.
The theories. It would be impossible to go over all of them. So instead, we're just going to talk.
Can I be honest? Anytime I see games that are like Poppy's Playtime, even before like the NFT stuff, I'm kind of like,
is actually a prequel, not a sequel timeline.
I'm like, whatever. I didn't really like it anyway. I mean, that's almost true. I thought the actual videos, like the animation in it. Sorry, sometimes I have a hard time talking when I hear my own voice saying something else. Like the animations were really good, and I liked that they were almost going for a Portal-inspired thing versus exclusively FNAF-inspired like setup. But when I started seeing the community that was around Poppy's Playtime, I'm like, oh, we're here again. We're Friday Night Funkin' and Baldies in Poppy's Playtime. Friday Night Funkin' Baldies.
And that's about where the agreement left off. So let's get into the shit.
Purple guy. Sorry.
Pretty big, let alone someone this iconic. So theories abound.
Markiplier saying anything is continuously ingrained in my brain. Oh my god, I have a story. Okay, so I was looking at a FNAF iceberg, and I saw the numbers 295. Is it 2953? 395248. That's what it is. 395248. And I saw those numbers, and I was like, 395. I don't know what 395248 is. I don't. Was that the Bite of 87? I was like, I don't remember what 395248 is. What am I supposed to know this? And I was just reading it in my head. I was like, 395248, 395248. And then literally overlaying over my own voice, I started hearing Markiplier's voice saying 395248, 395248. And I was like, 39524, and just someone else's voice becoming my own thoughts, like overlaying them. And then I was like, FNAF 3 on the wall, 395248. It's a hint. It's a code that you put in. But it was so scary the way that I know that information is I hear Markiplier's voice ingrained in my brain enough that I'm like, oh, it's that Let's Play.
I mean, hell, I thought Shadow Freddy was just Golden Freddy when I first saw it. And then there was a theory that the
I know the whole Markiplier FNAF 1 in my head. I can get pretty far in. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier. Welcome back. Welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's, an indie horror game that you guys suggested en masse, and I saw that Yami Mash played it. He said it was really, really good. And so I'm very eager to see what is up. And that is a terrifying animatronic bear. Family Pizzeria. Looking for security guard to work the night shift, and that's what I remember off the top of my head. But I can go very far into that.
And the views I was getting were unlike anything I had ever got before.
I need that to be erased from the record that I ever said Mommy Mash.
Like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure I was one of the first people to encounter Shadow Freddy on YouTube.
Oh, when MatPat said 395248 was the hex code for purple guy's color backwards, that was like you were actively undoing what he did. I was kind of blown away.
But the second game
Yeah,
was there,
I actually
and
like. Here's the
legitimately
thing.
the best Five Nights at
And
Freddy's
once we
game.
get to the FNaF 4 one, I'm
Every
really
aspect of the
excited.
gameplay is used
So
to down the way of
much
storytelling
of
that
Five Nights
was
at
insane
Freddy's,
at the time and still
of
is,
game theory stuff. Like,
and
okay, you
it
can say what you want about the
also
first one, and
characters that
people were like
are going to be
unreasonably
important
pissed
to
off
series
about Sans' Nest,
forever.
even though like
In my
sure it's
opinion,
stupid,
the
but like it's
quintessential Five Nights
an
at Freddy's
Undertale theory. Calm
I'm sure some
down.
people would put it lower because
But
of
like
the
a
sort of
lot of
learning
those
curve
FNaF ones, and like the subreddit, the FNaF subreddit hates MatPat and all of his theories.
I think it's the
But
best
like
game.
they're watching them can be really like, I have mixed feelings about MatPat. I think a lot of his theories, like the persona
After
he
FNaF
puts
Jam
on,
released, Scott Cawthon's
is
website
like
was
very
updated to
cringy and annoying to
offline.
me a lot of the
And
time.
then
And
I am
Sagan
so
Hawks is the second coming Markiplier challenge.
So that was
But,
my
like,
retrospective
the-
on Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Next up, Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
Let's see. Do
Again,
I have an ending for this one?
can't
I
tell
did.
you exactly
Oh, I
what
did.
the
I did have an
on
ending for this
upside.
one. People will be like, "I'm so glad you didn't put any jump scares in." I did sometimes, but yeah, people are like, Matt Pat's whole like persona he puts off, and his humor is really bad. Like he's very unfunny. Listen, Matt Pat, I don't want to be so mean to you, but like you're just unpleasant to watch sometimes. But the way that I think this is my most popular tweet ever. I basically was like, by the way, Matt Pat's script writing, the way most people write something is, here is all of the sections, and this is how I write stuff a lot of the time too. Here's all the sections, and then here's my conclusion. Matt Pat starts at a conclusion, and you go, huh? And then he explains it, and you go, the whole time is like a new epiphany every single second. And for FNaF, that it's like so satisfying. He's really good at that. Yeah, well, like, here's the thing. I don't watch any game theory, except if a new FNaF game theory comes out, I immediately watch it as soon as it comes out. That stuff is... I love FNaF game theories. All right. Been streaming for 1 of the 4 hours. Let's go. Let's see. I mean, let's just start. Let's start FNaF 3. Watching this stream while I'm taking a lunch break. Honestly, I might have to take a lunch break after 3. And by that, I mean I'll just grab something to eat. Like, I'll come back with something to eat. But, yeah, this... Actually, wait. I can show something for this. This is actually... I was really excited to do this one. So, I made a whole... I got a whole game engine to do this opening. The screen is white. Like, I legitimately got a whole... I worked on G-Develop. I only have the last sequence because I basically just deleted whatever the other thing was. Here, let me... G-Develop. Or let me... Yeah. G-Develop. Yeah, so here's the... I mean, I did basically just rip assets from the game. But this is it cleaned, and then I added a bunch of effects to it. I wonder, will it show if I do... It won't. Okay, so I've got to, like, really fast. Or probably not really fast. So I can show... I actually just went into a little game engine to make this work. Here we go. And then I'll close it, and then I'll hit play again, and it should show up now, right? It is not showing up. What is... Come on now. Come on. Here we go. So yeah, it's very simple code. It's just sprite. Oh, it's not showing up. What the... Preview of project. Show it. What is happening? Come on. Show funny game that I made. Here we go. So it's really simple. Basically, I just got the puppet, and this isn't even a PNG. Like, it's just a black background, but because it was against the black background and I cut it off before. Oh my god, it is tiny. What the heck? What is this? Huh? I don't want to. There we go. There we go. So yeah, here's the game that I made for it. I mean, and I cut out most of the other sections because, like, I just deleted them to make the next one. But this is the only real one that exists. Is this one? So it, like, he just has a black background. He's not even Friday Night Funkin'. But yeah, like, this is when I was like, you know what, these FNaF retrospectives, I need to do something crazy for these. Like, I want to really up the ante for these retrospectives. So I was like, I'll just add a whole mini game opening for this. And I got like my little plug and play Atari and my old CRT TV as like opening props for it, and made this little game and added all these effects. And so yeah, I'm pretty. Parts of the intro are lost media. So can we get Diecate on to find it? I don't know if it's possible to be found. It's just fully deleted. Like, it was, the thing is, it was that level. I would just add a platform and then record and then delete a platform and then record again. So like, that's like, let me make it stream back to retrospective on the 3. Oh, now I'm gonna have to, god dang it, I'm gonna have to readjust everything again. But like, okay, let's see. Yes, I was watching an Anthony. Oh, yeah, it is going to show up. I was watching an Anthony Fantano video about Tyler, the Creator, and then a jazz pianist video by Charles Cornell. I'm just cool like that. Okay. I hope this VOD will be entertaining to people watching this after. Because I want to do very little editing to the VOD and just upload it as a creator's commentary. So hopefully this will be entertaining to watch after. Did I make this full screen? I did make it full screen. Okay. Charles Cornell gang. Hell yeah. I don't know what he means. I don't know any music theory, but I've been trying to work on learning piano, so it has been helpful to figure out like what sounds are. Someone got to clip the Friday Night Funkin' beat boot bit so I can bully Sagan with it on Twitter. You know what? Go ahead. If someone makes a Friday Night Funkin' mod of me, that would be the funniest thing that's ever happened. So I'm pretty proud of like just. I mean, it's basically all just sounds and assets from FNaF 3, but like the atmosphere. God, honestly, so much of the sounds, like, is so much of the sounds in those games are so good. Great way to gain music theory knowledge after you learn fundamentals. Just watch channels like Charles Cornell and Adam Neely. It's been very helpful. I mean, a lot of time they can just put you on to new music is what I've been finding. Like, I don't listen to a lot of jazz. I like jazz, but I don't like have it on in the background a lot. And so being introduced to like, oh, this is a common chord progression you'll hear, and I'm like, oh wow, that makes me think about things. And you can use all of that stuff in any genre of music once you learn like mixing jazz ideas or like Miyazaki-esque ballad ideas. Like, you can use that in everything. Welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's 3. The most hyped game in the history of gaming.
A thrilling conclusion, a new animatronic, so many unknowns. So let's start by looking at
yeah, but you can see in this one, I color graded my video to have a slight green tinge.
Offline after the release of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Well, there was a little something more than that. Yet again, we're back to brighten the image.
God, do you guys miss going on to Scott Games and being like, turn up the brightness and contrast right now. I need to copy, paste, save this. What's the file name? It's like JPG. I wonder if that means like Joan Guy G or something. I don't know what that means, but
in the entire series.
feels like it got worse in the later half. FNAF sound design feel like it got worse in the later half. Sometimes it feels like the noise has no purpose. That's true. That's true. I think the first 3 and then the bass ambience in FNAF 4 is like some of the best game ambience ever, I think. Am I in the FNAF 3 one? I am. I don't even remember changing the FNAF 3 office, but there we go. I'm in the FNAF 3 office. I am losing it. Yeah, it's pretty. It is just
who this new character truly was, but we'll save that for later. Here we have
wild. There's one section in this. I might miss it. I hope I don't, because I'll be looking at chat and everything.
Another thing to note, if you flip
let me know when it happens, because people. This is like, people will say like, oh, you didn't really put any jump scares. Thank you for not putting any jump scares. I just prefer doing creepy stuff more subtly. Like, I still am trying to freak people out. Hold on a minute. I don't remember. Do I mention this in the video? CD. Like CD Plus in FNAF 1 that lets you unlock all the nights. He has CD written on his. That was my favorite thing. People looking at like the randomized noise texture on the animatronics and being like, no, dude. No. No, dude.
Especially in this nightmare.
Yeah, sister location ambience.
No, not that yet. When the image is brightened, you can
see
the number 10. Exactly what this means.
Okay. I gotta say this. I said I did not know what 10 was in this, and I said we still don't know what it means. But as lots of people in the comments have pointed out, it was supposed to be a countdown of 10 days until that game released, and then in each teaser it was supposed to have like 9, 8, 7, 6, all of that. But I just didn't know that. But apparently Scott Cawthon said that's what it was. Did I see Oof Trap Scrap Trap redesign video? I think so. I believe I did. I don't remember if that's the name of the person, but I saw a Scrap Trap redesign video.
Oh, did I say Springtrap? The name reveal for this character is wild. On his Steam community page, Scott Cawthon made a seemingly
sister location sound especially makes me saddened. Feels like the file name justified its use over the actual sound. Yeah, I liked.
Why this was his name was not exactly.
I think sister locations. There's parts of the sound that I really like. Some of the music is good, and I really like. Like the. Sorry, I'm having a hard time thinking right now. I'm tired. The music in like some of the sounds of like some of the eerie ambience is pretty good. Like I really like the voice that is saying all those different words. I don't remember what they're saying, but there's a part where the voice like is just like says a bunch of weird random things when you slow it down or something like that. And I really like when everything cuts out and it's just like an ear ringing. It really like it makes it seem more like silence than if there actually wasn't any sound, because then you'd be hearing like your audio in your ears would turn to the room, your actual room, but just by having the low like at certain spots is really like, I think it's really effective. But in general, like the noise didn't mean as much in the actual gameplay, and like it didn't have the same vibe. The concept of this game better than 1 and 2, but on the other hand, it's the only one of the main 4 and sister location that I have yet. Scott was at the Helm against security breach. It would have been released in October. Probably, yeah. And there would have been like a patch to make something easier because it was actually impossible, like the FNAF 4 or sister location Night 4. Hallucinations do act as a part of the gameplay. Why do y'all watch these I'm just looking at how long this is. I'm like already bored of myself. One thing I realized about I'm having a good time streaming, but I'm like, why am I still talking about FNAF 3? One thing I realized is the lore disclosure through the games goes from subtle and open-ended to difficult kept puzzles. Yes, 100%. It's way more like there is an answer, but I'm just not going to give it to you
However,
except
in this
for like
game,
one
that's
tiny
the
hint
most
that is like
important part.
absolutely
Springtrap moves
nothing,
can
like
carry the camera either in the vents or around the main building.
impossible to figure
Once you
out.
spot him, you can either use an audio cue to lure him somewhere else in the building
And
or block off a vent.
I don't know. I just think the lore is like, I said this in my bad horror that I made about horror sequels, like
As far as I remember,
the
if
idea
Springtrap
to
is
make
standing in
it
front of your window, you still have a little bit of a chance to lure him away.
like
However, if he's in the doorway, you just sort of have to wait it out, or
I
else you'll be jump-scared. The Phantoms come in all different
just
shapes
the
and
whole
sizes and all have slightly different
the story just isn't that interesting once it gets so convoluted and insane. Like when there was a sense of like,
Phantom jump scares don't kill you, instead causing some other
I don't know what the word is. It's not like obviously haunted animatronics don't exist in real life, but if you went to like an old like animatronic themed kids restaurant and you went in and it's like this idea that like something scary happened and things might be haunted, that's way easier to like relate to on like a really fundamentally like uneasy level story wise than like, I don't know. Yeah, so basically like underneath this person's house there's an underground pizzeria and the chips and the, it's like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Why do we watch these? Because I never grew out of my 9-year-old FNaF phase and it's fun to talk about with people. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I really liked making these, and I still like talking about FNaF all the time. Again, I'm not that interested in newer FNaF, but like that definitely never grew out of like 13 years old and being like, it's time, I'm so excited about FNaF. Lore went downhill after FNaF 4. Honestly, lore went downhill after FNaF 3. Like, it was the end. This was gonna be, people were like, this is the last game. And think about like, honestly, despite there being like, what was the Bite of 87, the story was pretty simple. It was like, the purple guy killed these kids and they haunted these things, and then purple guy came back later to try and take them apart, and you have to essentially help these souls get free, and then they end up being freed, and there you go, that's the end. It's a pretty like tight story when you think about it, despite some, you know, offshoots of like, oh, the deep lore, like, but that stuff isn't as important to the main story. But now, like, with the amount of detail that there is and how insane it got, like, FNaF 4 was still good, but like that marked the like, now we're talking about purple guy's family. It's not that I think the lore sucks, I just think that how you discover the lore sucks now. FNaF 1 had random wall changes and things hidden in the dark. Now you walk through a dark room and die 5 times and then they will tell you what we want to say instead of you inferring. Yeah, I definitely see that. I mean, I personally am not crazy about the lore now, but I definitely see that the way that it's revealed is also a contributing factor as to why it's not as interesting. The classic conundrum of over-explaining the lore with sequels instead of letting the unexplained questions live in fandom theories. Exactly. Exactly. I think it's way better, even if you want to go. Like, I'll give an idea of something that I think. Okay, so the movie 10 Cloverfield Lane. If you don't want spoilers for 10 Cloverfield Lane, mute, I guess. I'll make it very fast. 10 Cloverfield Lane. The way that the whole thing throughout the whole movie, you have no idea if there's aliens, a nuclear attack, if the guy is just crazy. You don't know the whole time. And then, like, if I've always thought the ending of 10 Cloverfield Lane would have been way better. She gets out, stands up on the car, and looks out, and it seems like she sees something, and we don't cut back to what she sees, and that's the end. You have no idea if it's about, if there was, did she see an alien ship? Did she see like planes going by and a city on fire? Did she just see like a city and that nothing is wrong? I don't know. I think it would have been better, but because it was a Cloverfield movie, they had to be like, and there were aliens and this giant it's like, okay, that's lame.
His more goofy animations in this game, his design doesn't reach its full potential.
FNAF went from waiting for new game additions to the lore to waiting for the new game to tell us the lore. But I think the reason it did that is because of how complicated the lore got. Like, how are you going to explain what an illusion disc is and how that interacts with the stuff underground and all of this different stuff? Like, how are you going to say that without explicitly stating it? I think they kind of tie into each other. The fact that the way they told the lore was kind of not as interesting is because the lore itself, like, how are you supposed to explain that? These concepts like just got very convoluted. And I can understand still liking the lore, but like I think that is partially one of the reasons why, because it became like a deep sci-fi story.
There isn't a lot here that I haven't already said about the other games. Droney, eerie ambience, a stinger that happens when things get a little bit too close, loud and human.
Do we start on the books?
There
Yeah,
are
I mean,
a few
honestly,
things I wanna mention about
if
this
it
game
was
in
just
particular. First,
the Silver
deep
Eyes,
of the
and the
breaking
Silver
down
Eyes
paired with the
is
visuals of the blinking
not
red
canon,
lights, this sounds
and it
very
was just
pure
a
canon.
fun idea,
That's
and
really
that was
just
the
a
book.
large part of the game, inducing panic
I
between
love the Silver Eyes, and I honestly am sad that the script for the Silver Eyes didn't get made, because I've wanted that to be a movie since I read it. There's issues with it, of course. It's a little amateurish written, but the core that is there is so good. I love the Silver Eyes so much. It's my favorite piece of like FNAF lore ever. It's so good. But I cannot. People will be like, because I made the retrospective about the Silver Eyes and then the Twisted ones. And people are like, oh, you should make one about the Fazbear Frights books. I'm sure they're well written or whatever, but they're so ridiculous. Like, I could not care less about whatever the hell's going on in Fazbear Fright. They are insane. BB double click.
Some of the best pieces of game music ever. I know I say this a lot, but wow. I mean, if you thought Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was
Sagan is
you
Pink
haven't
Guy
seen
in FNAF
anything
movie?
yet.
I don't know,
Now,
man.
I'm not a guide for how to play all the secret mini games and
There's like a trilogy and 12 books of 3 short stories and log books. Oh my, yeah, the log. There's some cool stuff about the log books. I like some of the like cool puzzle solving that you can do. I think that's it's very Gravity Falls-esque. God, wouldn't it be cool if there was a FNAF thing similar to the tracking down of the Bill Cipher statue? That would be, I mean, like, considering how big and the way that the community is, I can see how you'd probably be a little worried about the safety of doing that. But like, of like sending people out on an adventure. But like Gravity Falls was able to do it really well. And like that idea, I think would be really cool. I don't even know what they would do, but like if after FNAF.
It hasn't quite opened yet, though,
After FNAF 3, you have to like track some actual physical thing down, and the physical thing that's tracked down like fills in the last of the bit. That would be like, will this VOD be saved? I'm probably gonna upload it on my main channel. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to like make this really interesting and not take a lot of breaks, because I want to pretty much just be able to upload this straight to the main channel. Because editing a 4-hour stream seems really like a pain, and I'm hoping I'm interesting enough. And the idea is, this is not like the same as another retrospective. This is similar to the supercut if you just want to put something on in the background, is what I'm hoping this is.
Okay, so the basic premise, you're a night guard at
Do I edit my videos myself? Yes, I do everything myself. I edit, I write, edit, record. There's a lot of times where I won't have time to like play, like for instance here, like I played FNAF 3 to get a bunch of footage for it, but sometimes there's like cutscenes or whatever. I'll take them from, I'll take footage from YouTube and obviously credit it. I don't just take it, but I edit, record, very recently make all the music for, and write everything.
And now we know that Springtrap is the purple guy. Then we get
Did I play Day Shift at Freddy's?
bad
I did. I
ending.
never finished
Also,
it, but I
in
think I
the
even made a
episode,
Let's
we
Play
learned via
of it.
newspaper clipping that Fazbear Fright has burned to the ground. However, Springtrap may have survived the fire. All right,
There
so
he
I
is,
am
there
going
he
to get
is.
into how we get the good ending, but first let's go over some smaller
God, the
Easter
good
eggs.
ending.
Sometimes this poster will turn into a Spring Bonnie poster, and sometimes you'll be able to see.
Where's the
shadows
part? I'm gonna
of
hold on. I'm gonna go to the
over
comments really
your
quick.
office,
Where's the
but it doesn't do
clip
anything.
that everybody
Sometimes
talks
they
about
put
of the
plate
Springtrap
bulbs in your
face?
office, and then there's the classic rare screens
Uh,
with animatronics, including
Oh, I missed
Mangle
it. I missed it. What the heck?
Okay, wow. Here we go.
What? I'm at
In the in-between
17:30.
You haven't seen anything yet. Now, I'm not a
See?
guide for how to
That's
do
what I
this
like to
for
do
video
instead of adding
games,
jump scares.
you know,
Just little,
get
you
a
know,
good ending, but for now,
little
let's
things.
talk about some of the easier stuff, a mobile-only one.
Anyway.
Okay, wow. Here we go. In the in-between night minigames, there are these hints that you can find.
The
in
headphones.
map.
I have those
So,
headphones. They are
if
destroyed
you
and
play the
horrible,
game
but I
correctly
still
with
use
the
them.
actual
I don't know
nights,
where they are. These are
you
like,
can unlock
I
these
still don't
good
even
minigames.
have super nice
Including
headphones. These are like
arcades,
$50
Missile
headphones, but the
Monster,
other ones
Bubble
were like
Arcade
$25
Machine, or,
Bluetooth
and the most
headphones.
convoluted one,
You
entering
can see it
code
beeping. Oh my god.
all tiles
It's
as
on.
if
It's
they were
connected to my phone.
Scott, seriously? Seriously, Scott? Oh look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my phone number.
Once you
People
finish these
really-
minigames, you
I
can
love how
complete
annoyed
the
people were
level
at
and go
that,
back to your night,
the
but
wall
that's
thing.
not how
It's
you
very
do the
funny.
ending.
People are like,
Instead, you
I
have
mean,
to
and it's like fair. How are you supposed to
some
know
of the
that?
most convoluted ways imaginable
FNaF
to
at
give clues to some hidden
Freddy's.
ghost children. Also of note, in these mini games, we can see a glitchy shadow
Is
Bonnie
that
and a
one thing I have to say
location
about your
that is
videos is
presumably
that
Fredbear's
you
home
have
in
something
Sagan,
not a lot of
as
creators
referenced in
have,
the
and that is
second
direct
game,
shared experience
featuring
with your
Gold
target
Bonnie and
audience,
Golden Bonnie,
so you can
now known as
second
Spring
guess
Bonnie. After you've
your
done that,
content
you can
sometimes,
open
but
Happy
realize what you're
Escape,
making your audience
where
wants.
you, as a
Yeah,
child
I mean,
puppet
oh
master,
god.
wander through a pizzeria
Bye followers,
to reach
Prime
one last
viewers.
crying child.
Okay.
All of the other children
I'm gonna
from the
have
other
to.
minigames
Okay, hold
join
on.
you to give them a birthday cake, and
How
then
do I
you can get the regular,
know,
not bad ending.
ban someone?
Wow, there are a lot of theories here, and we'll get into that later. But just
How
for
do I
now,
ban
the fact that
someone?
anybody figured these out is insane to me.
What's my new mic? Shure SMB7. My
At this
new
point, there were
mic.
a couple different ways
Is
to
very
do it.
expensive, but it is the
First,
Joe
the
Rogan
most
mic. It's
amazing,
like the one that
scariest
everybody
game
uses
ever
or whatever.
made, or
Can I
there were the
please?
people who resented it for being made so quickly and relying mostly on jump scares, or at least that's how they saw it. However, the Let's
Time to
Play
get
scene
moderators.
was at its
I normally
peak.
don't have anybody come in
Everybody
here.
wanted a piece of the action.
Let's see if it
With
works.
the only game with an actual end, people thought
Slash
it was going to be
ban.
a thrilling conclusion to the
X
biggest horror franchise in a
at
long
X.
time. All right, I've mentioned fan songs on here before.
Reason
This is when DA Games
spam.
made his Five Nights at Freddy's 3 song, and the Living
I hope
Tombstone
you
released
weren't
the
like doing a
only
bit and
fan
you're a
song
real
that I
viewer.
didn't
Shouldn't have
like
done that.
when it came out. To be fair, it has grown on me, but the old SFM
Okay.
models and the chorus
There we
turned
go.
me into
That
a
worked.
Five Nights at Freddy's
Awesome.
fan song elitist. Also, Rumi made a Five Nights at Freddy's 3 song. What? To be fair, it does kind of slap though. There was the
Oh my
fantastic
god, the Rumi FNaF 3 song slaps so hard.
Springtrap really seemed to
I
strike
love that.
something.
Hold on, someone was
A
saying something
serial
about
killer
shared
stuck
experience with the
inside of a
viewers.
moldy, disgusting,
I
rust
really appreciate that.
animatronic.
That because
It's a really great character
it's
concept.
really hard
There
for
were
me,
also a
and
lot
I've been
of
having a hard
super
time
fan
like
made
wanting to
beats
make
in general.
videos
The classic
about
SFM,
things
Fazbear
that I'm not
Fall,
that
Five Nights
interested
at
in
Freddy's
because
3
I know my
trailer,
video will suffer
teaser,
because I
and
want to
of
make
course, there
videos
was
about things I'm
screenshots and
interested in.
character
So the
reveals.
fact that it actually
This
comes
was a
through that when I
really
make a
interesting
video
time
about
for
something
video
I'm
games. For
legitimately
all intents and
interested in,
purposes, the main
I'm
story
really
has
glad
been
that
wrapped up
actually
at this
comes
point.
through.
Generally,
Um,
the consensus on the
Your
story
old
makes
hair was
sense.
wild. It was.
People
I
got
only got this cut
employee
very
offered
recently.
Fazbear's Pizza was a serial killer
Throughout
who
this,
lured
I actually get a
children
haircut
inside and
throughout this
entertained
series too.
restaurants. Dressed in a
And then
Spring
it
Bonnie
grew out
costume,
again,
victims lured
and then I got a
children
cut
from
again, and then it
back
grew out
rooms.
again, and I just now got a
With the
cut.
help from the puppet, the first victim, the children haunt the
My hair, I only like my hair when it is
puppet
like
helps
2
bring
weeks
together,
after
giving
cut,
Golden
and then it
Freddy
gets too
victims
long
what
after
they
that,
never
and it's
got.
too short right
Years
after it's
later,
cut.
after the franchise has closed, the Purple Man, haunted by the children, goes back to the abandoned restaurant to dismantle the animatronics and get rid of the evidence.
Okay, so
However,
actually something
the
interesting about
specific
FNAF 3.
case old
To
Spring
this
Bonnie
day,
which
FNAF
goes
3
off
is the
to
only
the
one of the
scene
main
with the Spring
games
Bonnie.
that I have never finished.
Now dead, the spirits are
I can't even
separate.
get past like night
However,
3.
Purple Guy's spirit now haunts the suit, and 30
This-
years later, he's
this-
released into the horror
this
attraction
game is
Fazbear's
like
Fright, which
impossible
burns
for
down
me.
not long after. Throw in a little cliffhanger
I
at the end that
for
you
some
survive,
reason
and
like
you get
it
a
is the
nice long
heart. I
story.
cannot
There are still some loose ends,
ever
but
beat
I
it.
feel like this is
Hold
where
on.
Five Nights at Freddy's peaked story-wise. There were also some smaller miscellaneous theories.
I mean-
There was the idea that the Mangle wasn't actually a phantom and instead a physical animatronic roaming the facility. or the idea that the
Sorry,
blue
someone was like
creature
white. I didn't like that.
character was
What is
somehow
happening with this?
integral to the story popularized by 8-bit gaming. And the idea that this scene in the trailer is actually the same scene in the minigame.
What is
which,
happening?
if
There we
true,
go.
Would be very
Stop.
gruesome.
I don't want to
But
see that.
still, there were those loose ends. The bite of 87 still wasn't
What is
solved.
happening? There's like a
Was it
little
Freddy
white
victim, the bite
line
victim,
at the bottom.
or
I don't like
was
it.
he killed by the purple man at his birthday party? Who the hell are the shadow animatronics? Or these masks in the Happiest Day?
You know what I wish there was?
Part of the
Sorry,
plot.
hold on. I was about to
Magnet's
go on a
theory made
tangent.
lot
Let
of
me
sense
see what's
how
going
it
on.
believes the endoskeletons belong to Golden Freddy.
Happiest
Others
Day
say
music
the
is
silver
fitting.
guy, purple
It's
guy,
very
the
fitting.
purple guy used a taser,
I love
there's
that.
recordings being
I
added to
love
timelines
all of
of
the
Mangle,
music in this.
the bite of 87
The
being Mangle,
the
Freddy
end,
being
the
victim, phone guy is purple guy,
like
the
I don't
range,
remember
kills
what
him
it's
in the
called,
spring
but the
lock
one
scene,
at the
bad
true
guy is
ending,
canon,
and
so
then
many other timeline issues.
the one at the
Honestly, it
bad
feels
ending
like
and
this
happiest
closure.
game. It's
That
very
one
good.
last.
Solar Sands. I've seen some. I think Solar Sands commented on one of my videos. That was crazy.
Judging on the Twitter poll that I put up, I think a lot of you agree with me. I'm putting it in
His
the
experience with his
remember when I
audience.
said people
Just his
thought it was
topics are
easy?
different. Yeah,
Well, that wasn't
I've seen some of his
necessarily
stuff
good.
before. It's pretty good.
A lot of people like a little disappointed. There wasn't a custom night. It felt like it went
FNAF 3 is
viral
the
too
easiest.
fast,
Yeah,
and
okay,
people
here's the
thought
thing.
gameplay was
I
just
don't, I know,
lackluster
and the
and
thing is, I know that
In
that's
fact,
true.
some people
Like,
said
having
that the
talked to a
reason
bunch of
Scott
people,
Cawthon would go
I
on to make
can't
5
beat
Nights
it.
at
It's
Freddy's
so
4
difficult for me. I
because
don't know
of how
why.
poorly
I-
this game did.
It's
not
not even
that
like I
it's terrible,
panic or
it's
I'm
just
scared. I
the
just
other two,
can never
they didn't
figure out
focus
how to
on
get him to
the
not just
I
go
mean,
there and kill me.
on C
It's
tier,
so,
if it weren't for the fact that
it's so bad.
Springtrap was
I don't know why I
and
can't
the
beat it.
story
It's so,
is
it's
really
like the
amazing
easiest
in
one.
this game. It's just
But,
gameplay-wise, it's not great.
um,
I feel like B is a good spot.
the,
It's above average.
the,
After FNAF 3's release, a new
sorry,
teaser
the
showed up
FNAF 4,
on
I
Skyrim's
even beat
website
the
with
Night
new
4 on
content.
Sister Location.
And
I
then
didn't when I
teased
first
the
Let's
rest of
played
it.
it.
And
I
then-
did not. But
So there are 5
recently
Nights
I
Freddy's.
beat it.
I have to
I
say,
beat
writing this made my head
Sister
hurt. There's
Location
so
Night
much
4 like a
going
few
on.
months ago. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that.
Hold on.
Yo, see? And then I tried to do another little cinematic thing with this part. Did not look as good as I remember it looking. But I remember I wanted to... Oh, and this. I'm really proud of this. This is an old FNAF head that I made for... its ears are missing, which is a little weird. I love that. I basically just got a MIDI for it, but then, like, re-instrumented it and, like, added a bunch of stuff. But I'm really proud of this shot. I got a Freddy head from my FNAF short film that I did, and I put literally a light bulb inside to make it look like the... Because that image at the end of FNAF 3 with all the heads, and there's, like, the light shining out of their eyes is, like, so... And the... And it's, like, bad end is, like, legitimately really sad. It's, like... heart-wrenching, just being like, oh, they're still there. Always thought FNAF 3 had boring gameplay. Who is my... Okay, hold on. Let me look at some of these. Let's see. Speaking of other creators, who is your dream collab? I'd love to see you and Nexpo do something. That would be fun. We've exchanged words, but other than that, we haven't really talked very much. We've exchanged two words on Twitter DMs. So my dream collabs, what's interesting, if we're talking about collabs that would make sense for the videos I'm making, Nexpo is one that I would like to do. I would like to... Nerd Writer would be fun to do one with. He writes really well. I'd love to, like, talk about some, like, movie or game and have him help write or talk about a certain part. And I'm sure there's other people that I'm forgetting right now, like... Oh, I mean, Daco, of course. Daco followed me on Twitter, and that was the greatest day of my life, and I still haven't gotten over that. I think probably my dream collabs of people that aren't like related to that type of video, if I was just gonna make something, it would be the creators that I'm most inspired by outside of just the content, but like the way that they do stuff. 100% it would be Germa #1. The fact that Germa wasn't nominated for like Creator of the Year is insane. And he definitely should have won it if he was. But like that, Germa puts so much time and effort. He follows through with everything that he does. It's not just that he's funny. He like spends so much time and effort to create, like, he did the Germa Rumble. He did the I can't think of anything. He did the Germa Rumble. He did Dollhouse. He did Circus. He did Archaeology Stream. He did even just other weird stuff like getting a custom-made edible shoe for a bit. He got the hot air balloon and the Elvis impersonator for the Vegas thing. Like, when it comes to like putting your all into a project because you want it to be like good, biggest inspiration for sure. And yeah, McChicken review. And then the other person, the other few people after that, and I'm probably going to be forgetting some people. Super Mega inspired so much of my humor. Followed them since Danger and Fiction with Syndigo, so many years. Yeah, I would love to make something with Super Mega at some point. I had like a list of people I'd want to at some point, but those are two big ones. Syndigo or Super Mega and Germa, and there's some other people too that like I watch their videos that I think would be cool. Shout out to some other people, by the way, in case you want to watch like longer form content also. Sarah Zed watched a video about pro shippers versus antis recently. Wild. And FD Signifier watched really good video about BreadTube from him. And so yeah, go watch those people. Disrupt TV, yeah, that would be good. And then Izzy, I don't know how to pronounce this person's name, but I've noticed that in my analytics, it'll be like, that person is always like other people your viewers watch and commented on one of my videos one time. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh no. Oh God. Oh my God. So let's see. FNaF 4 is a long one. Oh, I just went back. Oh, right now, you know what? Oh my God, I just spit. I just gleeked accidentally. So actually, I have this to say. This is not confirmed, so don't be like, this is going to happen, or go bother them. But, like, don't bother them or think this is necessarily going to happen. But I really want to make a video about Amori, like, at some point soon. And I'm a gleek, dude. Not true. I want to make a video about Amori at some point. And there was this channel that I found that's like Counselor Plays or something like that. Oh, I've been watching a bunch of Nitro Rad. That would be awesome. But I've never interacted with Nitro Rad. But I've watched this person play some Amori for the RPG Maker video called like Counselor Plays, I think. And makes, at least for the, I haven't seen any of her other videos, but at least for some of the Amori ones, those are like very concise, well thought out analysis of like mental health themes in that game. And so I was thinking like maybe that would be cool to get that person on. I would love to work with Nitro Rad at some point. Nitro Rad is one of the few people still doing that old like the style of like Normal Boots videos, but like still really good. Okay, so I will be right back. This is something to edit out. I don't want to edit this as much as possible, but I will be right back. I'm going to grab something to eat. I will bring it here to eat, so I will not even be gone that long, but 1 second. Oh no, the curtain is being lifted. It's just a green screen. I'm back. Nikado avocado moment. Oh yeah. Speaking of office, I gotta move to FNaF 4. Haha, whoa. It's not really ASMR, it's just a protein bar, but let's go. Okay. FNaF 4. I have a lot to say about this one.
Thank you to the patrons for supporting the channel.
Sorry for anybody who hates this. See, this one was a downgrade in cinematic quality because that was just 2 assets from the game with some music. I wish I'd done something more for that.
Welcome back. Today in our ongoing series looking back at the Five Nights at Freddy's games, we're at Five Nights at Freddy's 4, the final chapter. First, I just want to start off by saying thank you for the amazing support on these videos.
This video
is more than I ever could have imagined, so thank you. I also want to say that the next video is going to be about FNaF World.
Yo, paragraphs
which
in chat. Let me
presents a
read these.
unique
Hold on.
challenge, so it might take a little bit longer than normal to get FNaF World out. With that said, let's start.
The idea of
this
FNaF
video
4
about
alone
Five Nights
is
at
scary
Freddy's 4.
to me. I was scared of a lot of things when I was a kid, and the only place I felt safe at night was my bed. The idea
Like I
of
said in
being
my
completely
Five Nights
taken
at
away is
Freddy's
just...
3 video,
Even if
everyone
FNaF
thought
1 you have
third
The
game was
Office.
going to be the end to a
Yep,
trilogy
see, I mentioned that in the
last
first one.
game.
Those
But we know that didn't
doors,
turn out to be true.
they
Let's take
use
a look
those
at the Five Nights at
doors
Freddy's 4
to be
teasers.
like,
4.j
you're safe
and
now,
a
and then when they
terrifying
don't work,
cartoonish
that's scary
so
because you know they're
Freddy
supposed to be
Fazbear.
safe.
A
But
bunch of what
FNaF
would
4
later
is just
be
like,
known as
no,
Freddles
the door's just
crawling all
open, you
over
could
him.
easily get killed.
Final chapter,
The
Halloween.
animatronics in 4
Here
really
we
reminded me of
have the
Pinnacle of
wasn't
Fear
me
Inducing.
teasers. These are
Yeah.
probably my favorite pieces
Yeah,
of
I think, I
official
never
FNaF
thought they
art.
were that scary,
The
but they
lighting
are
of the
very,
poses,
they're very
Foxy's
good
spiky
designs.
tongue blade,
I
little
love the
eyes,
Foxy.
it's
I think
amazing.
Foxy's, this render
The
of
wasn't
Foxy
me text was interpreted as a lot of
is
different things, but
one of my
mainly,
favorite
who
pieces of
did the
official
Live
art in the
87?
whole series.
Which one?
And
This was supposed to be a reveal of one of the biggest ongoing mysteries in the
I
franchise,
actually
and
had the
people
idea
got
for the
really
FNaF
hyped.
4
Also, it was the
thumbnail
reveal of these new
for like months and
animatronics,
months
the
before I
nightmare
even made this
animatronics
video
seen
because
as
I was
very
like,
lightly visible on the teasers.
I
And
want
the color purple again.
that,
This time
the
not necessarily related
that
to Purple
image
Guy,
on like
who exactly this
background
different
of
low title
red
belongs to
static
wasn't
and stuff.
entirely agreed upon, which wasn't helped by
Uh,
the mystery of what the text at the bottom of the screen said when brightened.
I've
I've
just had this idea for an ARG.
No, yeah, very helpful. However, it was generally
What the
believed
hell
to
was
say
that?
Fred
What did
may
I
have
just
been-
say? What?
No, yeah, very.
Okay.
However, it was
Um,
generally believed to say Fredbear's
Where there's
family
this dude who
diner
claims
would
he's
be
seen
related to
hoaxes that
Or
people in the
maybe
FNAF
it
community have been
belonged to
speculating about. He
Shadow
claims he
Fred.
has proof of
Also,
those
there's a
hoax
smaller light
sightings.
in the corner
But the
illuminating
thing is,
reflection
his
of some
claims
sort
end
of
up actually
jaws.
being true, and he's
Who these
actually
jaws
seeing
belong
stuff
to
from
would be revealed in the
like
next
Phantom
teaser.
Body or BB.
And
That'd
here
be a
we
fun
go.
idea.
Stomach, mouth,
I like
bottle,
that idea.
eye, black and white body. The reveal of Fredbear. This was confirmed by
Let's
the
see.
code in the inspect element of the website. A random set of letters that, when taken back one in the alphabet, spell
I
out
don't think this
Fredbear.
game is good.
Also
I asked
buttoned in
Scott
the
on
corner
Twitter
is
to
the
add
text
Funky,
"For
my
wasn't
OC,
me."
and he did not
Well,
respond,
you
so maybe he
already
did
know,
not
but
see it,
we
but I
won't
hope he will
know.
be in FNAF
Other
5.
hidden text includes something that
I hope
appears
so
to say
too.
property of me. There was also
I
the
agree,
theory
this
that
game
there's a
sucks,
teeny-tiny
'cause
itty-bitty
Funky
crying
wasn't in it.
child or puppet face, which
Okay.
looking back on it makes me realize just how much we were reaching back then. And terrible things come in small packages. A tiny
on.
Springtrap plush, now known
Let's turn the audio up for this moment, everybody. Are you all ready?
as Plush Trap. And here's where things begin to get strange. This no longer looked like a pizzeria, it
Hold
looked
on.
like a house. And of course, there were more theories out there about this. 8-Bit Gaming posited that the window in the back of Mangle's
coming up.
Quest
It's coming
were
up.
these same windows. I love 8-Bit Gaming, but they must have pulled their backs out with some of these reaches. This would also inspire the worst piece of Five Nights at Freddy's fan art ever. Not because of lack of talent, but just because the way that it is. If you know, you know. Also, another thing...
Every single comment. I don't remember. What was the awful fan art? Hold on, let me see. Find more. There's so many. This is like consistently the comment I get the most of. Newest first. What was the fan art? What art did you see of Plush Trap? What did you mean by the worst fan art? Literally, consistently the most asked question I get is about the fan art. The reason I did not say it is because, and it's still like, I don't even know if I should still say it, is because the artist has things in their catalog that is not child friendly, if you know what I mean. But, and I know that a lot of FNaF fans are like 14 years old. And I don't want to send people to go find their stuff. So I will still leave it slightly to a if you know, you know. Because I don't want to send people to this artist. Because again, if I do that, you will find not safe for work content. But if you want to know like what it was the puppet in that like same hallway with like a light shining, and it said like terrible things come in small packages, but it was like huge ass sexy puppet in like a Playboy pose. And it was like top of the subreddit. That's why I assumed more people would know or have some, because it was like top of the subreddit like while FNaF 4 was coming out. Because it was like painted. It looked like it was well done for what it was, but it was like, I remember being like, why is this? And that user ended up getting shot to the top of the subreddit a lot whenever they make something, because like they clearly knew what they were doing. They would like, it was like puppet, it was like painted. So like, but yeah, I wasn't going to send people to the person who made it. And it was like a throwaway comment that I mostly made because some of my friends and I have like an inside joke about that artist's like anatomy. Like we have drawings of what the skeletons of their drawings would look like. So I'm not going to say who made it because I'm not going to send you looking for it. But like, I assumed more people would have known, or it wouldn't have been that big a deal. It wasn't even like the worst fan art because again, like it was well drawn. It was just like, I assumed people knew that because if you were in the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit at that time, you probably saw this person's art. Anyway, yeah. Huge ass sexy puppet with the terrible things come in small packages thing on the top. Anyway, there you go. There it is. The most asked question in all of my videos. There it is.
Thing to note really quickly.
People are still going to ask me who the artist is, but I don't.
Websites and a lot of these points.
I'm not making a call-out post, and I'm also not sending children to go see that. So
now. Then there was the trailer. What is it that you think you see? Flashlight in an empty hallway. Clock chimes.
I honestly still don't understand
this line right here. What have you brought home? Was cause
why it was 1987, and then he was like, it's actually the bite of 1983 that happens in this game. It's like,
from the auction at the end of FNaF 3.
you were clearly setting up the bite of 87. What does it mean now? Was that just a red herring? Why do that?
This also revealed that there would be more than just one screen, one office. Each door had a screen. You could run around the room, and there was even a view of a hallway with plush trap. People speculated that this would mean it was similar to the fan game Five Nights at Wario's, where each night you are in a different part of the house. But all of these questions would be answered when, as usual, Scott Cawthon released the game ahead of schedule, July 23rd, 2015. Now, I know I say this every single time, but Five Nights at Freddy's 4 really changed the game gameplay-wise. No longer did you have the power of industrial electronics to fend them off, only a weak flashlight and your creaky doors. Before we get into the gameplay loop, which does change at times, let's talk about the aspects of the gameplay.
Okay. I'm done eating now. Mukbang over.
That's right, movement. The first game to really have any sort of movement. You have a few places you can move to in your room. First, the center of your room. Here is where you can choose what part of your room you want to move to. You can go in front of you, you can swipe down to look behind you, or click on your left or right. Your closet is in front of you where you can use the light and hold the door closed. On either side of you, you can run up to the doors and look down the hall.
Jesus.
You can hold the doors closed here too.
All I've had today is one of those that I had for breakfast, and now one of those I've had for
Your two lines
lunch.
of defense in this game are your flashlight and the doors. Unfortunately for you, though, you can't just press a button to close these doors.
Scott does a little bit of trolling.
Holding them closed yourself. Their default state is open. The light works much like FNaF 2,
Let's see.
just using control to shine it.
This one is really, I think this was the longest one I've done. I thought it was going to be 30 minutes. It only ended up coming out to 28. But
mainly this is what you'll be dealing with.
this was sort of foreshadowing for the fact that
The main
my
characters are Bonnie, Chica, Freddy, and Foxy.
my
Bonnie and
like
Chica come to either the left
Freddy
or
Fazbear's
right door
Pizza Sim
respectively.
video
If
was
you
going to
can
be
catch
like
them in the hallway
40
with a
minutes
flashlight,
long
you can hold
almost.
them off for a moment. However, don't get too overzealous with your light. If they're too close and you shine it,
let's
they'll jump
see.
scare you. That's the main way you'll die in this game. So how do you tell if they're close to you? You listen for their
And my
breathing.
FNaF
I know
World
it's
one
weird
is
that the
close
animatronics
to
have breath, but that's the mechanic. So
like,
you open the door
it's
and
over
listen for
30 minutes
breathing.
too,
If
so
you hear it, hold the door closed. If
Have you
don't,
combined
shine
both?
your light to scare them off. They don't just jump scare you from the doors though. If you let them come in, they can kill you too. Either Bonnie attacking you in your room.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Chica
I'm not
sending in the
I'm not
cops.
starving or nothing. I just have
Freddy
a
works in a very different
poor
way.
diet.
Checking on your bed, these little evil Freddy
I'm gonna have a
plushes
big
slowly pile up over
dinner.
time. Shining your light on them scares them away. If too many pile up, Freddy will come out from under your bed and jump scare you. Honestly, I think there's a real missed opportunity here for you to actually see Freddy under your bed, but these
Cupcake
Freddles
jump
are pretty
scare?
scary anyway. And Foxy. He moves back and forth around the halls too.
Let's
However, he
see.
doesn't jump scare you from the door. And when he gets in, he doesn't kill you either.
You wanted to keep the
Instead, he
theories
hides
and
in the
questions going if
closet,
it didn't make
which
sense.
you'll be notified of by this little
Yeah, I
animation.
mean, honestly, part of me wonders if he like at that point thought it was gonna be the Bite of 87 and then was like,
until he finally climbs out of
what if
your
I made it the
closet.
Bite of 83
You can
instead?
check his phase by using
And
the
then just
flashlight for a
like
moment,
changed it.
and hold the door closed
Part of
to
me
make him
wonders if
slowly
that's
move back
literally
and
like
forth.
he was
So
making
despite not having a
changes
camera or a
that
maintenance
late.
panel to deal with,
Um,
there's all these different complementary aspects of gameplay that mean you'll always
This
be
game is
on
still
the
the scariest game
With
to me.
that, let's look at the
I
main
I
gameplay
remember
loop.
getting
Now, there are many different strategies people
footage
use to
for
beat this game.
this
Some of it
game
relies on
and a
memorizing
video
exactly
recently
what
I
certain
used
sound
gameplay
cues
from
mean.
FNaF 4
Some
for
of it
some reason.
relies on
I don't
going
remember
back and
what.
forth in an exact loop, but all of them use
But
at
getting
least a
footage for
few
the
of the
is
same
like so
aspects.
it's
Check
really
the doors.
difficult for
Bonnie
me.
and Chica
It's
are
so
always
scary.
going to be the most imminent threat, and keeping Foxy at bay by shining the light before he gets in will only make your life easier.
Like
In
legitimately,
between almost
I
every
remember
interaction you do, check the bed.
like
While Freddy may be the person you die to the
it's
least,
too it's
if
just
you let him sneak up on you and
really
forget,
scary.
You're in for a rude surprise.
It's
And check
I don't know
Foxy
why. And the
regularly. Like
the
Freddy,
background
making sure you
ambience,
check
the
on him every few actions is very
there's so
important.
much going on with
There's
that
a
background
few
ambience.
things
It's
that we haven't talked about yet. First,
like,
fun with plush trap.
there's
In between nights, you get a chance
well,
to skip
to be
2
fair to
hours
myself
in the
with
next
this,
night by completing
not
the
long
league.
before I
You
made
are
this,
sitting
I
at one end of
streamed
a
like
hall
on
with a plush version of
Discord, like on a
Springtrap
group
from the third
DM
sitting in a
thing.
chair.
I
You will
just
only
st-
move
I
if
st-
you
I've
have the lights
I beat
off.
all of the
The timer
games
ticks down and
a
your
few
goal
months
is to
before
stop
this
plush
video.
trap
I
on
beat
this X
1,
before the time runs
2,
out.
3,
Problem is,
4.
plush
I
trap
beat all
is
the way
too
up to
close,
sister
you get
location,
jump scared and
except
fail.
for
When
I
time runs out, you fail. This would seem hard, but thanks to the dedicated community, you can
cheated
beat
on
it
night
pretty
4 of
easily
sister
by following
location, but then
specific
very
guides to use
recently
your
I
flashlight that day trial and error.
beat
The
sister
other
location
time
night
it gets
4.
different is on night 5. You run around from door to door.
First
looking
time I
behind
watched
you,
stream,
expecting to
welcome,
see some
welcome.
freckles or hear some breathing, but there's
Pizzeria
nothing.
Sim somehow took
Instead, after a
the
moment,
funniest
you
and
do
scariest
this.
game. Yeah, I mean, It's good.
That's when you know some
I know-
shit is
right.
going down. There's only
Wait.
one animatronic in the house.
No, you're right. I didn't beat 3 that time, which was really funny because I was like, I beat night 5 of FNaF 2, which is like, you know, kind of a difficult thing to do. That game has a lot of RNG. It's very quick on your feet. And I literally spent the same amount of time that it took me to beat FNaF 2. Like, I beat FNaF 2 Night 5 in like 3 or 4 tries. I took the same amount of time that it took me to play all of FNaF 2 to play up to like FNaF. Sorry. I like that. It's funny. They scream. Like, I spent the same amount of time playing FNaF 3, trying to get past Night 3, doing the other stuff. I don't know why it's so hard for me. If someone could just like tell me, no, because I've looked at all the guides. I don't know. One day I will beat FNaF 3. One day.
Except instead of Nightmare Fredbear, it's a new character simply known as Nightmare.
I'm funny sometimes.
Visually, this game.
My favorite FNaF game still FNaF 2.
Any game so far.
Yeah, but my position on FNaF 2 isn't necessarily just that it's my favorite, because like sometimes I think FNaF 1 is my favorite, sometimes I'll think FNaF 4 is my favorite at the time, but I think FNaF 2 is the best one. I know people have complained about RNG, but that is just an aspect of all FNaF games. And FNaF 2 maybe overdid it a little bit, but when it comes to like literally, it is what is the quintessential FNaF game, it's FNaF 2. I know there's issues people have with like how many animatronics there are in it or whatever, but like that is, to me, FNaF 2 captures the essence of FNaF. It's got like a little more lore than the first one, but a lot of it is still really simple and like hidden and secret. It's introduced so much stuff. It's like a really like arcadey resource management game with a bunch of really cool visuals. Like, it's basically FNaF 1 just upping the ante a little. Let's see, what is your favorite retrospective you've made? Okay, if we're going outside of FNaF, the Gmod one. I gotta just play Gmod with a bunch of friends as the research part of it, and like just write about Gmod, which has been around in my life before even FNaF. Gmod, I love Gmod, and that video is like 30 minutes, and I got to do all this cool stuff with it, so I really love that one. But when it comes to this, especially in game, favorite one of these, I would say either Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Sim, that might be one of my favorites that I did, or like the first or second one. I actually really like the earlier ones. Not that I don't like the later ones, but like
now, there's something to be said about
they were kind of in the middle where I hadn't quite figured out what I was going to do with the series yet, but also it wasn't as new and exciting.
Make me lose all tension. On some more specific notes, I feel like Nightmare Freddy really got the short end of the stick here. His design is a little
pleased you
bland,
brought up
especially when compared to Nightmare Fredbear or Nightmare Foxy.
The liminal aspects of Gmod. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons I like Gmod so much.
Undesirable fan art, but I think it was later stated by Scott to be just that it was harder to animate.
The RPG horror game Retrospective was good. Yeah, I think from now on I'm gonna try and combine the style of that video and the style of these videos. I want to get back into like really breaking down a lot of the content. I don't think I went deep enough into the actual content of either of the games, but I do like talking about the themes and analysis style. But I gotta talk about so much more in these videos. Like, I mean, not just because longer videos are better for the algorithm, although that's definitely part of it. It's also like, I gotta dive deeper into the things when I structured my videos like this, but I like being able to talk about themes and what the games mean in a larger context outside of just themselves. So I think for my next video, my videos from now on are gonna be, oh, hold on, FNaF 4 ambience. I love the ambience of this game out of all of them. Anyway, It's so good. You got like the deep drone. You've got the little things. Every once in a while, there's little ding, 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 ding. These kind of like high-pitched bells,
It feels
and then there's
almost
like
too
crickets.
real while
There's
elevating the
outside.
level
There's like a
of dread
dog
and
outside.
fear.
It's so
But
good.
let's get into a little more detail. The ambience actually has a lot of different pieces. There's the drone in the background and the reverberating bells, but there are a lot of little touches that build the atmosphere and make it seem like there's actually a world outside of the
FNAF 1 has
house.
the better
The
atmosphere.
grandfather clock chiming, a dog
FNAF 2 has
barking
better
outside,
gameplay.
or
Yep,
the distant
I
sound
would
of wind
agree.
chimes. It gives a lot of depth to the
I
soundscape.
think
and
you
I
should
it's
do
the scariest
RPG Horror Maker
background ambience of
Retrospective
any
series.
FNAF game.
Yeah, and I
In
want to not
contrast, the
necessarily
fun
do
of
like
Plush
every
Factory ambience
RPG
is a little
Maker
more
game, but
focused and
like
overt with its
I want to do a
churning,
Mori,
almost water-like
want to do
background
Off.
ambience.
I
This
want to
really
do the
separates it from the main
Crooked
gameplay,
Man
but the
series
two
because I
still
guess
feel
there's a
very
series of those
connected.
now.
There's a lot
Talk
of
about Mad
different
Father and
sounds that act as
Misao.
components
Maybe
to
I'll
the
do the
gameplay.
Witch's House.
From the creak of the door to the jump scare to the frettles
I
to
played
the
it not
breathing.
even that
The
long
jump
ago, so
scare,
it was
much
pretty
like
good.
the animatronics is a little over the top and monstrous. It definitely doesn't
What do I
feel
think of the
very robotic, but I suppose that fits with the plot.
Fazbear
It
Fright
also
series?
fits with the other non-robotic aspect, the breathing.
Haven't really read them.
Interestingly,
I
the
heard
breathing
that
in
there's
this game
Matt
is not
Pat
exactly
Empreg
what it
in one,
sounded
and
like
I
when the
sort
game
of
first
was
released.
turned off.
The audio was originally too quiet,
It's
so the
sort of
volume was
not
increased
wanting
in a
to
later update. Okay, I could talk
turned
about
off of
audio
the books
forever
from that
here,
one.
but for the sake of time, I want to talk about one more
Uh,
aspect. Nightmare
so,
Fredbear's
you know,
laugh. In Five
not
Nights at Freddy's 1,
I
Freddy's laugh sounded almost like
they just
crying,
seem a
but
little like
in
like
FNAF
now there's
4,
like
Fredbear's
goop,
laugh
the
is
Faz
evil and
goo
sinister.
or whatever
Not
that
only
like
is it
turns you
lore
into
relevant,
liquid.
there's an aspect to it that is really
And I'm like,
uniquely
okay, these are
scary
too
to me.
stupid.
When I was younger, I would have these recurring nightmares.
Yeah, one of
about
them there's like a
these
game
two
developer
siblings
named
coming
Matt,
into my
and then
room and debating whether or
Springtrap
not they were
gets
gonna kill
birthed
me,
out of his
and the
stomach like a
older
chest
brother
burster.
Sounded exactly like
It
this.
happens.
So
I don't know
there's
what
that
else to
sort of
say,
unique
man.
aspect that makes it extra creepy to me. Unlike the
Yeah.
other games, Phone Guy isn't here to explain the premise. He's not in the game at all, actually. Well,
Oh, by
kind
the
of.
way,
He's only
I
just
just
the
mentioned in this
tutorial.
thing, so
Instead, the game opens
the
with a
laugh,
countdown,
Fredbear's
5
laugh
days
in this
until the
game is
party.
like really scary to
here
me
we go.
because of
So
like
before
a
the start
nightmare
of
that I
each
used to
night, you're
have.
thrown
That's
into a
for
minigame
real. I don't have it
counting down the
anymore. I
days
haven't had it
until
in
the
years,
party.
but like
in these minigames, you play
a
as this
character
crying
in a
child
nightmare that I
tormented by
used
his
to have
brother and
sounded
guided by
exactly
this
like that. It was
creepy
pretty
Fredbear
scary.
plush. We learn that this kid is terrified of the animatronics and apparently witnessed something terrifying. You
let's
soon
see.
learn that this party is this kid's party.
Someone got paid to
After
write
beat
that
night
real
5,
money.
it's
Yeah,
the
I know.
day of the party.
Have I read them?
The
I have
older brother and
not.
his
I have
bully
not.
friends
I've
further
just
torment the
read.
crying
I've
child
watched
until-
Daco's videos about them. Hold on. Here it comes.
Was that the bite of 87?
And
Was
so,
that the
at
bite
least
of
for the time
87?
being, we figured out the bite of 87 until the 1983 date came up, but whatever. After beating night
let's
6,
see. Sorry,
the
I'm looking
crying
at all the
child
notes
is
that I have
seen
for this.
in a void with a voice talking to him. Who exactly is speaking?
Okay, I did all
is up
that
for
stuff.
debate.
Yeah, I guess.
Then his plushes
I'm gonna
including
wait
his
until
Fredbear
I
friend
want to look at
disappear
some of the
and a quiet
videos that I
sound
mentioned
of a
in
flat
this
line
video
is
because
heard.
they're
There
very,
are
very
plenty
good.
of other little secrets in minigames.
Semi-canon
Of course,
FNaF
there's the
Vor fanfic is not something I
1983
ever have
TV
seen.
with Fredbear and Friends.
Well,
Phone
it's
Guy
not.
is
That
also
one isn't
technically in the
Vor.
game,
That
a
one's like
distorted and slowed version
he
of his
starts,
Night
as
One
far as I
FNaF
remember,
World
that one's
can be
like
heard sometimes in the ambience.
it literally is like
Some
Empreg.
people
He like
pointed out that this is where the
grows
Bite of 87 was
slowly. He
first
doesn't like
mentioned,
eat him, I
further
don't
putting
think.
the focus of the
But
game on
Vor
this.
is
In one area of the
canon,
minigame,
is
you
fully
double back
canon
and see
with
the
the
purple guy helping someone in a SpongeBob suit. And another large
Twisted
part of
Ones
Fury
and Sister
Crafting section
Location where
is
they
your bed.
eat them.
Behind you are items on your bedside table that will change. Flowers, a bottle of pills, and an IV bag. If you're not looking in the heat of gameplay, you won't notice it, but the changes are definitely there. Less of a secret and more
I mean,
like
think
a
about in
fact.
Twisted Ones, there's a whole
Pictures on
scene
the
where they
wall
unhinge
are
their
of
jaw
Sagan's
and try and
family.
eat someone, and they do
Then
eat
there's
someone.
2020 mode. By going
I mean,
into
she
the
lives,
Extras
but
menu and typing 2020 into your keyboard,
she does
you
get vored in
unlock
that
an
book.
extra and hard night, although it
Don't
doesn't
like it.
reveal
Don't
anything
like it.
besides giving
No
you an
good.
extra star. But I know what you're thinking. There's something else, something missing, and you're right.
I'm in
There is
FNaF
one
4
last
office.
thing.
That's
After
what that
beating
image on
Nightmare
Twitter
Machine,
was.
you get a
I was
screen
besting around
with a
on
box.
a Discord call with one of my friends, setting up
Clicking on the two logs moves them
OBS.
slightly, but there's no way to open it. There were countless attempts,
and
even going into the source
I
code
just
to
had
find out.
the
After a
FNaF
while, the text
Pizzeria
appears on
Sim
screen.
background on, and it was just like,
Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now.
let me see if I can
So
get
it
this
began.
image, like.
Alright, this is the mother load of theories, so we'll get to that.
There I
last.
am in FNAF
For
4.
now, it's pretty much the usual stuff. The fan fan songs. Break My Mind slaps so hard. Fan games. There was a really cool Iron Horse Cinema. Five Nights at Freddy's.
Iron Horse Cinema. I remember all that stuff. Let's see. I've heard stuff about Agony and Love being an extension of Remnant. My first was, wait, are we trying to turn Remnant into the Force? Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with that.
Short film. If I remember correctly, this is when the hate train for Five Nights at Freddy's really picked up because of the infamous Five Nights at Freddy's PewDiePie video where he wasn't scared at all.
Okay, bud.
Of course, there was the Bite of 87 meme that
Bite
came
of
up
87.
more
Okay,
recently as, like, a meme
there's some
resurgence.
stuff I want
On
to
my
talk about
personal
in
note,
this, but I'm
was
waiting
the
for it to
first game
happen.
I ever actually finished. And Scott
First
Cawthon
game I ever
also made
beat.
a Halloween
First
update.
FNaF
There was
game I
a
ever
lot of
beat.
debate about what all of this update meant in the story, but Scott Cawthon clarified that it was largely non-canon, so it was more just for fun. Okay, theories. There are so many theories for this.
I'm really
It
excited
would
to talk
be
about this because there's two of my
insane to try
favorite
and cover them
FNaF
all, so I'll break it up
like
into 4
videos from the
points.
community
Bite,
ever.
The main story, the box, and of course, Dream Theory. The bite. Now, the most obvious explanation
By the
for
way,
this
guys,
bite scene is that it's the bite of 87.
I am
But
just
the
sort of
entire thing was
all
thrown
messed
into
up on my
question
hands.
with the
So I've got
1983 Easter egg. There were 2 ways to interpret this. This
I've
was
got
actually a separate
that
bite
little
called the Bite of
mark that
83,
was
or
basically
this
my
was
skin
the
just
Bite of
peeled off.
87,
But
and
then
in
I was
1983
playing the
they
bass
date
and I
of
tried to
Fredbear's
plug my
family.
bass in.
In the current FNaF
My
lore
whole
meta,
like
I have no idea
thumbnail
what the
got
more
peeled
accepted
off.
theory is, but there you
It's
go.
horrible.
To me, this being the Bite of 87 makes
Let's
the
see.
most sense.
Okay,
because
anyway.
Scott was literally telling us it was in the source code earlier. Then again, it wouldn't be the first retcon.
Glad I
in the
watched your
series,
review.
So there's that.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know there's
one more
apparently
thing I
some
wanna bring up
stuff
here.
I got wrong
It's
about.
more of a tangent, so bear with me.
Okay, I'm gonna skip this MatPat part. A lot of people didn't not like that I spent so long making fun of MatPat, one of MatPat's theories, but and I get it. I still stand by it. I think that MatPat video is stupid. And I think all of my points still stand, but I also get why people are like, why'd you take literally like, how long is this? Why'd you take literally like a 3-minute tangent to make fun of MatPat? I'm like, yeah. Let's see. But I think I removed it in the supercut. I removed a couple things or changed a couple things in the supercut. Let's see. Okay, anyway, let's see.
So the main story. How exactly does this all fit in? Well,
I'm
most
really
people
sad because I
generally
want to talk about.
believe
I
that
talk
this
about it
was
in
the
this, and I'll open those up when I
location
get there.
Zone guy talked
But there's
about
2
before
really
FNaF
good views.
2,
I love the
in
dream
between
theory,
FNaF
if I'm
2
being honest. A
location
lot of
and the location
everybody
scene with
hates
Sagan.
that theory and
But
thinks it's
when
stupid,
exactly
and
does
it
the
did have a lot of
show up with
issues.
Fate?
But seeing that
1983
happen
or
in real time
1987?
was
There's also
insane.
theories about who you were
And
actually playing
the dream
as.
theory,
A very
like,
popular theory is that we
when I
weren't the
first
crying
watched
child
it, I
victim
was
at
like,
all.
oh my god, there it
We were his
is.
brother, seeing imagery of
That's
the
it.
hospital room of his
That's
brother
the-
whose death was his fault. Haunted by the masks
That's
and
the-
imagery
that's-
of the
that's-
restaurant
that's
and his
the
friends
thing.
who
That's
helped
it. It's
him make
finished.
The worst mistake of his life.
That's the
Finally,
finish.
Fredbear
Because like
confronts him in
the thing I made fun of
fight,
here
attacking
was
him now.
a different
It's a
dream
decent
theory
theory.
about how like
Alright, the
if he got bit, then
What
how
the
did if
fuck
he got
was
bit?
inside?
How did he
Theories range from Springtrap
how did he?
to
Why is he having
meta-analysis
nightmares still?
of the
But
community
the
as a
actual
whole. Scott
dream
ended up addressing
theory
it in
about
a
how it's all a
community
dream
post
is like.
saying that it's
I mean,
one
there's
of the
lots of
only mysteries
issues
the
with it,
community
but
has yet to
I
solve,
really
and
like
ended by
that video.
saying some things are best left forgotten
Because at the like
forever. To be honest, as the game moved on,
I don't know.
this has sort of been forgotten. And
it's
I'm not really gonna have
it
a
was
chance to
it felt
talk about it,
satisfying to
except if
make
I
all those
decide to make
connections.
a series like this on the books. So I want to talk about this specific point right here. This was a sort of retrospective stream that Markiplier did with his friend Tyler.
Markiplier or retrospective? Okay, here it is. I gotta go to this. That's like this is one of my favorite things to ever happen in like the FNaF community. Markiplier FNaF stream. MatPat made a good point about the events. Well, here's the weird thing. The events may not have been real. The things that inspired them were not pointless. Exactly. And here's the thing. Like, is that not kind of what's happened anyway? With, like, Scott Cawthon being canon and, like, the games that we're playing. Wait, so isn't the dream theory not, like, fully real, but, like, the issues that people had with that about, like, nothing being mattering? Aren't the games of Five Nights at Freddy's like canon in Five Nights at Freddy's, and they're like made by Scott Cawthon? This series is out of control. People clown on Dream Theory, but everyone kind of forgot Matt Pat's FNAF 1 theory, where he said that the game was based on a shooting at Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's not that he hasn't confirmed or denied that. There's a picture of him. And in Help Wanted, they're like, this guy made all these defamatory things. And then shows screenshots from the game. I don't know how much more confirmed you can get. Like, I mean, maybe, like, the idea is that, like, all of the true events inspired him to make those games. But that's just Dream Theory again. I can't stand it.
Brilliant, like no joke. That
Anyway, this was like one of my favorite things where they're talking about the box, the FNAF 4 box.
Well, my question would be, with 2 locks, it makes me think like...
Because this is something I hadn't even thought about before, and I hadn't heard anyone bring up. The idea that the box has 2 locks, so like that means there might be you need 2 keys to open it. Hadn't even thought about that before in my whole life. Hadn't seen anybody bring it up. And then even after it was introduced, there's 2 people who made Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And then he just brings it up. And then it was like, everyone was just like, wait a minute. Huh?
where it's almost too convoluted, that we need some answers. And I think that Sister Location has answered a lot of things.
Well, my question would be, with 2 locks, it makes me think like 2 different people have to have keys.
I love this.
I've never thought of that.
The chat was going crazy.
Kind of like the nuclear codes, how there's 2 people that have to turn the key at the same time in the movies.
You're right.
See, this is why I bring him here. I never thought
it was like, I remember watching this and just being like,
are there 2 people that made them?
wait a minute. They're literally, that was the craziest part, is he didn't know anything about the game, and he's like, did 2 people make it? Because that's what I thought. And then it's like, there were. Very recently that was established, huh? And it would even make sense because FNAF 4 and the first book that introduces that were being written at the same time.
Are there? There are, because Sister Location just established that.
If you have not watched this stream, watch it. It's so engaging and entertaining. I love that video so much.
Who didn't really know much about the games. There's plenty of theories and ideas thrown out, most of which weren't exactly groundbreaking.
FNAF Gaming said, yo, he's spitting.
There's one moment when they were talking about the box that I remember.
Well, my question would be, with 2 locks, it makes me think like 2 different people have to have keys to open the box.
I've never thought of that. Oh.
See, this is why I bring him here. I never thought of
makers of the animatronics, like, are there 2 people that
it's a fantastic stream. It's outdated now, obviously, because his Sister Location had just come out.
Because Sister Location just established that. Because there are.
It's moments like that, these moments of sudden realization.
It's
where
like,
pieces start
it
coming
really
together
makes
and
me
you have this
miss
light bulb go off
the
that I think
old
perfectly
theory
captures why
crafting.
the theory community
Like, come on,
grew so
when was the
quickly.
last time anything
These
actually
aha
felt like that with
moments.
working
Speaking
on,
of aha moments, the
like,
Dream Theory.
FNAF
During a stream by
theories?
Matt
When was the last time
and some of the
anybody
biggest
felt like that
theorists
about
in
it
the
at all?
community at the time, Scott Cawthon began live updating his site to communicate with them. All of these questions
And this whole
hence
part,
led
oh
to
my god.
this little moment.
This stream was crazy.
This is weird.
And this moment,
But it's one of the things that immediately jumps to my mind. Is it possible? Again, this is completely off the wall. Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
And it was just, yeah.
and the way Daco's like,
FNAF 4, which
like,
takes
hold
place
on,
inside the
same
mind of a
brainwave,
child.
and they're like making all these connections that, like, even though that theory isn't correct, when you look at it through that lens, things start connecting. And I love, I don't remember this guy's name who's also here, but he's in Scary Game Squad, I think. But him just like, just losing his mind. It's so funny. Yeah, I understand, but just
so
it's
began the Dream
so
Theory. For
insane.
full explanation, watch
But
Matt
that was a
Pat's video.
crazy stream.
But I remember the
And then
feeling of what
all
seemed
of the
like
connections being
finally
made, like,
uncovered
again,
everything.
even though it was wrong, when was the last time making a theory about FNAF felt like that at all?
That's why Scott said he wondered if the community would accept it. Obviously, it turned out to be completely wrong, and it sounds kind of insane thinking about it now, but
Like, I want to know,
Part of me
when was the
really
last
felt at the
time
like this was a good
the video
thing.
audio?
We had
Okay,
finally
yeah.
solved everything, and most parts at the time seemed to fit. I just had the sense that the story
Is this
had
is
been
this better?
solved. What a naive little shithead I was.
Does
Okay.
does
so where's
anybody
the C
like
level? I'll probably get some shit for this, but I'm putting it in B tier. A lot of people think that I've
like
seen
when
it
was
as
the
one of
last
worst
time
games in the whole
people
series, but
really
like I said, it's one of the only
like
ones that
I
says
actually let me know in the
yes, the
chat
visuals
and
aren't
for the
great,
people watching the
and
VOD
yes,
in the
that is sort of
comments
when the story started going
when
downhill, but
like
in
the
general,
last
the
time
audio
you
was
had
really
one
great.
of those
It's still really
moments making
scary,
theories for
and
FNaF
even
or
with
thinking
all
about
of the
FNAF
stuff,
at all
I think it deserves
where
to
you're
be
like
at least on the
because
same
it's like
level as
again
Five
like
Nights
we've been
at Freddy's
talking about
story.
the story got too hold on the story got like too much going on. They kind of just have to explain things to you because it's so convoluted. But like the actual thing where you're like you make a connection that you haven't heard anyone make before about two like very wild things that like seem to further the story in some small way. Like that was what was so fun about FNaF for so long. Just being like, wait a second. Wait a minute. And then like and then when you think about it and then you think about it and it connects to something else that you haven't even thought about when you first like it's been so long since anything felt like that, I feel like. Which is kind of one of the reasons I fell off. Been here since FNaF VHS videos. Wow, dang. Thank you. I'm glad you're still here. Me stopping making FNaF VHS videos did not scare you off. Okay, here we go. FNaF World.
The most different out of any Five Nights at Freddy's game to date. It doesn't necessarily mean it's better, but it definitely changed things the most. But before we get into it, I'd like to thank our sponsors.
Skip this sponsor. They're not paying me for this. I've seen some people ask if like I've gotten any sponsors after this. I honestly, I am not. I have gotten sponsor offers, not necessarily from Surfshark, but like I've gotten other sponsor offers, and I do not take them anymore because, thank God, Patreon and AdSense has been very kind to me, and I have felt like with the videos that I'm making, sponsorships sort of mess up the rhythm of the videos. Yeah, Patreon gang. Patreon.com, Sagan Hawks. Vote on videos like this one. Anyway, like, I don't know, the God, do you remember this trailer? What the but yeah, I just feel like sponsors sort of mess up the flow of the videos. But who knows if my AdSense starts going down? I'm not kidding. That FNaF, the supercut of the FNaF retrospective, makes up half of my income every month. It like does double what all of my other videos do. So you know, maybe if that falls off a little, maybe I'll take sponsors again. But so far, you know, I just feel like they kind of mess with the vibe. Let me see. I'm gonna open up OBS. Let me see. Oh God, that's way too far down. I just feel like I was too like. Anyway.
It would be stupid to compare this gameplay to the gameplay of any other FNaF game.
I rewatch the supercut often. How? I mean, thank you, but oh my God, that's a long video. Gotten my play button yet? I honestly, I haven't. I wonder if it got delivered to my old address, but I don't think so because I never even got an email about that. I think I might have to like apply for it to let them know to send it to me. Because my guess is so many people hit 100,000 now that it's like we kind of have to, you know, like we can't automatically send them out. You kind of have to apply for them.
Which they can attack, but so do your enemies. So instead of specific turns, you can time certain attacks or moves to defend against the enemies.
Rewatching Supercut last night. Oh my! And now you're watching me watch the Supercut. You guys have more patience than I do.
You can use
Dang.
moves you get from chests around the overworld, beating
I didn't even rewatch the stuff after this. I just sort of
things like armor, and chips. If you do
went
tricks party, you are stuck
to
with
each
only
one and like
fewer
wrote
versions
down
of the
thoughts I
game
had off the
party
top of my head for
start with
notes.
more unlocked. In adventure mode, you start with the classic FNaF 1 characters and one
I have to say, I really
and the FNaF
this
2
game,
characters
like,
are
it's
separate
not
classes.
high quality, as high quality as the other
Now
ones.
you
It's not
lead
like,
to a new challenge.
yeah, this is the best
Only a random
RPG,
character
but
from
it's
the game
fun. I actually really like FNaF
if
World.
you beat it.
Um,
Obviously, the harder to beat and the higher level, the better the moveset is.
You were watching the Supercut today and then hopped out of it to watch me watch it? Dang. I mean, me watching it is at least slightly newer than. I'm glad people are still connecting with that one. What's been crazy to me is that it has so many views and FNAF's community is a lot tighter knit than it used to be. That, like, if you're in the FNAF community, you probably have seen it. Like, most people have probably, like, at least seen it in their recommended or something, which is, like, really scary. FNAF World Episode 1 and 2 are my favorite retrospectives because the first one I saw is just a perfect breakdown. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of glad that I ended up splitting up into two pieces. I mean, they're shorter, you know? They're not as long, but I'm glad because I feel like it would have gotten maybe a little too convoluted. And FNAF World is definitely the game that I've spent the most hours in. I mean, that's just because there's more gameplay to it, but you know,
becomes really interesting and a fun balancing act.
I've played through the game probably 2 or 3 times all the way, and then I've started new games like 7 times. Just never finished them. Supercut is special because it's what introduced me to your channel. I mean, yeah, it's crazy how much bigger it is than everything else. Like, I don't even think I have anything else that hit 1 million views, and it's at 3.3 million views.
They take you to more and more simplified versions of the overworld, which you can use to get around blocked areas. However, as Fredbear warns, don't go too deep.
What, Little Nightmares? Yeah, God. That was... I really like Little Nightmares. I'm glad people like that one. I love Little Nightmares. It's one of my favorite games. Second one is pretty good. I like it. It's more than pretty good. It's really good. But I like the first one the most just because of the setting.
Although some of the designs are really great, like the Nightmares, sometimes in an attempt to make them look cute, they look scarier than they did in the original game. Here's another thing about the visuals. They are insane. Later on in the game, it's just a million particle effects and
God, I had so much fun recording footage for this one though.
Feel like shit is going down, but
Five Nights at Famous in my bio. I should. What am I right now? Am I lovable chump still? Father, founder of Tomartopia.com. Oh my God, these. Oh no. I'll wait till the next one.
It makes the whole game feel cohesive.
Okay, you know, there's something I remember. I need to know if anybody else was watching like Razbowski play this game at the time. Was anybody else watching Razbowski play this game?
Sound good and are memorable, and all the boss battles and fights are high energy because of the really good fight music. The sound effects for each move are satisfying and really cool. Honestly, just the sound in general in FNaF World.
I was trying to make sense of the FNAF story because I was trying to figure out why people were clamoring to play for Springtrap and be in Dead by Daylight. I think he should be also. I don't even play Dead by Daylight that much, but he should be.
But let's just start with the basics. The game opens with a pair of
let's see.
staring in the darkness and the lines.
Yeah, okay. Someone in here watched Razbowski play this. There is a thing that has been in my brain, and I wanted to mention it, but I couldn't find a good clip of it.
Now it can be seen here.
But
Something went very wrong.
I even recorded me talking about it, but I ended up cutting it out.
I will put you back
There's something I remember Razbowski saying,
progressing with the advice of Fredbear.
where he said, while he was playing this, whenever he would be going, he kept going back to the phrase, pop it on the go. Like, we gotta pop some hot cheese on the go. Like, it is in my brain forever, is pop it on the go. And, like, my friends will know that when this game came out and for like 2 years after that, I said pop it on the go all the time. Pop some hot cheese on the go, pop pizza on the go. And like that, I don't know why.
Congratulations, you beat an imaginary monster.
It's that, like, that is just pop some healing on the go. I don't know why, it's just that sentence is so funny to me. And I was gonna bring it up in this video, but I couldn't find a good example of him actually saying pop it on the go. So I feel like that was just me like taking multiple things that he said and making it into one thing. Pop a pilly on the go.
This time it leads you to the real final boss, Scott
But
Cawthon
God.
himself. He gives you a monologue that seems almost like venting his
Yeah, it's, I don't know why, it's such like a term. Oh my god, where am I? I didn't even change my background. Where am I? I'm still in FNaF 4. Also, my green screen is, there we go. I didn't have an office for this one, this is just the background. What is going on with my green screen right this second?
A strange fisherman tells you that there's
I'm gonna work on this while this plays.
After a bit, the game ends. By walking into the lake and
I think
pushing
just the
down,
lighting
you
has
begin
changed in
falling
my room.
aimlessly in a void for 2 minutes. Finally, it cuts to an image. What exactly this is has been
Filters.
debated. An angel, Scott Cawthon and his kids.
Oh, that's for the
Either
whole
way,
thing.
It will stay here until you shut the game off.
Filters.
Whichever character you have as party leader will appear when talking to Fredbear.
Sorry?
There's 2 of them. And as the game explains, there cannot be 2 Fredbears in the same time and space. So the game
Is that,
ends.
yeah, that's better. That was weird.
This end occurs when you enter the mysterious
Yeah, that's
tunnel
way better.
and
Okay.
move to a secret boss. Chip.
Okay, anyway.
Lumber Company. Essentially, Chipper is upset that his franchise was set aside for FNaF, and that's why.
What
he
if I
wants to
did the whole
destroy
stream,
him. After you
the
defeat
whole
him,
rest
he
of the
says
stream
you
like
haven't
this?
seen
Hold
the
on.
last of him, which, to be fair, is true. And finally, the clock ending. See, when talking to Fredbear at the end of his dialogue, you get a done button.
Hey guys, it's me, a ghost.
Press it after a while.
My lips are like way more.
Fourth wall, leading you on a different objective, finding the clocks. When activating these secret dialogue options, clocks will begin.
That would be
appearing
cool.
on the
Haha,
board.
that would be funny.
Each
Anyway.
has a unique puzzle. The first has the player pushing Balloon Boy into a box. The second has the player activating 4 square
I
buttons.
think FNaF World might have been the last time I felt the like, oh my god, like the clock's ending was the last time I felt like really interested, because then when it was like, this is about the 3rd game and the, like, it's meta in that the player is helping free the souls, and that was like, oh, that's cool.
The eyes in the dark again. We are still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you.
I have now joined the Patreon club. Yeah, thank you so much.
The end.
Have to go to work now. All right, see you later.
What the clock ending
Thank you. Oh my god, I was not actually expecting anybody to.
Let's just talk about some of the
Sagan dies in front of 40 people, 2021 colorized.
Oh, also, each ending has a unique trophy that once you get it will appear on your menu screen.
Is there ever an answer to who the player was in the 3rd game? I think it was just like it was more of a meta thing. It was like like who actually the protagonist in the 3rd game was. I don't think so. I mean, a lot of people interpret it as being about what's his name, like Michael Afton doing that,
For
but
most of this, I want to talk about the clock ending and what the community really thinks it means. But first, let's talk about some of the simpler stuff, general audience reception and things like that. Firstly, a lot of YouTubers known for playing Five Nights at Freddy's, like Markiplier for instance, decided not
yeah,
to
I
play
think
it.
so.
And I can't
All of
blame
the
them.
protagonists are
If you
Mike,
are
yeah.
playing a Five Nights at Freddy's game or a Let's
What's
Play
my
of a
favorite
Five Nights at
game?
Freddy's
FNaF 2.
is different than the appeal
I
of
think it's the
FNaF
best
World.
one.
FNaF World is not scary,
And
and
sometimes I'll go back and
it's
forth
not
between
super
FNaF
long, so
1
there's not a lot of investment
or
you get out of it.
4,
It's more of a joke
sometime,
fun
or
game, and
sometimes even
so
3
as
when
I
it comes to the
understand
story,
it,
but I think FNaF 2 is the best one, and that's
on a more personal note,
pretty much my
I've
favorite
also
most of the
played this
time.
game, inserted the term
Yeah, that's
"pop it
pretty
on the
much my
go" into
favorite,
my
so.
general lexicon for 2 years.
Yeah,
Okay,
pop it on the go.
what
There it
does
is. I did
clock
mention it.
ending
Okay.
mean? Well, the first and most obvious connection would be the Fredbear plush and the line, from Five Nights at Freddy's 4, I will put you back together. And there is a connection there, but first, let's talk about what each of the clock minigames mean. The
Oh, I
minigames
wanted to bring
range
up
from
another
private
person
activity
that I would love to
each
make a
of the
video
clock
with, because we were talking about
correspond to a secret minigame in FNaF 3.
like
Specifically, the hints on how to
collabs
get
at some point. Another person I'd love to work with
different things on the
is
wall.
Ro Romden. Really great like video essay commentary style videos. with lots of cinematic aspects to them, and it'd be very cool to make a video
That's FNaF 4, the
with that
Know what
creator
happens at the
also.
end of the Happiest Day minigame. The children gather together to help free the soul of the Golden Freddy victim. I think you can see where I'm going here. Due to the meta nature of the game, it's assumed by the community that when Fredbear
Am I gonna play Security Breach on release day? I'm probably not gonna stream it, but I'll probably play it when it comes out if I have time. What is that? What day does it come out? 16th? Is that it? 16th? Yeah, I'll do that. I'm going up north for the holidays soon, but not then, I don't think.
It's weird how it's almost
Yeah,
handed
not
away
not
like
by then.
super meta. Like the Fredbear plush knows that he's in a game. Really weird. Now, I want to be clear here. It's not 100% confirmed that this is what all of this means. This just seemed to be the general community consensus when the game came out. And at least for Update 1, that is the relevance to these games at large.
Rating, here I go. What did I rate
So
it?
where does the game go on the tier list? Well, despite
So
all
I
the
don't have as much to say about this particular game or one. I mean, honestly, I actually barely remember making these, like this video, these two FNaF World ones. I don't remember making these at all for some reason. Like, I don't have very many memories of them.
Bit of a rocky start when it was released, so I think C tier is a perfect place for it. It's just average. So, Scott Cawthon's website. Instead of teasing a new game, he teases. Let me know what you think.
Anyway, okay, now we can move on to FNaF World Part 2, which is where there's more interesting things to talk about. See, here was me trying to be a little cinematic again, but I still don't think it was up to par of what I would later do and what I did before, but
Something terrible is coming.
I'm surprised. Look how many people have stayed this whole time. That's crazy. It stayed like 40, between 40 and 50, like the whole time. That's awesome. Thank y'all for sticking with me.
I want to talk about the reaction to my last
It's funny how certain aspects of FNaF World are...
trailer I was talking about remembering. You guys found it.
Have you figured out what's wrong with your room? The door seems a little strange with the red light and all. I'm actually in the room with the red light right now. That's the office, and then I was filming before in the bedroom. Sad to see this is the only stream that I caught since the witch's house. Yeah, to be fair, I haven't really streamed very much.
I really appreciate all. Sorry.
I forgot. Forgot about this. Yami Mash had a little drama happen. Sometimes I'm funny. I don't know what you want to say. But yeah, this was crazy. Even though this was clear just on a FNaF archive website, it wasn't like that hidden. But like just a little drama. So it wasn't really that lost, but like I remembered this for years because I remember like thinking about like, oh, that's very smart of Scott Cawthon to include Markiplier saying it's one of the scariest games he's ever played. And I'd like had that in my head as a thing, and people were like, I don't think that's real. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Are you sure you're not misremembering it for something else? And I was like, this has to be real. And then some people found it, and that was really incredible. I'm so glad they did it. This is probably one of the scariest games I've ever played. And then
I really
sometimes I'm funny.
appreciate all of the people who spent their time looking for this and the people who actually found it. And it was just a really
Yeah, but that was really cool.
community
Oh,
with
speaking of the Lost Media video, I
update 2. If you
like
think things could get even weirder, you're about to do
I
something wrong.
I really what that video proved to me, despite it doing pretty well, that people were interested in coming back for the series and not just me making a FNaF video, because people did like that one, but it didn't do as well as like
Making games for a long
my assumption for a little while was like if I make it about FNaF, people will automatically like it. And I felt kind of bad because I was like, I kind of have to make FNaF videos exclusively, otherwise people won't watch. But then I made a FNaF video and it did pretty well, but it wasn't like the amount that the FNaF World or the retrospectives did. And it made me sort of realize like, oh, people are interested in what I have to say in this series, not necessarily just like, I want FNaF. I want FNAF. And that was very helpful for me to like
First FNaF World teaser
be okay with branching out and making videos about things other than FNAF.
This will be important as we move on to other
Let's
retrospective
see.
series, so keep that in mind. For teasers, it was pretty simple, with the exception of one. Update 2 coming soon. The additions of the FNaF 4 Halloween characters,
Let's see,
and in the
Papa,
corner,
go.
Foxy, JJ, and Chica in airplanes in the background. Then, an
Oh
April
yeah, okay, so something I have to say,
set a teaser for a new game, FNaF
the
7, Freddy in Space.
the music for these, I believe the music I'm using in this one is Ice
Then
Cave.
we're
It
back
might
to
not
the
be,
original teaser
but
with
the
new
music
tech,
in these games in FNaF
15-16.
World
With the release
is
down
so
set,
good. Leon
the stage was
Riskin
set
made
for
the
something
music.
new. But as a game, FNaF World Update 2 was in a weird spot.
But the music for FNaF World is just so fantastic. It's so amazing. I kind of miss Ice. I wish Ice Cave would have been in it. That's like, it's such a beautiful like it's such a vibe. That song is such a vibe. Yeah, because I remember Ice Cave was basically just on the website. It's like, oh, here's something you can expect to hear, and then they never used it, and then that got removed from the website. So like, it's kind of like lost media in that there's not an official source for it. It's just re-uploads.
It looks the same. It isn't inherently obvious that something has changed. It's actually really strange how you have to activate the content of this update. Near the spawn area, there's a large building. Walking into it will move you presumably inside. Here, things are 8-bit and monochrome, and there's kind of a cutscene
boy.
here, and we'll get into
Okay,
that
well,
in the story section.
after this, we've just got Sister
And
Location,
you were finally
Pizza
released
Simulator,
into
and
new
Ultimate
content.
Custom Night.
So let's talk
I believe
about
we're
it.
over halfway
In this
now.
update, they added 8 new characters.
When this is
Nightmare,
done, though,
Jacko
I'm going
Bob,
to
Jacko
take
Chico,
another quick
Nightmare
break
Balloon
to
Boy,
use the
and
restroom and
Coffee,
refill my water.
Mr. Chipper, and Purple Guy. The main event for the gameplay were the new mini-games that were
First
added
thought of you is that you
unlock
would be
the
similar to
Let's
Summoning
dive right into
Salt.
it. Foxy
when I
EXE
watched the
is a
Dinosaur
movie
Maze
that
game.
starts like a desperate
I really
where
liked
you
that video. I haven't watched a ton of Summoning Salt, so I'm not. I don't have the point of reference, but I know lots of people like him. He does like speedrunning videos, right?
As voice lines play over and over. Obviously, this is a play on the EXE creepypastas in subsequent games. At first, you just walk around, but things get harder as you run into Withered Freddy and then later a kitten. To avoid these,
Yeah,
and
speedrun,
move
that's what I
forward,
thought.
You have to either turn away until they fade, or hide behind these black
The
shapes in
FNaF World
foreground.
Update 2 is
At the
so
end of this
wild.
minigame, you unlock Nightmarian. Foxy Fighters is a shoot-'em-up style scrolling shooter where you control Foxy
I remember people like,
alongside NPC
there's voice
fighters
acting in
Chica,
this.
JJ, and
There's
Mike
voice
Chica.
acting.
As you fight waves of enemies, finally defeating
And
the final boss,
a rainbow
Soul Blister,
calls you a
character from
dumbass in it.
another
Holy
previous
shit.
Scott game. Beating the game with a performance of rating B or lower unlocks Jacko Chica, and beating it with an A unlocks Nightmare BB.
This
Then
is
there's
one of the
Freddy
I
in
never beat
Space.
update 2.
There you go. Turns out the April
I,
Fool's joke wasn't such a joke.
I
This
made a
is Mega
video
Man-type
where I wanted to
side-scrolling
show the
shooter
ending where
you
I just
collect
cheated to
power-ups,
make my
shoot
characters
enemies,
high
and eventually
level,
kill the
because
final
I
boss.
literally was like
Scott
hours and
Pilgrim's
hours
head
of just
in a
like
jar.
grinding and being really upset, and I was like, people want to see that, whatever, who cares? I even said it in the video. I didn't like hide it. I was like, I just did this because I like, and some of my progress got wiped. I was like, whatever.
And finally, Chica's Magic Rainbow. To any veteran FNaF player, that name will strike absolute fear into your heart. This is a side-scrolling platform that is most reminiscent of old rage games like Unfair Mario. This game is absurdly difficult with fake
This is one of my
outs,
favorite,
and
another example of people like correcting me, even though I wasn't wrong,
difficulty is high,
but they just thought that I was not cool enough or something. I don't know. I said that this was based on like, you know, Unfair Mario and Cat Mario or whatever. And someone was like, actually, this is based on I Want to Be the Guy Gaten. And I'm like, well, I mean, it is, but it's clearly like side-scroller Mario inspired also. The point is, it's inspired by like Rage Impossible games. Like, I'm sure I Want to Be the Guy Gaten is part of that inspiration. People are like, yeah, you're wrong. It's like, I'm not wrong, I just didn't bring up I Want to Be the Guy because that's not what it immediately visually reminded me of, but whatever, whatever.
Otherwise, boss battles, character interactions.
I shouldn't be so salty. I'm not really, it doesn't matter that much, but I do like uploading like a 30-minute video and I say one thing and people will be like, actually, you weren't wrong, but I just feel like I need to correct you on something that you weren't wrong about. Anyway, there's really no, like early, I'm not. I'm.
Again, if you want
I'm not gonna complain about that anymore.
Go to my update 1 video. But for this new update, I do want to talk about a couple things. First, the mini games. Each one
Yeah,
has
don't have a
very
lot to say
specific
about these ones.
references
Again,
and
like I really
inspiration
love
not just in the gameplay, but in the visuals.
I really loved
Foxy.exe replicates
FNaF
the old
World, but
Windows
I didn't
XP
really
era
remember
game
making this that
concept
much.
with its classic
And
stock image
ugh,
desktop background.
honestly, I remember just being
Calls
like,
for
well, I
regular
gotta do
2D
FNaF
default
World, but
desktop. Then
you
actually
know,
playing the game, it's
I
clear
wasn't
that
really
the sprites in
sure
the game
about
ripped
like.
and placed into this low-budget walking game where you just walk on a plane with this.
I was just like, this is not that important.
Low-quality Sonic EXE ripoff
Listen
that
to my
spawned
voice,
highlights how
and you will
unscary they
find
are
the
by
key.
literally throwing a
Isn't that the
game
guy who
into
did the
the
singing for the
game.
Bohemian Rhapsody
Again, maybe
Bohemian
a little
Rhapsody
on those, but
movie?
still pretty
There's like
spot on
crazy
compared
people in this game.
for other mini games
Jimmy
like
Neutron
Foxy
is in this
Fighters and
game. Like,
Freddy
what the heck?
It's clear
It's
that these
insane.
are love letters to other games that Scott Cawthon enjoys.
It's like legitimately surprising the voice talent on this. And then, as everybody points out, Funtime Freddy is a JoJo's person.
Very clear through these mini games. Obviously, Foxy Fighters is a direct parody of games like Star Fox. Obviously, Foxy would need to be the protagonist for this one. With little
Ow, I
text
hit
popping
my
up and characters talking like
elbow,
little
not
puppets.
shoulder.
And Freddy in Space is clearly a love letter to Mega Man and other Metroidvania games. And for
That-
Chica's Magic Rainbow,
Anyway, people got annoyed that I
obviously the
said
happy-go-lucky
Mega
visuals
Man
contrast with the absolute
and
rage and fear of
Metroidvania.
playing the game.
I'm not
There's
saying
this
Mega
weird
Man is a
balance
Metroidvania game,
like
but they're
other
very
games
inspired,
in
and
the
Scott Cawthon likes Mega Man,
There's this
and
weird
it's a
use of
Metroidvania
assets.
style,
The
so it's
petals on this
inspired by
flower just
both, but
flying
people
out.
didn't
If
like
you
that I
wanted to make a game that
equated
was
Mega
hard,
Man to a
you could've made something
Metroidvania.
that would shoot
Even
them,
though
and
they're
spikes
pretty
and shit.
similar, even though it
Instead,
technically
like
isn't
an
one.
Unfair Mario or Unfair Cat Mario and all that stuff.
Yeah,
It's
Kellen
sort of
Goff is
feeling
legitimately
assets
like,
ripped from a different game. But obviously
he's
this is
his
the
interview with
so I
Dawko
think
is
we
actually
should give a
really,
real
I really
appreciation here for the
like
care
that video.
Scott
It's
Cawthon
very
took in
informative.
recreating each of these styles of games. And I quickly just want to touch on the new
He also made a
characters
video
on
with
Halloween
Dawko,
State. I
like
honestly wonder if this
going to
was originally
Jocko
planned
going to
be a
Chuck E.
Halloween
Cheese for the
update
first
and
time.
it
That was a very
or
weird
if this was
video,
all planned from the beginning.
but it was
Either
entertaining.
way, the new backstage area reminds me a lot of FNaF 4. Not just because of FNaF 4's Halloween update, but also the use of spooky houses, trees, and the color red and orange. I think it's done this way almost to remind you that yes, FNaF is still a horror series, even if this game isn't.
Part 2, update 2 on the audio.
Okay, let's get the big thing out of the way. Voice acting, fully voiced characters that aren't Scott Cawthon. Let's go into a little more detail here. For a few of the minigames, they are fully voiced with all of the characters. That, and also, the end. But what's really interesting about things like Foxy Fighters is the names here are actually pretty impressive. For instance, JJ, Toy Chica, and
yeah.
Nightmare Chica are voiced by Amber Lee Connor, who's done voices for Borderlands 3, My Hero Academia, and a Final Fantasy game.
Like, it's a
Foxy
surprising
is
amount of
voiced by Jesse
voice
Adams,
talent
who's
here.
been in Marvel's Avengers Academy, and other characters like
By the
Solo
way,
and
Debbie
Fredbear were
Derryberry
respectively
is an
the
insane name.
staples of
It's
FNaF
like a
and
cartoon
FNaF.
character name.
JJ
How lucky
would
do you have to be to
confirm
get the
call.
name Debbie
The
Derryberry?
introduction of fully voiced characters is very important to the series as we go on, but for now let's just talk about it in the context of this game. In Chica's Magic Rainbow, the rainbow itself mocks you whenever you die, including what I think
I
are the
remember
universal
hearing
sense of, like, an
Chica's
actual
Magic.
swear word
Hold
in
on.
a FNaF game. Oh, and
They even bleep it.
don't try to turn off the voice.
Oh, really? It's like that. Voice is off, you say? Well, now
You-
you really pissed me off.
You can
Now,
kind of
obviously,
tell
there's a lot to
that
praise
it's
in the game, specifically the high-pitched, overly happy sound. But guess who voiced the
it's
rainbow?
Jimmy Neutron when you listen to it.
I'm not joking. Jimmy Neutron's voice, Debbie Derryberry. Is that her name? That is an insane name. She was
So, oh my god, I said it in this video. Oh my god.
Point out is they have
This is just
star
me
power.
saying the same stuff I've
Star
said in the
power.
retrospective over
Voice
again.
lines in the background of
Um,
Foxy.exe. Mark Martell, aka the guy who did Freddy.
Yeah, I knew it. Foxy EXE guy.
The point is, this is a star-studded cast. And of course, we couldn't talk about voices without talking about Toy Chica's little debacle. I'll just play it.
You won't get tired of my voice.
Voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? This was so weird. This was like just barely a dated like YouTube hoop-esque bit. And then definitely now it's not as funny as it used to be. I mean, it's funny that it's in the game, but like, you know.
Just play over and over and over and over with no breaks. This game is really good at annoying the shit out of you on purpose. Before we move on, I want to talk about the...
I gotta take my break right now. I'm so thirsty. I will be back very soon. Not FNaF, but whatever. Gonna put that on. I will be back very soon. See you all in one moment. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Ba, ba, ba. Welcome back, welcome back. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Haha, welcome back, everybody. Okay. Let's just keep going, because we're already closing in on 3 hours. Oh, I went full screen. I should not go full screen.
My last video, I didn't really talk about it that much, but I think the person who composed it deserves some credit. Leon Riskin. There are actually some tracks that I remember being available that didn't make it into the game
Hold on,
or
what
on the
is
FNaF World
happening?
website. The music is all catchy, memorable, it's just really good, and I think the creator deserves some credit. Moving on.
What is going on? It's like...
Okay, the plot. Now there isn't a bunch of different endings or some clock ending that ties into the main
Okay, here
lore
we go.
somehow, but there is something
All right.
Like I said, when you first enter the game to
Yeah. So I forgot that the end of this game literally has Henry in it, and Baby shows up.
It's a vicious cycle, you know, but then most things in life are. The pendulum swings one way, then it swings the other. Now
Look at
we
that.
return to
That is
darkness.
horrible.
Something terrible is coming. Come back later. Maybe I will tell you more. From here, all you can do is leave.
Sorry. Anyway, not a lot to say about this one. This one is a little bit, I don't know. I don't have as much to say about FNaF World.
He tells you that the game bombed.
It's
To the poor reception of the game's
it is
release.
not my
He has
best
gone
one.
insane.
It is not the
No one
most
knows what
interesting
he is
one,
making, and
even though I will agree,
it's best you
FNaF
just leave the
World
game alone. However,
is
after
pretty
a
good.
lot of dots, you convince him to help you along. He lets you into a portal that leads you to the Halloween backstage area. where
Let me
unreleased
check my
characters
notes.
are.
What do I have written
the
about
only thing
this?
strong enough to defeat the Guardian that's protecting this thing that he is making.
What's
Here
my
is where
background?
you
Okay, it's still
salvage
FNaF
the
World.
code of the characters by completing the minigames their code
Yeah,
is
barely
used
remember
for.
making these
The
videos.
area that leads to the Guardian is filled with
FNAFworld.com.
toxic
God,
air.
yeah.
You need a full party of these new characters.
I made a whole new website for FNaF World. I forgot. I don't really talk about it that much in this, but that was kind of a big deal. And like later on, he started uploading like different teasers to each website about not even FNaF World at certain points.
Reference to, I think, what might be the first time we ever heard anything about the FNaF movie script, although I guess we didn't know that's what it was at the time. A reference to the plushies.
And yeah, that's basically all I have in my notes. There we go.
Early on in the FNaF movie development, generally like the first update of FNaF World, all the dialogue is very meta and jokey. After collecting all the characters and leveling them up, you enter the final toxic Geist
it's
area.
getting too late for
The
me. I have to
Geist
sleep,
layer
but
is
in case
filled
you
with
read that,
isolated and extremely difficult enemies.
I'm working on a FNaF fan film, and
Leads
if
you to
I
the
legit
final
made it,
boss.
I will probably call you to know if I could use your music song, your songs for the fan film. You know, obviously if you credit me, go ahead. I'd be interested to see what that turns out to be. I think there's not enough FNaF fan films, because I think there's lots of aspects of Five Nights at Freddy's that could really benefit from, you know, it could have a cinematic angle on
I'm
them.
impressed. What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm busy? You deactivated my games. I didn't know what else to do. I don't want to disappoint people, but my mind isn't right. I've made something terrible.
Remember when people thought this was Scott Cawthon?
Late to deactivate her. I'm
And it was
sorry.
like, Scott Cawthon literally
Lights
kills
go out
himself at the end
and-
of this.
The show will begin
Momentarily. Everyone, please stay in your seats. And everyone went, and then it comes back, and then
the lights cut back on.
blood.
Spills out around the desk man's head.
He's dead.
Black. To be continued.
Oh, sorry. This is I'm excited to get into the sister location one, because I have a lot more to say about that one.
After that, and we know generally that this was a teaser for sister location. but more theories we'll get into later. For now, I just want to talk about a couple miscellaneous things. First off, there's a secret path that lets you get into
Yeah,
the
there was a
backstage
lot of
area without ever talking to the desk
interesting
as Purple Guy tells you.
stuff about
Generally, this update was
like
received a lot
weird
better
hidden
than the
things in
first
FNaF
update.
World
It
that
added a lot of content, it was funny, and it was
were not
definitely
that
more
like
polished.
important to the
Plus, like I
story,
said, it
but
broke new ground
were
for the series.
definitely
A whole cast of
odd
voiced
that they
characters,
were
a teaser
added.
for the next game inside the game, and plenty of meta commentary.
But I guess he was
also
trying to
remember
like, you
Doctor
know,
having to play
fill
this
it
game
out.
in the hospital and just
Oh my
personally
god.
very
Yeah,
worried
I
about him.
forgot about
Also,
that. Do you
weirdly
guys
enough,
remember
there's
that?
plenty of fan games based off of FNaF World, although not nearly as many as
Do you
the
guys
games.
remember
People also drew comparisons to
Dawko being in the hospital for like lung surgery, I think, and he's playing this? That was crazy. I remember being very worried for that, man. But that was a crazy, like, I just completely forgot about that. He also had a different, was it the first FNaF World or some game where he was playing it from like a boat, basically?
The theories for this were pretty straightforward, actually.
We should have done more of the teasers FNaF World. Yeah, thinking about it now, like the hanging one and some of the other ones probably would have been better to... Again, this one I remember, like, not that I didn't care about it, but like I don't remember as much working on this one, and I felt like this one was sort of I honestly kind of feel like these are a little bit of throwaway videos, which, I mean, I'm glad some people have found me through this, but you know, they're
we'd find out pretty soon.
they are not the most comprehensive. And part of that is like, yeah, I left out some stuff, but also just FNaF World in general did not have as much going for it. I can't believe that was a whole like
and there weren't multiple endings.
What's the word? Like offshoot that we went on as a community for FNaF World. We just kind of, everyone was just like, yeah, it's an RPG now.
Great for the time and still fun to go back and play through.
That's just, I don't know, it's just wild that FNaF World was just like a thing. I didn't know anything about FNaF, but I heard about FNaF World and went, huh, colors. Yep. I mean, I love the art direction in that game.
If you're just here for the retrospectives, I would say don't bother subscribing over there. But if you're just interested in random content that I happen to make on the side,
yeah, follow my second channel if you haven't, by the way. Second channel's got a lot of content on it.
Even the fans getting ahead of Scott at one point. So we'll have to talk about that.
Yeah. Sister location. Let's go. This is when I was like, I really am gonna up the ante. Honestly, I remember thinking that this like TV, I mean, this is very clearly like edited in after, but I remember thinking it looked really bad, but it looks fine. It looks good enough. Yeah, but obviously this is not real. So this is, let me open up my notes for Sister Location. This one is another example of me being like, I really want to up the ante on the cinematic aspects of it. That was my only dress shirt at the time. And I kind of like, I hid my poor green screen with how dark everything was. But I was using a technique, I'd wanted to make like a Sister Location short film at one point, but didn't end up doing it, but I used a lot of techniques I learned from that on this. I remember thinking that it might be a little too disorienting, but I think it turned out pretty good. All the green screen aspects and stuff.
Press the red button now to
You know, especially if you've played through the game, you kind of know. Someone said, like, look how the lighting actually matches up with the lighting on his hand, the lighting of the thing. That was completely unintentional. I just filmed my hand in front of a green screen. And the fact that the lighting matched up, I'm like, wow, that really does help. But I did not mean to. There you go, Sister Location. Real cinematic opening. Pretty good. Pretty proud of that one. And then that little... pretty fun. And see, here's another example of me color correcting, basically, like, you know, everything's kind of blue and everything is very cool colors and stuff, because I wanted to make it fit what Sister Location looked like.
Now, it's important to mention here that a lot of the teasers that were going on around
Scott's
the
early
time
stuff reminds me of
Sister Location,
Osamu Sato's art
early
style.
stuff was
It's like
also happening at the
Eastern
same
Mind, The
time
Lost
as,
Souls of Tonga. I'm gonna have to look that up at some point. I've never heard of that. That is,
But the first big mystery to
I'll have to look that up. I do like a lot of
this
Scott
teaser
Cawthon's
was
older
released on
games,
Scott
like
Games,
his
so we
models
had
that he
letters
did.
as to
God, do you
what it
remember the
was. Plenty
lines?
of ideas as to what it could be, but then we found it and confirmed it.
God,
Someone went
that
digging
was
into the metadata of
insane.
an image and found the name Sister Location. Now, for the life of me, I can't find any.
Oh,
actual
LSD
evidence
Dream
that this
Emulator.
happened.
Yeah,
I just
okay.
know it did. I have a clear memory of someone posting on the subreddit that they went into the metadata. Like
So yeah, this was me
Photoshop
really
data,
trying to
and
go
they found
further
Sister
into the.
Location. But
This is another one of the long ones. It's close to a half hour long.
and I couldn't find anything on YouTube about
Spent a
it.
lot of time
I
working the
feel like
green
I remember it
screen. Let's
happening. And
see.
if I remember correctly, this is what
Oh yeah. So I mentioned this a couple times already, but I only beat Sister Location after this as like on Patreon. I asked people after I made this, like, would people be interested in me playing Sister Location on as like a Patreon Let's Play thing? And I hadn't done a Let's Play in a really long time, but people wanted to. Oh, hold on, I'm still in FNaF World. There we go. I'm in the Sister Location place. What keeps happening when I'm changing videos where it's like showing the white parts of the place around the video?
Extremely important. Scott had hidden a show schedule in the metadata for the new characters and also introduced the name Afton Robotics.
There we
This
go.
was a huge deal. For those who don't know, in the Silverized novel, William
Oh
Afton
yeah,
was
oh
the
my
main
god, this
character,
reminds me,
so his name held a lot of weight. There's also Chica's Party World,
Pre-Sister Location was when I was the most lore invested, yep.
One big
It
thing
really
about
was,
this
like,
era was the adult theory,
nobody was expecting what Sister
popularized
Location
by
was
the
gonna do.
fan creator Pop Goes. For a while, this schedule and all
Yep,
of this
Pop
stuff was
Goes,
connected
I
to this
remember
theory
it being a
that
huge
somehow
thing where
the
people were
next
like,
game was gonna be about a
no.
robotic strip club.
No, you don't understand. I really think Sister Location is gonna be about a strip club. It's gonna be about like robot prostitutes, like, and it's gonna be like, no, that's what it's gonna be.
Children's entertainment.
And then Scott Cawthon had to update it because it was too big of a theory, and he was like, this is not what's happening. And I remember I made some post about it way back then. Like, it wasn't this because this was not the era that it came out, but it was essentially like Pop Goes molding right now. I know. Purple Guy was just Purple Guy for like, it's crazy, for so long.
Get back to your stage teaser, and then of course the trailer. In typical Scott Cawthon fashion, the trailer was full of quick flashes of
I remember making a analysis video for the trailer.
Lines don't hold it against us. The completely new setting and themes and the audio. Some people thought this was a bunker in the robot apocalypse or a nuclear fallout
Like,
that occurred. This also had the opening which referenced
God.
all the other games quite aptly.
That was just.
Oh, and I almost forgot. Sister Location ended up being canceled due to leaks. Except obviously it wasn't. Brightening this teaser image, we get
Got canceled due to leaks. There was so much crazy, just
leaks and that the building was sold.
like teaser stuff going on. Like the canceled due to leaks thing, every single video is like, well,
Let's just get into it.
it actually hasn't been canceled. Boom, 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 boom. I bet you can't even see it down here. I have a.
Now the gameplay of Sister Location.
Hold on, let me open up OBS so I can actually see what I'm pointing at.
With the previous games. Each night in Sister Location is different,
Keyboard here.
very linear. It's more
I've been
story-based.
working on
Let's
music.
start with some of the gameplay
I'm
aspects
so.
that
This
stay
is so
consistent
tilted.
throughout the nights, and then
I'm
we'll talk
actually
about
so
each
tilted
night
right now. I'm
individually.
like
So
pissed
first
off.
The limited movement of FNaF 4 was expanded on in this game.
Oh, God.
While it is extremely limited
Now I've got to
in Sister
reset this
Location,
up.
WASD movement was added in certain sections.
There we
larger rooms, things like
go.
that. Otherwise, it's still a point-and-click game. Clicking,
Okay, there we
dragging,
go.
moving your flashlight, those are all your most important tools. Aside from that, how you use all of these aspects
POV,
changes
you
throughout
are
the
a
night.
picture frame.
So let's talk about each night. You start the night by coming down an elevator into the main compound of the game and walk through a room where you
God,
meet
there's
Laura
just
and Funtime Foxy back on their stage. From there, you
so
move forward
much
into a new room
around
where you
this
have
game
Sean
that I
Connery
remember,
joining
like,
Baby back to her stage.
I don't know, looking back on it in retrospect, it's not as good as I remember it being, and it has issues, and it kind of marked a some issues for Five Nights at Freddy's, but when this came out, this was so hyped up and exciting that like, oh my god, we're doing like whatever the hell this is. It was very exciting when this game first came out. And making a video for this game, I ended up learning a lot because Sister Location was when I started falling off a little bit. So this is when I felt like literally up until the Sister Location video, I was pretty much doing things off of memory and then looking up to double check. But I had to do barely any research. But this game, I had to like actually do research for different stuff because I didn't remember a lot, or I didn't know as much, because this is sort of where I started falling off. So I was very interested. What the fuck? I forgot that I did that. Sometimes I'm funny. Sometimes I'm funny.
As you move through the dark room. Move too much, Funtime Foxy will get you, so you have to use a flash beacon to locate Funtime Foxy and stop moving if they're too close. Once you make it to the next room, you have to perform maintenance on Funtime Freddy by pushing a series of buttons.
I'm gonna be honest, hey, to all my patrons who watched that, me playing the Sister Location, I actually didn't beat this part. I skipped this part in the Let's Play because this is actually legitimately, I think I might hate this part more than Night 4. I have beaten it. I have beaten this night before. Like, I have beaten FNaF that night before and done that before. But for that Let's Play, I was literally spending like an hour and a half trying to beat that part. Like, it's so... I think the problem with that part isn't like, oh no, I messed it up, because I could usually do it after a couple tries. But he does... Bon literally doesn't show up for like... shows up like twice, and it's like... it takes like 20 minutes for him to show up again, and you have to go all the way through the Funtime Foxy bit again to do that part. It's like very, I don't know. I think some of the saving and like checkpoints and Sister Location kind of suck. Night 4 isn't that bad. I think pre-update it was probably pretty awful, and it is very stressful. But it didn't take me as long as I thought it would to actually beat it after looking up actually how to beat it. You just have to know the strategy. But I think the Funtime Freddy repair is actually like one of the worst FNaF things ever. You get like 3 chances, but the amount of time in between chances, it's like 15 minutes of gameplay. And then if you lose, you have to go all the way back through Funtime Foxy's thing, which that whole thing is, if you don't want to get jump scared, you have to play it safe and take as long as possible. It's like, literally, why do that? Why make you have to go through, just checkpoint you where your last death was? It's so frustrating. I hate that you have to go through multiple things again. Sister Location is like a mixed bag for me. I love the blue atmosphere, the characters, the music, the custom night, but the flaws is that has saddest to me. The mere existence of Night 4, checkpoint system. It's a good game, but it should have been better. Yeah, I agree. Big agree.
If you look at his career, futuristic and sci-fi sort of...
My god, my ultimate custom night video was like 30 minutes too. Dang.
A futuristic style bunker with, well, you can't even call them animatronics at this point. They're just full-on robots. It's honestly the natural progression.
This is taking longer than I thought it would, but I've been having a good time. The worst thing in Sister Location, maybe FNaF as a whole, is the baby mini game to get the secret ending. Yep. I think FNaF, since the beginning, even if it was more sped up after like FNaF 4, the lore and gameplay sort of went from being like you have to think creatively and, you know, think outside the box and kind of like really try and figure out what it is what's being said, is like it just became convoluted and extremely challenging, like unfairly challenging. Like even FNaF 1 to FNaF 2, I still love FNaF 2, but that one had a lot of RNG. and sure 3 and 4 people will say are easier, and I agree, but like it went from being like it's about like thinking creatively and finding secrets to like literally just do this thing that I made super hard versus see if you can find the secret. It's like it's not really that much of a secret, but to get the ending you have to beat this thing that will take you 10 hours. Scary Game Squad talked about the baby mini game being sort of like not making any sense. Why it would take like making things that hard to just get some like basic information about the game. I agree. It's a little it kind of creates a barrier to the lore part, where in like FNaF 1 most of the stuff was random chance. And it happened enough that if you were playing if you like played through the whole game, you'd at least find some cool secrets. And then by sister location, it was like either the really obvious things like don't go into baby's room tonight. It's like, well, of course I'm going to do that. Or it was like I'm going to make you have to play through this nearly impossible mini game that has an extremely low chance of getting it, so that you can do this random tiny difficult thing and then beat an even harder thing to get like a secret ending that really doesn't add very much value at all because it's not even canon. It's like, why? Why do that?
Essentially takes the place of Phone Guy in this game, but is not voiced by Scott Cawthon. He goes through more than one voice, actually. Baby's dialogue is pretty much the most important aspect of storytelling.
How do some streamers stream for like 6 hours every other day or like every day? How does it happen? How do they do that?
Just every other performance. On the sound design generally, while it isn't quite as gameplay oriented as some of the others, with the exception of
Oh yeah, Custom Night was fun.
It's where most of the horror comes in.
So hidden way to get the baby and extras. Yeah, that's true. Yep, ear ringing. I was talking about that earlier. The ear ringing ambience in this game really like adds something, I feel like.
And then there's the music. Fun fact, there was actually a whole controversy that the Escapist 2 lockdown theme would actually been
Oh my god, I forgot about that. The Escapist
is actually just a really common like loop in GarageBand or something like that.
Do you remember? Does anybody remember that? I remember the FNaF Steam forums were like lit up, and it's like, we must harass the creators of the Escapist because they are literally stealing FNaF sister location's music. But it was just a loop on like GarageBand.
Okay, let's talk about the plot on a surface level. Like I said, it's a lot more linear and story-based this time around.
Halfway through this one, so then we got Pizzeria Simulator and then Ultimate Custom Night.
And William Afton himself. They discuss the designs of the animatronics, and the investor seems confused and slightly concerned about the design choices. Then the game starts in an elevator as the hand unit explains your role here. Cleaning, maintenance, and general repair.
God.
It's explained that after the closing of
Do you guys remember like just the first time you saw that opening part of FNaF Sister Location, the opening cutscene?
The next night, however, the power goes out and the baby animatronic reveals she's somehow
like that was
trying to protect you from the other animatronics.
Just slow build up, and it was just like, and then he goes Mr. Afton, and it goes boom, and it was like,
next night has a bit of an extra story element that is optional.
No way, dude. I actually have a funny story about playing Sister Location the first time. It came out and I wanted to make a let's play of it, but I was like hanging out with one of my friends and I was like, oh yeah, let's make a let's play together. But the let's play didn't end up working and the game glitched. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'll just wait till I get home. I don't want to spoil it for myself for my let's play. And then my friend just played it and was going like at the laptop, and I was just like, okay. I remember just being so sad because it was just like, oh my god, oh my god, and I was like, but I want to look at it, but I have to wait. I have to save it for the let's play. Just funny because I was doing a let's play for like 50 people. Like I wasn't a big let's player. I don't know. It's very weird.
The next night, you're led to repair Baby. She interrupts you and tells you to take her chip out and send her to the
You know what
street for a
also
conveyor belt.
sucks,
Warns you, though, Dolores
but I actually kind of like.
and you must
It
listen to
sucks,
her
but
vocal
it's not. I don't think it was a
The
poor
movement of
choice. Like I
Springtrap,
think
baby
some of the
serial
cut, the
characters are revealed.
not
As
cutscene,
Enter is revealed in the window,
some of
baby
the other
Dolores
issues in this game are
Springtrap are so
something that
powerful
is actually
that you can't
it
Basically, they're going to
the
strip out your innards and use your skin
the
as a
keypad
suit to
thing
escape.
where baby is like 1, 7,
Interesting. Then you're scooped and
2,
cut to a bathroom mirror.
4.
Eyes open,
That part,
purple.
me-
Now,
I
it was all very
my
surface
brain
level,
does not work
but
that
there
way
was
where I
one
can
of the
easily look at the
designers were
keypad and someone says a number and I go, yeah, because it's that on the keypad. It'd be that on the keypad. They just like.
Judging by the fact that the only two British accents
It
in the
was
series,
just
seems like this
my
is
brain
very
like
different
will
thought.
take an extra second to process. I know some people that's easy for them, but for some reason it isn't for me. Like my brain needs a second to be like, okay, that's that, so that's that one. Okay, that's that, so it's that one. So that part was always so scary because you'd be like 1, and I'd be like, and it would always just take slightly too long, and I would either lose or be like 1 second away from losing.
Complete it within the time limit is extremely difficult. Finishing this minigame correctly, however, unlocks a secret room in Night 5 we talked about earlier with the Ennard fight.
Anything ever come of the random numbers? If you're talking about like baby saying that, I think that was just the code. I don't know if there was a story thing, but I do know
This time, a girl in pigtails
that
is waiting. Baby presents the ice cream cone, and as the child gets
yeah, the
closer,
blue
baby
screen
steps
thing.
forward
I still don't think there's anything about it.
pulling the
A lot
girl
of people think it was a
So that's
debug
basically
thing, but it like
what
seems
Baby
too
said.
intentional to be a
Doing this
debug
opens
thing.
up
I don't know.
another
I'm not sure what it is
which
for.
an entire other set of story elements.
See, this I wish there was gameplay of Sister Location like this, and then you had little maintenance tasks before and after, kind of like in FNaF 4. I wish there was something that tied the gameplay together a little bit more. I think that it's a little too simple. That one is a little too simple for it to really be like take up the main night. But if there had been like a night and then that you kind of centered your thing around and you did those little mini games in between or something, I think that would have tied the game together a little bit more. It was very fun playing through as like a linear story game, but thinking back on it when you compare it to other FNAF games, I don't think the gameplay holds up as strongly because, which I guess it's trying to be more story oriented, but the gameplay doesn't hold up as strong because it's not all tied together.
Mimic/luring, storage tanks, parental voice sync and replay. You can even see what has long been thought to be a child inside of
Yeah, I remember when someone first brought that up, showed like the skeleton or the outline of like the body inside for Funtime Freddy. That was wild. I was so excited about that.
And of course the different nose
Yeah. Those MFing sounds.
You are now in the primary control module.
I love that. Oh, yeah, the numbers. I don't. I have no idea if it's anything at all. If anybody knows, let me know. But I think it might just be a random numbers. But I don't know. Anything ever come of Beacon Bonnie? I only just learned about Beacon Bonnie. I have no idea what that even was.
There is some lore relevant secrets here that are very important to the story, and it starts outside of the game itself. During this time, Scott Cawthon's two websites,
Beacon Bonnie is like some Easter egg in FNAF Help Wanted, I think. That is like regular Bonnie, but with like a metal texture and jump scares you if you like do something. I don't remember exactly how you get it, but someone literally just explained it to me today in chat earlier. I don't know if it meant anything. I mean, it might just be a random jump scare that they forgot to leave out as like a test or something. Who knows?
Here you're in the private room again with the fun time crew.
See, and I don't even think necessarily the custom night would have been the way the custom night would have been a good way to like tie the game together. I think you would want to do something else with the gameplay. Not that it's bad, but just I don't know if it fits as a main gameplay staple. But if there had been some office-based thing, I think that would have been fine.
The varying hardest difficulties reveals mini-game style cutscenes. It's always the same. Someone walking down the street.
The animation in these cutscenes are so weird. I forgot, like, it's basically just puppeteering them. It's very wild.
Hunched purple and has wires sticking out. clearly this is what the skin suit looks like. At the end, he spits out the endoskeleton and falls over. The endoskeleton makes its way into the sewer, and Baby's voice begins playing, "You won't die." And then this
Sometimes an
purple
Endo
force
1 model will
stands
jump
up.
scare you when you
Finally,
touch it, and it's
leaning
super
over
rare.
the
Right,
phone
yeah.
very hard, you get this cutscene.
Father,
It's me, Michael. Oh my god. The absolute state of the community after this.
found it.
Mike Trap versus Will Trap.
Said it would be. They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought.
What were all the eyeballs in the grate? I think that was all of Ennard's eyes of the different animatronics.
I
Put it back together.
just like you asked me to. She's free now.
I remember a while, like when this game first came out, so literally still 2016, I made some audio clip that was like, "Father, I did it. I found it." Because, you know, YouTube poop, you reverse thing, and that's funny. That's what the peak of comedy. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to come find you. Pretty good, pretty good.
So clearly, the
Pretty good
community
little
had a lot
cutscene.
to chew on. So the community, like I said, this was the beginning
Frere
of a paradigm shift
Falf
in the series. but
sus.
The community could feel it. Let's play wise, it was your standard
YouTube poop
fix.
literally
Players hopped in and some
founded
people were
sus,
because
and
of
nobody
what
can
stuff
tell me
was
anything
revealed in
different.
The source code, MatPat even had a theory video out before the game was even released. The music, as always, was fantastic. Living Tombstone came in clutch yet again. And join us for a bite.
Oh
is
my god,
fantastic.
Living
And then
Tombstone
DA Games
and
released a
the
solo
Join Us for a
song
Bite is
before the game even
fantastic,
came
but
out, and
I think
somehow it predicted the whole plot.
the
So let's talk about
Join
the
Us for a
part you
Bite is
waited
one of the
for,
best FNaF songs,
series.
but
This is when stuff
say
became
Falf backwards.
actually convoluted. I mean, like,
Falf?
really
Oh no!
incomprehensible in a lot of ways. So I'm
The
not gonna be able to give a clear cut, this is what the
the
community thinks, so I'm just gonna give out
the
some
Living
highlights.
Tombstone
First, let's talk about the big one.
song, I
This
Can't
whole
Fix
game
You.
taking
The
place
guitar in
underneath
that
the
song
FNaF
is
4
so good. I want to
There's
learn.
actually
There's a
an
part and it
interesting
goes,
debate behind
I
this.
can't
Some people
fix
think that it's
you,
just
and
that
then
a bunker
there's this
built by
quiet
Will
guitar
Trapp
that
under
plays this
his house,
insane little.
further confirming that the FNaF 4 William built this game to keep track of his
It's
children
so
using the
like
Fredbear
catchy
hands,
and
perhaps.
good. Exactly
Others
where it
thought
comes
was
in the
still
song, where like the
variations.
vocals trail off and it just
Others
plays
think
this
that
little
the
guitar
disconnect
thing.
between
It's
the layout of the minigame house
very good.
and the house
It's very
in the
good.
game means that this is actually a
Say
place
sus
where William
backwards.
Afton tests his funtime animatronics
Say Frere.
out on children, or more
let's
specifically
see.
the older brother. After the bite, William begins to hate his oldest son who caused it. So FNaF 4
God.
isn't actually a dream.
This is
it's a
where
horrible
the-
punishment / experiment
God,
that William
honestly, you know when I think the
his son.
FNAF
But
story
then you
got
think,
just
wait a
like
minute,
too
this
much
FNAF
for
don't
me?
look anything
When
like
it
this.
wasn't a nightmare anymore,
that's where
it
the
wasn't.
mystery
FNAF 4
comes
wasn't
in.
like a
Since
nightmare, which
this
it
the
clearly
second novel had
was,
been released.
and is
The
actually a
twist was
secret
marvelous.
testing
As I said
chamber
before, we
with
may
like
talk about the
hallucinogenic
later,
drugs, is what people had thought it was. But then obviously it became the chips, the illusion discs. But like, really? Really? Like that's just that's insane. That's an insane thing. That's an insane person thing to say.
They essentially have a chip that tricks your brain into thinking they either look like monsters or friendly cartoon characters. So while the books aren't a perfect
By the way,
people took this concept
I
and
do
applied it
have something, and again, this will be up at later anyway. So,
and went, hey, these could be the
I
nightmares
don't.
just with the new code of
You can
behavior.
watch the VOD if you have to leave before we get to this point. But when we're done with this, I have a little surprise to show off a little bit, or something to explain about a project I'm working on.
Now we weren't so sure. This meant who was
MK
Springtrap?
Ultra FNAF
And so
story
began
arc.
the Mike Trap
Yeah.
versus Will Trap debate.
Remember when we thought FNAF 3 was the end? Yeah, I was saying earlier, like FNAF 3 I think is peak FNAF story-wise. Like it really pulled everything together, and there were still like loose ends, but I feel like there was always supposed to be loose ends. They're never gonna get an answer to everything, and that's kind of the point. But like it tied up like we've seen the beginning, and now we're seeing the end, and you're like, wow, that's so nice. And nope.
Robots in a way to bring back his son, the bite victim. I will put you back together.
And then
I also
Remnant.
want to talk about a debate that really inspired.
I think Remnant as an idea and like a sci-fi thing isn't horrible, but it's just it's very convoluted, the whole thing.
What is Michael's intent at the end when he says, "I'm going to come and find you"? The initial thought is that he's following his father's orders again, coming to rescue him or report back. But there's another interpretation. He's going to go kill him. This
I'm going to
combines with
come
the idea
kill
that
you.
All the night guards we play as FNaF 1 through 3, and come to think of it 4.
If I heard a
are
voice
actually Mike
slowed down and
sharing
robotic
name,
say I'm going to come find
code,
you,
or all of that stuff.
yeah, I would
Without
not
seeing
assume
the
it was
instruction his father has
good.
brought, he's trying to put an end to it. Now, of course, there's all sorts of other theories now about what this game
Sorry, I
means
like
in the lore
just
of
throwing
the
that in there to keep you guys on your
time,
toes.
These are the big ones I remember. Okay, so where does this game go on the tier list? Honestly, A tier. I know some people are probably throwing their hands up in the air and going, "Why not S tier?" But
I
when
still
I'm thinking
stand. I
about
still
the
stand by the.
quintessential FNAF game, if I want to show someone the Five Nights at Freddy's series, I want to go, what is the perfect game?
My tier list.
It's
I don't think any. I think everything's pretty perfectly placed there when it comes to my opinion on how good the game is and how impactful it is.
It doesn't capture the feeling
Opinions on.
simplicity that the first two
Okay,
games
first
did.
FNAF story
It's
about how
innovative and unique, but
murdered
honestly,
kids got revenge on their killer, and then it kept going. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind all of it. It's still fun to follow a little bit, but it's definitely overly complicated and not as interesting now. I like the interpretation that Mike's going to kill his father to put an end to his atrocities, but goddamn, that's some willpower to keep going after you, even your inside scoop. True. Opinions on FNAF Musical Night 2. Yeah, the random encounters one.
I am really excited to cover the next game. I mean, I know I say that about all of them, but
God, yeah, that.
this next game is
I really like Night 2. I think Night 2 is actually my favorite of all the musical songs.
If you
You know.
I'd really appreciate it if you check out my Little Nightmares record.
Something here seems foul. Like it still gives me little chills. It shouldn't. It's a stupid song because it's about FNAF. It's a FNAF musical, but it's pretty good. And Markiplier has a good voice. Night 4, I think it is, and he goes, "Why's my closet making pirate sounds?" But he hits the high note and he doesn't even go up into his falsetto. Crazy. Because sounds is not that hard to hit, but he doesn't go to his falsetto. He hits the note. It's crazy. Okay, someone said, remember the frame where my face turns to Springtrap? I was talking about it earlier, but let me see if I can find it. Because that is probably my second most commented on thing other than worst fan art comment.
You haven't seen anything yet.
There it is. Yo, I actually paused. There it is. That's I love just throwing little stuff like that in. It's fun. Keeps you on your toes. All right, anyway. Let's Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator 40-minute video. Longest one of these besides obviously the supercut. Actually, we can go to the FNaF Musical Night 4 behind the scenes. He talks about wanting to hit it at some point in there. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but
actually, give me 1 second. I want to open the door a little bit. Hey.
Where is it?
It's a lot more fun than I thought.
So name
Flashing some gang signs.
God, I miss random encounters coming out. Anyway, I don't know if I can find it. I don't know if he was actually talking about it in that one. Anyway, pretty crazy. Hit the note. All right, let's go. Longest one, almost 40 minutes. And I have a lot to say about this one's opening. I'm going to be honest. Oh, another thing about Sister Location, really quick. Something people had brought up that I didn't mention. At the end, there's the whole theory that Rick Astley is Michael Afton at the end. Because that's what the silhouette looks like, almost perfectly. Goodbye, Nanner Man. But I have quite a bit to say about this one. This one's opening. I'm gonna be honest, because there was a lot to say in this one. I was honestly a little disappointed not as many people brought up this whole little cinematic opening that I did.
Just checking in on the restaurant package thing. That should be today.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier. The worst fan art was basically just like, I didn't want to send people. I'm still not going to send people to the artist because I don't want people to harass the artist. And like, you know, the artist makes some stuff that I know a lot of FNAF fans are young and I don't, so I'm not going to send them to find the artist. But it was basically just like hot puppet in the same setting as the plush trap one. Like puppet with a giant ass. That was the fan art. So there you go. If you wanted to know what it was. But I remember being slightly like disappointed not very many people brought it up because I spent like $250 or something like that renting out an arcade for this opening.
Should be able to go check on that.
And I get it. I mean, this opening part of me doing both voices is a little like corny and my acting is bad, but you know.
Nothing. It's just.
I liked. I wanted it originally to be bigger. I was gonna like see if once I actually got in there, I could get something where I could maybe like use some special effects and put like try and put the animatronics in there so you could see them in the background, but there didn't end up being a good spot to film that. But I spent like quite a bit of money to rent out this arcade. I mean, I ended up like bringing a bunch of friends so that it was worth it more than just FNAF video. So like we ended up actually playing a bunch of the arcade games also, but like I really wanted to give the impression of, you know, someone really, I don't know what the right term, like it really feels like, because arcade games are so important to Pizzeria Simulator. They're very important to like the lore of everything. It's a FNAF in general with the Atari mini games, but like I really wanted to go all in on this idea. And like I have to say, cinematically, like this whole setup, I'm pretty proud of that. Pretty proud of the whole like. And then Springtrap edited in there was a little, you know, corny. Didn't look as good as I wanted it to originally, but you know, pretty. This is like my big long opener. I mean, it's like a 2-minute opening, little cinematic opener. That's what I really want to do from here on. Like you've kind of been able to tell with my more recent videos. Like I really want to do a lot more sort of cinematic aspects because I want, you know, I started YouTube wanting to do film, and I really like what I do now also, but. And I'm pretty proud of it. Like just having the title sequence in like an actual arcade when the whole thing's supposed to take place in an arcade.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. This is the culmination of
almost
over
40
years
minutes.
Of games. Sure, there's Ultimate Custom Night and the newer
Just
Steel
received
Wool games,
no's. Don't have to leave yet. Pog.
Those aren't really full,
nice,
lore intense, complete Five Nights games. This really is the finale of the main series games. It answered so many questions that it's honestly astonishing.
It is. I was honestly thinking about not even making an Ultimate Custom Night
like
video, but you know,
the children mini game where the puppet came
in the end, I think it was
the
better
Fazbear
that I made one,
versus,
just to really round everything
William
out.
Afton and his family. It talked about so much. A lot of you might not even remember that originally.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of it is like for the arcade, I did bring some people I knew, and we had a good time, like just
so let's get
you know
into it.
Hanging out and playing arcade games. So it wasn't like a way, but I did it so that I could get this footage, and it was originally going to be a bit of a bigger opening, but I'm happy with how it turned out.
In green, very reminiscent of the FNAF 3 teaser. This also had the source code secret
I've been
where it
honestly for a
Ennard
while
was
now. I've been
fighting
thinking
within
about
himself,
getting
like I talked
an
about
arcade
in the
machine
sister
for my
location
house.
retrospective.
I
Between
really want a
FNAFworld.com
Tempest
and
machine.
Scott Games,
I would
you got
love.
both
I love
sides of this
Tempest so much.
conversation, which appeared to be the other inhabitants of Ennard kicking baby out. and maybe
Starfighter
saying she
Arcade.
will
That's
put
what it.
herself
That's what it
back
was, by
together.
the way.
However, as we
Go
were all
if you're
excited
ever
for what
in
the
an
future
area
of
near
FNAF 6 held,
Starfighter Arcade.
Scott released
Go
a
check
Team
it out. It's a
community post saying
very. It
that
has
the
a
project
lot of
had been
games.
suspended
It's a lot of fun.
indefinitely. There was just too much pressure to make this project bigger than the last, and he specifically said that he may just work on a spin-off, maybe a tycoon game. Well, he wasn't lying. So everyone was a little disappointed. I mean, who even knew if we'd see another main series FNAF?
Something that I
Although there was
noticed
other
about
stuff
this
to look
game
forward
a
to, like
lot,
the Freddy
I
Files, a
think.
book of lore and theories that
I
was
think
officially
I
released.
would.
And when it did, we got a little teaser. At the end of the book, a drawing of a new design for
I
Baby
would
and a
attribute
promise for
like
new games in the
90%
future.
of the tropes of
Was
the FNAF
6 back
VHS.
on? There was also the Freddy plush teasers, but
what's the
actually
word?
barely
Like
remember
tropes
these and don't think they ended up
to
being too relevant. And then there was
this
the first
game.
real teaser to give us an idea about what this could be. A
Uh,
retro-style pixel art teaser referencing
I would
back to
I would
FNAF 2's
definitely
Death Game. Specifically,
I mean, it's
Take
got the
Cake
whole
to the
opening
Children.
part
Even though this
that
would
is
slowly
just like
evolve
every
into
single
the
FNAF
opening
VHS
troll part of
series
Pizzeria
has one of
Simulator,
the
reference
like
to Take Cake to
play
the
a
Children is
sound,
actually
play a creepy
extremely
sound and
important
watch
to the lore of
animatronic be
Pizzeria
creepy.
Simulator. We just didn't know
Which
it
is
yet.
like the little like
Although there were
interview
some theories
salvage
this
thing.
would take place inside
Plan
of the
on
FNAF 2
doing
Death
a
Game
help wanted video
restaurant.
at some
Most
point.
people just figured it
Maybe
was the spin-off
if I have
Tycoon
something to
game
say
that
about
Scott
it.
mentioned earlier.
I don't really
As the
want to
teasers
do any more
continued, people were
retrospectives
sure
about
that it was gonna be a
FNAF
spin-off.
games. At least
In the source
I don't
code,
see
there was a
myself
secret
doing
that
them.
said, "What
Just
is
because
paragraph 4?" And people
it
thought
hasn't
was
really
mentioned
been a long enough
paragraph 4 of his
time, and
Steam post where he
these are the
talked
games
about
that I really
the
cared
Pizza
about, all the
Tycoon
Click
game.
Team
Then a
games.
new teaser on
But I
FNAFworld.com.
may make a video about it. I'll just
Guys
have
of
to
Baby
figure out
Clothes.
maybe
A lot of
what it
people
is I want to
thought this
say
meant
about it.
that
Maybe
FNAF
I'll
6
make
was permanently on hold
a
until these eyes
sort of
opened.
a
Then there was
stream
the
of me
release of the
playing it
survival
and
logbook,
upload
a
just
book
me
that was
playing it.
sort of supposed to be
Or
in lore,
maybe
kinda
if
like
I
the
ever decide to talk about
Gravity
VR
Falls
horror at
journals.
large, I'll definitely
And at
include a
the
part
end, we
about
got
that.
Another teaser. Artwork of a terribly broken down Chica sitting on a stool.
You guys remember this?
Surely this was
It never
related to
ended up
FNAF
happening.
6.
You never even
It's
ended up
also important to
salvaging
note that once we
Chica.
get to Ultimate Custom Night,
Chica got the
especially,
short end of a
the
stick,
survival
considering
logbook
she was
is
like the
an
scariest one in
incredibly
FNAF
important
1
resource
and
when putting
Withered Chica in
pieces of lore
FNAF 2.
together. And then there were the final teasers in the days leading up to the game's release. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Surely this was a spin-off tycoon game and not FNAF 6. Little
That's
did we
true. I
know
might
they
make
were
a
one and
video
the same.
like
So let's
after
go.
security
December
breach
4th,
about like
2017, Freddy Fazbear's
it wouldn't be
Pizzeria
like a
Simulator
retrospective
was
like this, but
released.
just because of the the general
So you boot up the
see
game,
how
expecting it
FNAF
to
has
be
changed
sort of a
since
fun meta
Scott
spin-off
wasn't
game,
actually
kinda like FNAF
isn't the
World.
main one
And
making
it's
it
kind
anymore.
of
That would be an
underwhelming.
interesting video to
All
make at some
pixelated,
point.
Simple build a pizza mechanic, and then you just throw pizzas.
Chica
at
thing annoyed
children
me a
who
lot
don't
because
move. It seems like it's not much
back
more
then
complicated than a FNAF 2 Death
she
Minute
just
game.
wasn't.
However,
Yeah,
as you start throwing the za, things start glitching, and a
Chica-
dark version of Freddy begins blocking your pizza. He pauses
the,
for a moment.
like
If
Scott
you hit
Gotham
him,
tried
you
to
have
make
hit him and
Chica
you
like
quickly move
kind of
to keep
important with
giving the
Withered
kid's
Chica
pizza.
being like,
It
I
gets
was the
more and more
first, but it
glitched
still
and
doesn't
cuts
really
black,
mean anything.
and then it goes
And nobody's
to
found
probably
anything
one of the
that
best
relevant
openings in
about
horror
Chica
games
saying I
history.
was the first.
Definitely the best opening for a FNAF game.
I
Sitting
have
in front of
seen
you in a dark
everything.
room is Baby, but she looks a little bit different than the last game. This time, it's the version from the Freddy Files. While gameplay-wise, all you really
Did
do here
anybody
is
ever
listen to
like
audio and mark
explain
something
why
down on a
so
piece of
much of
paper?
the
It's an
designs
introduction to a later
changed?
piece of gameplay
Like,
that
I
is
mean,
very
I know
important.
it's not.
After
It's
this
a
opening,
it's a
you move on
freezing
to an
cold
opening
take, but
cutscene,
like
and then into the game. We'll get into
Scrap
the
Trap
lore and cutscenes later, but
looks-
for now, let's just talk about the gameplay. This game is simultaneously
Scrap Trap
completely different
sucks.
from any Five Nights at Freddy's game before.
He looks so
and
stupid.
Also, sort of a return to form.
Like,
after
why
Sister
would you,
Location.
considering how
There is a
like
gameplay
legitimately
in this
good
game.
Springtrap's
The thing
design
is,
is, why would you
there's
make him like,
multiple
not just because he has a
So let's
peanut
talk
head,
about it.
although that is
First,
definitely
there's the
part of it,
tycoon
but like,
aspect.
why
You have a
make him
top-down
look
view of your
like
pizza
that at
window,
all?
which
It's
you can fill
very
with items you buy from
odd.
different catalogs,
I don't know, like the
animatronics,
one little
stages,
bone
games,
arm and like
tables.
he just
Each
does
one
not
has
look
stats
menacing
for how
anymore.
sanitary, safe, and fun it is. If something is really unsafe,
Thought it was
or marked
degradation
down in
versus
price,
reincarnation.
You may carry with it
That's
an
true.
animatronic that will bite you later.
I still think they
You
could have
can earn
like
money by
made a
increasing your
withered
Faz rating by
Springtrap.
buying and playing
I mean,
games
there's that person
and
made
by
the whole
accepting
redesign
sponsorships.
video.
Pro tip: don't accept these.
To be fair,
They
yeah,
make
I don't
things
even.
a
He
bit
could have
harder
just kept
later.
the Springtrap,
point, you'll essentially want to make your
the regular Springtrap, and it would have been fine. Or at least just slightly change the model to make it like more destroyed, but not like make an entirely new one.
In the lore section. For now, let's talk about the next gameplay section.
Maybe he accidentally deleted the original Springtrap. No, because then we got it later with help wanted.
Instead of checking cameras,
And I
you
believe
have
most
to
of
complete
those,
automated tasks. This essentially takes the place of surviving until a certain
make
time.
him a
You have
moldier
to
boy,
survive
yeah.
long enough for the task to complete. If an animatronic is loose in the building from a high liability item or
I have to say, I kind of like.
which we'll talk about in a second.
I don't
you
like the
must ward
main
them off
night
by
of
shining a
this
light in
game,
events or luring them
but
away
I
with
like
an
the
audio.
tycoon
You
part,
can
and I
use a
think
motion
it's a
sensor to
really
track
good use
them
of horror
and a
game
silent
design
vent to hear them
with the
better.
salvage part.
However, you can only
And I
use one
like
of these
that there
options
is
each
like a
time. The
risk-reward
animatronics are
thing that they're
attracted to
trying to
the noise
do
of the office,
with
so you
whether or
can
not
shut
you're
off
going to
the
salvage
computers
the
and
stuff.
vents to hide, so to speak. Of
But
course,
this
you can't
actual
do the
night
tasks
isn't
if the
that
computers are off.
good.
If the air conditioning turns off,
I
the
feel like
office may
because he was
overheat,
working so
causing
hard
you
on the
to pass out. Clearly,
tycoon
there is a
part,
lot to deal
this
with.
one was a
This is
little
why I
bit
said
thrown
not to
together.
accept sponsorships. See, if you do accept them, they will
Lefties
interrupt
in
your night
Pizza
with a loud noise
Sim,
and stop you from
Baby,
using your
Scrap
computer
Trap, Fun
in the
Time
form of a
Freddy, or I
pop-up
guess
ad.
Molten
If you value
Freddy.
your survival, I'd suggest
Who
skipping
else
out
can
on
even kill you in that
sponsorships.
game? I
After
feel
you
like that's
finish this
it,
section, you move
right?
on to the last area, the dark room with the
Scrap
desk meter.
Trap.
Here you're
Who else is in
confronted with
that?
an animatronic and given the
Lefty.
opportunity to salvage it or throw it out. Salvaging it gives you a lot of money, but it releases that animatronic in the office section. If you throw it out, well, that's it. Salvaging involves playing
Hold on, someone
terrifying
screen cap
audio
this
and
as if
checking
I'm
for a
playing the
response.
game on
It really doesn't matter
stream.
if the animatronic responds. The point is that you can't move on until you mark it on a piece of
Because I
paper.
wanted to do a Let's
But
Play
if
and
you
I never
look away
did.
from the animatronic to mark it, it may move closer.
Share that around
In
on
case of this, you wanna hit it with a
r/Five Nights at
controlled
Freddy's
shock.
and be like,
However, shock it too
Sagan
many
Hawks
times and it
literally
begins to
played
lose
it and it's
value.
crazy.
If it jump scares you, you lose the money, but it's still let inside. Finally, at the end of each night,
With
you
the
get a
grudge
rundown
aspect of the
your
first
revenue
game.
that day,
Yeah.
visitors, and best of all, lawsuits. Depending on liability or safety, you may be prone to lawsuits.
It's
if you get them, you have the
there's a lot of
opportunity to
missed
either dispute the
opportunities from the
lawsuit,
first
which
game
may
that
or
they
may
didn't
not
really
win,
expand
or
on.
pay up. If you run out of money from these lawsuits, well, that's game over. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. This game has so many little pieces that might not be complicated on their own, but when combined create a really unique and sometimes hard to cover gameplay experience. Alright, with the gameplay out of the way, let's talk about the visuals.
Yeah, visual design. I really like the visuals in this game. Besides, obviously, the animatronic
Okay, so
designs
the
are a little
visuals. First off, there's an
goofy a
introduction
lot of
to
the time.
A ton of new animatronic designs. From the trash gang of Bucket Bob, Mr. Can Do, Mr.
Like some of the
Hug, Number One
animatronics want to
Crate,
help you
and
because
Pan
they don't want
Stan,
often
to the
have any
mediocre
more
melodies
victims,
of
while
Pat the Frog,
others
Mr. Hippo, Ned Bear, Orville the
are so
Elephant,
lost
and
in
Pig
anger
Patch.
they lash
And
out.
then the
Yeah.
Rockstar animatronics,
There's
which
a
are
lot
just
of,
like
I mean, I
designed
just
for
remember the
cats.
very
Then
old
there's
stuff
some
where a lot
weird
of people will
characters
like
Lefty, Music Man, L
really
Chip, and
humanize
Funtime
the
Chica.
souls
All
of
these combine to fit this
the
sort of
FNaF
aesthetic of
characters.
the clean
Now
cut
when
and
people say they
rosy cheek
humanize the
feeling
FNaF
of the toy
animatronics, they just mean
animatronics,
making them
but
furries.
the bulkier sort of
Which is fine, you
vibe
know.
of the classic animatronics. To be honest, they're not
Furries
really that
discovering
scary,
Five
but
Nights at
besides
Freddy's
that,
is
you're
what
not
like
gonna see
revived
any
the
of these
series. I'm
characters in a
100%
scary
sure.
context. Now, from the new designs to the
But
redesigns of the old classics,
there is not as
Enter,
much.
aka Molten
There's
Freddy, is like a
more
withered,
emphasis on
one-time Freddy, is the best way I
characterizing
can
the
put it.
characters that
Still
the
staying in the
animatronics
sci-fi
are portraying,
genre Sister Location
like
was
Freddy
in,
Fazbear,
but with a less
and not as
polished
much
outlook.
on like,
Basically,
you
Molten
know.
Freddy is a mess
I mean,
of
to be fair,
wires
the
with a
games
mess.
kind of did it
Scrap
too,
Baby looks
with the
completely
animatronics
different than
becoming
the Baby
sentient
Wii U,
as
complete
their
with
characters
rollerblades
for
and
some
Showtime
reason.
lights.
But
Something interesting to see
I
is
kind of
the
missed
color
the
scheme
whole
change between
more of the
Funtime Freddy
focus
and
on
Baby.
like
They went from a sort of bluish
the-
and purple
the-
hue with Baby
you know,
having
the-
a dash of orange and red to
the
fully
the
orange.
the horror
I don't know if it's
aspects of like
intentional or not, but
what
the color shift
being
to a more
trapped, your
fiery
soul
color
being
really fits
trapped
for this game.
in essentially
And then,
like
of
an
course, there's
animatronic
Springtrap, the
prison or
redesigned
whatever.
Springtrap, like, look, I know
think
this is not
I missed on the stream,
controversial to
but I love
say,
the part
oh my God,
saying
it
this
looks so
verbatim.
bad.
Furry
Peanut
suits.
head
It's
look at
true.
this. How can you take such an iconic, fantastic design like Springtrap and just destroy it?
But that's the
in
thing.
one
The
game?
trauma can.
Whatever. At least the puppet
Gucci
redesign
ass
looks cool.
The trauma can lead to more horror, and honestly, a lot of the times I feel like when trying to humanize like Freddy or like giving the characters voices and making them like characters kind of ends up doing the opposite. It makes it less scary for me.
This whole time you're squeezing every last fact.
Because like, why am I gonna be scared of what is essentially like a like the character? The characters in Five Nights at Freddy's, the animatronics that they're portraying are like kids' characters, right? Like Freddy Fazbear, Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Bunny. Those are made for kids, and then the part that's scary to you is that they're like kind of just not right, and they're being possessed by ghosts. Not that like Freddy Fazbear is coming after me in real life. Freddy Fazbear is scary.
You very
So the
much
toy
fall back
animatronics aren't
into the
haunted.
sister location feeling of a
Honestly,
corporate
I don't
facade.
think they
3D
were
posters
originally meant
reminiscent
to
of
be,
the
but I
first
think
game,
they
and a
are
poorly
now.
set up office
I think
space gives
Purple
you the
Guy's
feeling that you're actually in an office.
body count
But you're
is
clearly
like
just between two
dozens
vents
at
in a
this
crawl
point. I have
space.
no
Who's this
idea.
clown? I talked in my first FNaF
Freddy
retrospective
Fazbear, I
about how the
think.
doors gave a real sense of
I love the
relief.
Silent Hill games because
There is
horror
no
built
such
on
relief
trauma,
here
but it
being
feels like
crammed
FNAF had a
between
great
two vents
opportunity
that
to
sit
go for
open and
psychological
waited.
fear
And of course,
and
the
uncertainty
salvage
and kind of
area is
missed
really
it.
well done.
Yeah.
The dim orange light from one bulb, the feeling of emptiness and vulnerability that comes with sitting directly across
Yeah.
from an animatronic. It seems like the setup inspired a lot
It,
of FNAF VHS.
FNAF for me, what's so interesting about it, especially the reason I like the earlier games so much, is FNAF is a really good example for me of missed potential. Not necessarily that the place they went was wrong, because I mean, obviously it worked. A lot of people liked it, but for missed potential for what I think, what I would have liked. Like, it missed the potential to be something that would have been like a perfect story for me. And so that's why I like the old stuff so much, and I like a lot of people's interpretations sometimes more than what ends up being actually true.
Don't really matter to the lore. There's a lot more attention to jokes. Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and Security Puppet all call back to the 8-bit minigames the series is known
Fruity
for.
Maze was
With a lot
actually
of
really
improvements
scary
and actual
originally.
gameplay
Not really
elements
scared of it
other than
anymore. When it
just
first
walk
came out, I
around
remember
until
being
something
actually
happens.
unsettled
And
by
for the
like
more jokey ones,
it
they really
slowly
hit
getting
home.
more
From Helpy
distorted
breaking
and the
his fucking
person
back
behind.
to Lemonade Clown.
Freddy Fazbear, I think.
Like,
I'm
these are
still on
actually
sister
fun
location. I
bits.
keep
I
forgetting.
switched my B camera. Okay, one final thing.
That's why it keeps changing. Every time I
There's these
change,
cutscenes
I
in
have to
between,
adjust.
certain areas that are basically corporate talking to you, and these illustrations are beautiful. They somehow capture the feeling of that
There we go.
soulless corporate art style you see everywhere, while simultaneously having more
Frederick
personality than
Fazbear.
any actual corporate art could.
Freddy Fazbear, I think. That's one of my favorite gifts of all time.
Okay, let's talk music, voice acting.
Ah, Freddy, 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 Freddy. You can see I'm in the FNAF 1 office because this is
some legitimate bangers
when I have
on
this
here,
one. I was only meant to
music-wise.
use it in the FNAF 1 part. That song honestly goes so hard.
This game is a little hit or miss. There's some
Free Faz.
lines by the
Free Faz.
happy
Free
jump
him.
scare that are just really, really goofy. But the cassette man works.
Oh,
I
here
think,
I am. Here's
perfectly for
the
game.
here's the
It's a
thing that I
little
kind of
cheesy, but
teased.
It works well for what the game is doing. And like I said, when it comes to jokes, this game delivers. Really, the big thing to talk about here is the audio during these salvage.
Me when I am in
segments.
FNAF in
Really,
real
the
life.
scare part of this is built entirely around the audio. Each audio clip you play gets more distorted, creepy, and haunting sounding, and you just sit there waiting for something, anything to happen.
Yeah, this part. This part is really great. Yeah, I've just my back turned in
And then
FNAF in real
silence.
life.
Now that you're all geared up with the most haunting audio you've ever heard,
I
look
have to
away
before
from
I
the
can
monster in
complete the
front of you.
night.
It's
I
very
have to
effective.
watch the
And
FNAF
again,
retrospective
I
series
think I
all the
should
way
mention
through.
that this has inspired FNAF VHS videos since the earlier Squimpus tapes because it's really effective.
Oh my god. Another example of somebody being like, you're actually wrong, correcting me when I'm actually right, is in one video, I don't remember what it was, that I was basically like, you know, Squimpus inspired what FNAF VHS is, right? Squimpus started the FNAF VHS trend, which is just true.
Okay, let's get started.
Someone was like, actually, the first person to ever make a VHS-inspired FNAF video was Junior 1987, I think is what it's called, is the name of the person. But I was like, bruh, but that was in like 2015. That did not start the trend. That just happened to be an earlier version that was kind of similar. Which I don't want to take away from that. I've acknowledged it before. But I was like, people love correcting me for things that I'm not even wrong on. YouTube.com comments.
There's also this
FNAF 6, but every death equals $1 more per month.
Something. But we'll talk about that.
Well, it'd be really easy to not spend any money because you can just do the good end, get the bad ending and just not get any animatronics in the whole time. That's the only time I've beat this game.
When you don't buy anything
It's
for
just-
your restaurant. The
yeah,
corporate voice actor
I've just
congratulates you on being so
never
lazy, but then
got
promptly
any
fires you. You get this
animatron,
ending
like
by
never
getting as many
salvaged anything.
lawsuits as
That's
you
the only
can.
time I beat
At the
this
end,
game.
You're deemed a liability risk and then fired and blacklisted. In this ending,
Because
you
I've just
run
been
out of
playing it for the
money.
tycoon
Pretty
mode. The
simple.
night,
No
the
money,
night
no
part
pizzeria. Here is
is
where
not
things
really that
start to get
entertaining.
more relevant. There's an absurdly expensive item called Egg Baby.
Yo, it's Egg Baby.
That doesn't seem to have a use and is very strangely named. However, if you buy it and put it in your pizzeria,
Me and my
then
friends
go to your
did like a
office, you'll see the
pizzeria
button on your
off
monitor has
where we were
changed
like
to blue.
trying
If you
to
press it,
do
it begins
Egg
to play
Baby
audio.
as
the
a
recording is titled HRY223.
like
You hear the cassette man
what's the
talk about
like
his
we were trying to do a
regrets and his
competition who
past,
could have the
and
better
his
one by the
blueprints
end
show
of
up
the
on screen.
time we were done
The
playing,
scooper, Lefty,
and it was like
something called
who
wrap.
can save up
These
enough
have
money for
more
Egg Baby
relevance in
first?
themselves. We
Who can
learned
buy
that
Egg
Lefty was
Baby?
built to capture and contain something, which we'll talk about
Hey,
later.
use the
And we
old,
learn
maybe
about
haunted
the first
animatronics to build a
reference to
restaurant, but
Remnant
we'll
in the
fire you if there's
series.
a lawsuit.
The big thing here, though,
It's
is
true.
the title of the recording. People have interpreted that to be the name Henry. The books
The
become
ending of this
relevant here
game,
again.
though, is
Henry was
so.
the co-creator of
Honestly, if
Freddy
FNaF
Fazbear's Pizza in
3
the books,
wasn't
along
the
with
ending,
William Afton.
this game should
In
have
this
been the
recording,
ending.
He seems to be lamenting the part he
Like, I mean, it
unwittingly
gets
played
obviously
in
really
William's
convoluted
murders
at this
by
point,
helping
but
him
like,
create
come
the
on.
robots and the brand. Things are
This
starting to
whole-
fall into place. After this recording plays,
This
you are
whole
informed that you
ending
know
is
too much
crazy.
and are sent to a mental institution. Okay, let's finally talk about the main story ending. If you
See if I
complete
can-
the game salvaging
I don't
all
know
of
if
the
I'm at a good
animatronics,
height.
At the end of the last night, Baby starts to talk to you. She seems to be under the impression that you are a gift for the animatronics.
Well, it
sent
was
here by
gonna be the
William Afton
ending,
as
and then
prey
it
for
was
them.
like William Afton is a
Then
computer
Henry, aka
virus.
Cassette Man, interrupts.
I think that's
He
like
explains
when
that he
things
is the
went
one that brought them
way too over
There
the
is
top.
no pizzeria. They're in a trap. The room begins heating up, and he makes his
Literally,
intention clear.
William Afton's
He's burning
brain
the
is
place
in
to
a,
the
is in
ground,
the computer.
animatronics himself and all. He makes an interesting comment here as well. Whoever we play as is not who is originally meant to get this job. And as he says, there was a way out, but he suspects that whoever you are, you want to go down with the ship too. We learn a lot here. We learn that his daughter was the victim from FNaF 2's
God,
death
this
minigame.
ending
We
cutscene,
learn
like
that William
every
is
time I
going
watch
to
it, I get
hell,
goosebumps.
and that hopefully
Every
with
time
the
I watch this
animatronics
end
going up in
cutscene.
flames, the misery of Fazbear
The
Entertainment
music,
will end for good.
the voice acting is like, I mean, it's all over dramatic and corny, but like knowing it connecting everything even back to the first game with like the crying children on the walls was just like, oh my god.
End credits, you get this image.
Okay, this is another thing that I should probably comment on. The gravestones. I said in the gravestones that in this video that nobody really knows what they are, and it sounds like.
Now, a lot of
and
them
I
are just
still
filled
agree
with
with my
fun bits,
point
but
that
some of them have very important Easter eggs and lore.
like
So let's get started.
Five Nights,
Fruity Maze is a
the
Pac-Man
names
style
of the
arcade game
people
that you can
dying
use in
being
your
the other
pizzeria.
FNAF games,
There's
like
no enemies, but
the
there is
people
a
on the
countdown
gravestones
timer.
names
You play as a
being
blonde girl
the
collecting
names,
fruit,
the same
and to
names
beat
of the
it in
people in the
time takes an
games,
absurd
like the
amount of
security
skill
guard in
and
the
use of
games,
power-ups.
is
Each time you beat
stupid
it,
and
things get
confusing and needlessly
stranger.
so.
A
And I
bloody
think
dog
the
begins
only
to show
reason
up,
the
and this
names are
very
like
friendly-looking
Fritz and
rabbit.
Jeremy are to
Eventually, the dog
confuse
eats
you,
bloody chunks, and the girl
but
is
it
leaving
seems
a
like
trail
it's
of blood.
mostly agreed
At the
upon
same
that
time, whenever
the game,
arcade machine lights up, you can see
the
whoever is
names
playing it in
on the
reflection.
gravestones are
At
supposed
first,
to
she
be
starts out smiling, but gets
just
sadder
the
until you see
kids,
someone
the
behind her.
victims, those first
Spring
victims,
Bonnie.
and then the
If you
top
remember
one, the one on
lore
the
from
top
earlier
is
videos, you
the
know that
puppet
whoever
looking
is
down.
in this suit does not have
Sorry,
good
I gotta
intentions.
turn this down a little bit.
Then this happens.
Oh yeah, this is. I feel bad. I didn't realize people were gonna fall asleep to this series, and so people were like, "This is the reason I can't fall asleep to this video because partway through there's just a loud car alarm." Yep. Oops. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, the gravestones. It's pretty well accepted. Those are the main victims of William, but I just think it was needlessly confusing to give them the names of
We'll talk about what it
the
can mean in the theory section, but we
security guards. Hold on, gotta ban someone.
Midnight Motorist. This is a sort of racing game where you have to dodge around traffic. It's pretty simple, but there is a secret at the last lap. There is a break in the barriers which you can use to cut into this area. You can follow this forest road to a couple different places. First, there's Juniors. This place has given the community a lot of grief. What the hell is Juniors? Someone tells your character that you can't be
Luckily,
here.
my
Then
streams
you
aren't
go
so
to this
huge that I
house.
need like 12 moderators to
Who
be
the hell is Orange
banning
guy?
people.
Whatever, we'll talk about it later.
Oh
Lots
my
of
God,
getting
Orange
into it
guy.
Later this episode. Anyway, you enter
Oh, my
and you're
favorite
met
thing that
with,
people have realized is
the chocolate
they've
lady
been
from
people
SpongeBob
have been able
watching
to
TV. She tells you to leave
like
him alone tonight, but why would we do that?
people
So we go
will
into the next
really
room and the door's locked.
love
Our
to
orange man is clearly
point
very
out
upset
little
by this,
isms that
so
I
we go
have, little
outside to
recurring
find a way
themes in my
inside
writing.
from the
And
outside.
one of the things
But
people
the window is
notice
broken
is
and
like
we see two
it's
sets
not a
of footprints.
Sagan
Someone
Hawks
leaping
video
from the window
if he
and
doesn't
very
say
clearly
we'll
an
get into that
animal/animatronic
later.
footprint
It's
coming
true.
toward the window. This is
Honestly,
enough
a
to
lot of that
quickly
is
whip the
like
community into a
my own
frenzy, but
self,
there's one more
where
thing.
I'm
When
like,
you're
I
driving
gotta
through the
remember
forest,
to
there's
expand on
another
this,
secret break in
so
the
I will
wall,
bring it
which
up
leads you to
first.
this area. And yet
What do you
again,
think about
Scott
FNaF
Cawthon has turned
Plus?
the
I'm
community on its
excited.
head
I'll
with just a few
probably play it
pixels.
when it
And
comes
yet
out,
again,
but
to fully understand how
I'm
important this section is, we'll have to talk about in the lore section.
I'm
but
not
just keep in mind
really
that this is huge. The security puppet doesn't look like an arcade, but you can play it
I
like
don't
a
li-
game.
I-
You see the
I'm
puppet in a box, and
pretty-
the point of the game is to
pretty,
keep track of children with a certain color
on
wristband.
the side
It's
of
sort
being like
replicating what security puppet would
I don't
actually be
necessarily
doing,
like the
keeping an eye
designs
on
that
coded
much, but I'm
wristbands.
excited
You're
to
supposed
see
be
somebody
looking
else's
for green
interpretation of what
wristbands,
the first
but
game would
none show
be.
up. Finally, the last round playing it, the music cuts out, and we see someone with a green wristband left outside. However, the puppet's box has something on
Orange
top
guy,
of it,
pink guy,
delaying
purple
your
guy. Which is your
response.
favorite? I
It's
mean, purple
raining outside.
guy
The
is
girl
like so
fades away, and
iconic,
the
but
security
pink guy
puppet
is
chases
kind of,
after her. Breaking down from the rain,
I
and
think, the
puppet is too
creepiest,
late.
just because of
The
the
girl is dead,
which
and the
ones
puppet
he's
falls over
in,
on top,
which
broken.
mini
Now,
games he's
if a
in,
child
and
being
like his
left
design. I
outside
don't know,
to
it's pretty
die
good.
seems familiar, it should. It's from the most iconic death minigame in FNaF 2. This section ties directly in with the completion ending. So what this means, going very light on the theory crafting, this stuff is basically confirmed, is that Henry, the other
I
creator
still
of
don't really know what
Freddy
FNaF Plus is. It's FNaF 1
his
Remastered.
daughter was
It's
killed
like a
way back,
remake.
and
It's a
saving him has
reimagining
been retconned
made
to
by a
save
fan
her.
game creator.
And now Henry's daughter haunts the puppet.
So it's
This
not
is
exactly a
huge
remake.
revelation
It's
for
just
the
supposed to be
games
like this is
in
what the
just
first
one
game
minigame.
could have been,
There's some other
with some
stuff
ideas
here
that I
too.
have, I
There's some
guess.
hidden death screens that reveal different animatronics in the back alley. This actually reveals something pretty interesting. The puppet is inside of Lefty. And I know you're tired of hearing this, but we'll talk about what that means later. There's also Candy Cadet, who will sometimes
Are the
tell you
X guy
little
things just
stories.
Power
Taking these
Rangers?
stories literally
Yeah,
is
they
not
all
conducive
combined to
actually
create
figuring out the lore of the game.
Murderer Man.
Basically, you want to pay attention to the main
William
theme,
Afton is
taking
created
5
by like
things, putting them into one, and
Voltroning
then
the
placing
different
them
Power
somewhere.
Rangers together.
A boy who doesn't want to lose his pet snake, but he doesn't want to give up his pet kittens. In the end, he
Sorry, I
lets
keep taking breaks so abruptly, but I gotta use the restroom. I'll be back in a moment. Whoa. Whoa, we're halfway there. It'll only be like 2 minutes max, but I'll be right back. Ah, Freddy Fazbear in real life. Whoa. Anyway, yeah, better get started on this. Better keep going. Better keep going. Let's go.
Snake eat one kitten, but is filled with regrets and buries the kitten's remains after killing the snake.
What time
a
is it?
man who adopts 5 children to save them from the danger of a burglar that might break
like
into one of their homes. They end up
almost
being killed
4
because they're in the same
hours.
house
Oh my
when a
God,
burglar
we've
does
still
come,
got
only able to afford one
Ultimate
coffin,
Custom
stitches
Night to
them
go
together
through.
and buries them. And finally, a woman who has 5 keys but can only use one. The keys work to unlock doors that children are trapped behind. But instead of just using one and saving one child, she tries to melt the keys together to unlock all the doors. This doesn't work, and all the children are doomed. Like I said,
Sorry, you're gonna see my mouse on screen. I'm trying to clear a little bit of space in case my computer runs out and I don't have the full VOD. That would be really
Last thing I
sad.
want to talk about here is just this little thing that can happen.
Is my okay,
Pretty
my mic's
cool
on.
and creepy. All right, finally we can
Sort
move on
by
to the next section where we can actually
size.
talk about what all these things mean. Okay, let's talk about the community before we talk about all of the theories, because that's going to take a while. Song-wise, a lot of the big players basically take a step back for this one, including Living Tombstone. A lot of big players in the Let's Play game, though, did hop in because it was clear this was not just a troll game or a spin-off, that this was basically FNaF 6.
I'm just while we're watching, cutting stuff out.
Important in this game, a lot of people made these bold statements about how this was the last FNaF game. I thought we kind of learned our lesson with FNaF 3, but I guess not. And one last thing. Although these wouldn't come out for years afterwards,
Oh my God, I still have a bunch of.
setup
Oh my God.
relationship
That's
and
probably.
Afton family
I literally.
drama
Hold on.
and the setup
I have
story
all of the
of
folders of
an
my.
animatronic sitting in front of you.
That's probably
That
taking up
inspired
so much
a
space on my
news
computer.
and personal story
I have all of the
series
folders
from
from my
full
FNaF 3
VHS series
and 2
since the
video,
very
like
beginning.
all of the footage
This
still
is a
on my
really important
on my
part
hard
of the
drive.
community. Okay, let's talk about the part you've all been waiting
This is
for.
actually the first time I've seen
I've separated these into sort
these
of
videos since I made them,
sections, I guess,
basically.
for how they relate to each other, so it'll be a smoother transition. Let's just get started. Okay, so generally, here's what
Dang.
people in the community have interpreted.
I wonder what
play
my
as Michael Afton
computer
after the events of
storage is
Sister
gonna look
Location.
like
You
now.
buy the restaurant, which is really just a ploy by Henry.
Okay,
to
still
lure
not great,
Afton
but that's
and
because I have
Alex to
almost
his
4
maze,
hours
trap
and
them there,
counting
burn the
video
place to the
on here,
ground,
but still.
hopefully freeing
Dang.
the spirits and setting the whole place to rest. Henry worked with William to create Freddy's
I
and
should
the
probably.
animatronics,
Oh, I don't.
unknowingly
Oh, they do
giving
have this.
William a platform and ability
By the way,
to
I don't know if
control
anyone's
children.
noticed, but I have been
Combine that
adding
with the guilt, the death of his daughter, and the power of the company, Henry plans to end it
actual
all, burning himself as
captions
well.
to my
Michael
videos
Afton,
now.
being a half-dead,
YouTube
empty
has
zombie
been making
corpse
it
who
very
anyway
easy to do
decides
so
to go up in
recently,
flames
so I've
with the rest
basically
of
just
his
been
family
copy and
too.
pasting my
So
script
that's
into there.
generally
So
the
there's
idea.
not. They're
So
not
other
necessarily
stuff to
always
note
one
is
to one,
this.
but it's
In
basically what
Lefty's
I'm saying.
blueprints, it talks about how the animatronic was made to capture something, and like I said, the puppet is inside Lefty. The theory is that the puppet is so powerful, Henry created Lefty specifically to lure and capture the puppet so that it would burn as well. It may have his daughter's spirit, but this is the only way for their souls to move
Wait,
on.
is
And
it-
on that note of Henry's daughter's
Oh my
spirit,
God, security
the
breach is gonna
retcon
be
that
like
the first
80
victim was
gigabytes. Oh
actually
my
Henry's daughter
God.
and the puppet is huge news.
Maybe
This
I won't
means,
play it
and
on
this is
release.
backed
I don't
up
know,
in the
depends.
completion-ending monologue, all of the spirits ended up haunting the animatronics because of Henry's
Even on
daughter.
my big like
Or at
1
least that's a
terabyte
best
drive, I don't have
interpretation.
that much.
Another note on some theories surrounding Henry. The Candy Cadet stories can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, but my
Was he so
favorite way
bendy?
that the community has sort of
Wires, I don't know.
taken these ideas is that William is the snake and Henry is the main character. I'm not suggesting that Henry willingly sacrificed his daughter, but the idea that maybe Henry knew what happened after
Why do
that,
I
but
have?
tried to
I have in my
almost
notes my
convince himself
favorite
that it
comment
didn't
on
because he
any
thought
video.
maybe
I don't know what that
William would be
means.
done after one
Let me
because
scroll
he
down.
was his friend. To me, just this take on it really adds
Is
interest.
it this? Is this what I'm talking about? By Bloxy, shut up,
Sagan.
Sagan. Your relevancy died with FNaF VHS.
Interpretations and AUs, and it's pretty cool. Okay, so let's talk about the gravestones really quick. So,
Well, I
there are
guess.
6 in total. There's only 4 we can see.
I guess that's what my notes were talking
Fritz,
about.
Susie and Gabriel. Jeremy and Fritz are the name of the night guards you play as in FNaF 2. You might be able to get away
Yeah,
with
see,
saying
there's the part
Jeremy
that's-
is a different Jeremy, but Fritz is such a unique name, it would be wild to assume we're not talking about the same character.
And it was wild because we're not talking about the same
Gabriel are two
characters.
obscure
Jeremy and Fritz are 2
Honestly,
completely
this is
unrelated
still sort of
characters.
an open book in the
Although, no, I
community.
have heard
Some
the
people
theory
think that the
that
man on the hill is
when
William, or maybe Henry's daughter,
Michael Afton
and who
got
corresponds
the
to what
jobs
gravestone
as
is very
he used the name Jeremy
However,
and
there is
Fritz
one
as
thing
like,
we figured out since then,
so he used his
a
real
pretty
name for
popular
FNaF
theory.
1, but
two obscured gravestones is Cassidy. This is
for
the name that belonged to
Jeremy
Freddy, which the
and
community
Fritz,
figured
it's
out
almost
over
like him
log.
paying
There's some
respect
overlap here with
to.
Ultimate Custom
He was
Night
using
2
the
because
names
many
of people that he
associate
knew his
Ultimate
father
Custom
had
Night
killed
with
as like a
FNAF
way to
6
pay
Custom
respect,
Night,
I guess.
but we're gonna have
I don't
a
know.
whole other video
Kind of a
on
cool
Ultimate
idea, although it's a
Custom
weird
Night,
way
so
to
just
pay
you wait.
respect.
Okay,
But
last thing I want to talk about
he's
in this
trying.
main game section. In the
He's trying to make up for what his dad did.
That this little girl is lured by William Afton and is probably one of the victims.
Oh yeah, Mangle
That
is
much
a dog
implied and
theory.
interpreted. Something interesting though is the sound of a car alarm and the
What's funny is I feel like that was an early theory like 8-bit
this,
gaming
at least the
had,
main
like
one, is that
with
William
just
is yet
FNAF
again
2,
using his purple Lambo
where
to
it
kill,
was
this
just
time this
like,
girl's dog. And now he's using
I don't
her
know.
sadness over her dog to lure her by telling her he's not really dead. Some, including MatPat, have even taken it a step further. That the Mangle is actually haunted by the ghost of that dead dog.
because
That's
it
why Mangle's voice sounds more horrible than FNAF 2, and why it's the only
I
active
love the
animatronic
FNAF
in the FNAF 2
Mangle
death minigame. If this were true, it
like
would almost
audio.
make it appear that William is experimenting with the whole possession idea.
I love
And
the
I don't think that's too far off,
like
considering the introduction of Remnant in the series. Okay, so I've
like
gotta
the
be honest.
radio almost. It reminds
haven't
me
read
of
The Fourth Closet, which is
a
the
thing that I
final
wish
book
more
in the
people would
Silver Eyes
use
trilogy.
in
But from what I
stuff.
understand,
The
this
the
is
like
really what
ghost
Remnant
talking
is
radio
explaining as a
box,
concept.
where
It's a sort of
it's
substance made of
audio
metal
that
with
like
strong human emotion
it
and
switches
human
through a bunch of
flesh.
radio channels,
This is
and
sort of
apparently
what
you're supposed to
makes
hear
the
like ghost talk
animatronics
through that,
become haunted.
and that's what it
In the
reminds
book,
me of, and it's a
William
very
much
like
knows
unsettling
about what
sound,
Remnant
even
is
though
and is
obviously like
experimenting with it. So why
it's
exactly
just
he's using
every
Remnant
once in a
the
while a
game
radio
series,
will line up because
depending
language is
on what
limited and will
he's doing.
eventually form
Crazy,
something, but
he's
like
trying to figure out
just
if
the
this is
sound
about
of
life, or
like
maybe he's trying to bring the sun back.
like static, and then someone's like
Staying on the
talking.
topics
It's
of
pretty
the
cool
book's connection
sounding.
with
I
the
like it.
game, let's talk about
Reading
Midnight
Mangle's
Motors.
description, Ultimate Cousin
Now,
being
generally,
happy.
this game is considered
And
one
then
of
I
the most
realized.
confusing in the entire series. Most people are under the impression that this yellow guy is actually purple guy.
Also,
and
I've
they changed
heard
his
the
palette because
idea
Michael
that
Afton became purple in Sister Location, and
that
ugh,
orange
it's
guy is
confusing.
purple
The
guy's
theory I've
dad, which
heard
doesn't
most
make
often
any
is that this
sense.
person at the TV is
But
Michael
who
Afton
knows?
As a child, and this is a flashback to show the abuse that the Afton
I
family
have
endured from
no-
William. It could also be that this
no
adult character is
idea.
the mother, and it's William yelling at Michael.
No idea what the
Possibly
hell's
not
even
long
going
after the
on
bite.
in this
Again, this one is up to
whole
a very
series.
loose interpretation. One big thing, though,
The-
is the connection to the Twisted Ones,
Ugh.
the second in the Silver Eyes book trilogy.
Just the whole
It's this
this
weird
whole ass
pile of
game.
dirt. In the Twisted Ones, the evil animatronics made to capture children, like the Funtime animatronics in the
Orange
game,
Dad is an
buried
extremely
themselves
strange
in the
pull.
ground
Yeah,
to
it's an
hide.
odd
Knowing
introduction.
that the Afton family home is above the Sister Location storage facility, is it possible that this is a Funtime / Twisted animatronics hiding place? Perhaps the one that stole this character away? That's the only real explanation I've heard, but again, this one is very confusing.
Yeah, and like if
what
it
is
was,
Junior's
what would
anyway?
even
Some
happen?
have said it's a bar and that William is an alcoholic. Some think
know.
that it
It's-
may be the FNAF 2 location. God, this
Bro,
minigame
I'm
is
gonna make.
exhausting.
Has
Okay,
anybody
now
made
I
like a
wanna talk
bunch
about
of
the
fan art
connections
of
between
Green
this
Guy?
game and FNAF 3, because
Like
there are
I think
quite
Green
a
Guy
few.
is probably the most
Starting with
complex
where this
character.
game
Like I
fits in
really
the
want to see what's
timeline.
going on in that
Daco
guy's
had a
head.
really great theory about how FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame was really the
Maybe it's
end
just one of those cups
to
that change
one of
color
two
when they're
stories.
wet. He's just
It was
been out in
end
the
of
rain.
main set of
Could be.
animatronic spirits being freed. But as you see, the puppet's mask
But like,
falls
do you think
flat.
there's people who are like
Daco
Green
took
Guy?
this to mean that
Honestly,
there's
like what's
unfinished business.
what's up with
There's a
him?
whole
Like the
other set
psychology
dead
of Green
kids and
Guy.
horrible stuff
You know something I've
entirely rooted
noticed
in the Afton
about
So there's this idea that these
wet
gravestones
guy
belong to the
theory.
Afton family. Then of course the name Elizabeth or Michael
but
don't show
Green
up,
Guy
and
is
we've got
like
these new names. There are still unanswered
I don't know how
questions,
to
but I think that
how to
FNAF
say
4
this, but
being a transition to a new
the
story,
fan art
this
for
time about the
characters
troubled
or
Afton
like
family
made up
makes
characters
sense.
or
Some
security
other
guards,
theories and connections
people
with
have a
FNAF
really
3, again,
specific
this time
like
from Daco's idea posits
thing
that the reason
for
someone like
security
Elizabeth
guards.
Afton
I
felt
the
like
am-
an
I have
baby
seen at
would
least 3
become
or 4
evil
different
and want to
versions
scoop
of
and
different
kill
security guards by
would
different
because the
characters
possession
that
involving Remnant
are
isn't
like
quite a one-to-one. It's like
he's
a
4
battle
foot
between
tall
programming
and he
soul.
has
So
blonde
maybe
hair
the
and
programming
glasses
of Baby to
and he
kill
looks like a
capture
one of the
people
Tumblr
overpowered
sexy men.
Elizabeth. It would make
And
sense why the haunted
he's like
animatronic
it's always he's like
FNAF 3
4
can't
he's like
enter this
4 or
restricted back
5.
room, and why Springtrap
He's
is
like
so easily lured by
there
laughter.
people
His
who do
robotics
art
are
of those
programmed
characters
to
are always like like
nearest
he's
sense. This one is
really
more of a
short
technicality and the grand
and
scheme of the story, but
is
an
blonde.
interesting idea nonetheless.
People love
Oh,
that.
And one more connection to FNaF 3.
FNaF fan artists
We
love
kinda
that for some
actually
reason.
figured out who all these weird non-main cast masks were in the Happiest Day minigame. The mediocre melodies. How exactly this works in a timeline sense, I don't know, but at least these characters exist in canon now. Kind of similar to how Funtime Chica is speculated to be the Springlock suit we're in Night 4 of Sister Location, and now she's here.
The amount of things that I say in this video, like, I would love to have somebody who doesn't know anything about FNaF not watch any of the other videos, like not watch the ones leading up to this, just this one. I love someone to just like literally not understand anything. Luigi, also green, true. The Super Afton brothers, orange guy versus Luigi. Luigi Afton. It's all coming together.
And then when the game was released, there was, you know, orange guy versus purple guy, so there was a lot of confusion. And Scott,
orange guy versus purple guy, epic rap battles of history.
Essentially, he confirmed that in FNaF 4.
Oh yeah, when he just Scott Cawthon was like, "Sorry, things are getting too it's getting a little too crazy. I'm gonna just explain it."
And a final note on MatPat, this time from his theory after the
Who
game.
won?
MatPat
Who's
had a
next?
really interesting
You
take on the box,
decide.
tying it into the Candy Cadet stories. To get a full rundown of his theory on how the box changed, check out the video yourself. But
Can't believe I'm really in real life FNAF right now.
The restaurant. In a more meta way, the box
Waluigi versus Luigi. Oh my god, that's true. Waluigi is purple.
everything to rest. And with all of that tying back into the initial end of the game that we talked about a while ago, I think that's a perfect time to end this section.
Boom, 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 bam, boom, bam. Okay, we're on to the last one after this. Oh boy.
Was that section long. So where am I rating this bad boy?
It's cool that real life FNAF has accessible bathrooms too. Yeah, it's. I mean, I love going to FNAF building, and you know.
It just doesn't have the simplicity, the pure essence of Five Nights at Freddy's. Like
and Mario was a kid at some point in his life, so there are kids in FNAF. That's true. Mario is FNAF. The fact that they never added Freddy, Fazbear, or
part of the timeline.
Wait, actually, did they? Hold on. I forget.
So right there was Sister Location. This ending is a little bittersweet because I'm not really sure what to do with this FNAF.
They did add Steve. I forgot they added Steve from Minecraft in Smash Bros. Is that real? They did, right? Did they actually add him?
Not enough of its own game for me to make a video about, and Security Breach hasn't even come out yet. So
wait, so
how am I gonna make a retrospective?
I'm disappointed they never added Freddy FNAF.
And no, I'm not making a video about FNAF AR. I want to find other ways to cover.
I would have loved it if they added like.
When that comes out, and I'll be doing plenty more retrospectives.
See, Freddy would have been fine, but I get why they probably can't. No, they added Sephiroth. He's evil.
But when it comes to the games, this really is the.
But I don't know. Maybe a child serial killer. Who's like not like a cool fantasy knight. He's just like an insane. He's just like an actual serial killer. In canon, they wouldn't add him, but they added the last character, right? They're not adding any more characters to Smash. Dang. I added this little thing as a little call forward to what would be next, which would be the final one. But we're not going to watch this one, this version of it. Because in my gameplay section, I speed up this section. And everybody told me that they wish I hadn't sped up me explaining all the characters. So and some of you who haven't seen this video individually and have only seen it as a part of the Supercut might not know. So this is originally what it was like.
To share a cramped stage with another animatronic Foxy, and he's pretty upset about it. These two will take turns looking out.
And I thought people were gonna be bored, but I was like, I thought people were gonna be bored of me explaining it, so I was like, you know what? I'll just make it easily skippable. I just want to say that I have explained all of them. I just want to have been able to say that. But people were like, why'd you speed it up? I don't watch the whole thing. I'm like, it's just me reading text slowly off the screen. So when I did the supercut, I not only didn't speed it up, I didn't speed it up because apparently people really liked it, wanted to hear it. And then I added, I I added more, like, instead of just being a slow scroll of the text, I added like images of the characters and then like a little write-up of what it is that I'm saying. So there's that. Trying to remember what else. I mean, I tried to go back to a little bit of a cinematic opening, and then of course the ending that everybody loves. The ending of this song, of this video, like the ending song, people liked it so much I ended up adding the little MIDI medley that I mostly just took like MIDI files and re-instrumented them. People liked that so much that I added as a bonus track on Morbid Curiosity. Which, by the way, I haven't announced it yet, but I'm going to soon. Morbid Curiosity and the Petscop soundtrack are on Spotify now. So you can go listen to Morbid Curiosity, that Halloween album I did. And, yeah, it's on Spotify. So, anyway. Yeah, so I don't know. This one is going to be long with me explaining the characters, because the one with it sped up is like 30 minutes. So, oh, my green screen lighting has changed yet again. I gotta update my green screen a little. I cannot stand it looking like that. There we go. Okay. Let's turn it up a little bit for this opening part, because I love this cutscene.
Remembered, and the memory of everything that started this place.
Retrospective series now. There's gonna be a video on Ultimate Custom Night.
This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still, and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
The music swells. God damn. Yeah, good ass opening. Pretty proud of that one. I mean, it was kind of simple, but man really said
to the finale of the Five Nights at Freddy's retrospective series. Maybe in a couple of years I'll look back at
vocal talent. I sound exactly the same. I know. I'm a voice actor. Yeah, I don't know if you know, but I was in the Walton Files episode Bunny Farm teaser. Yeah, my voice was in that. So, Matt Pat watched that, by the way. If you want to know what the weirdest moment of my entire life is, it was watching, I'm like, I'll just put a GT Live on in the background. He's talking about the Walton Files. And he watches a video, and it's Matt Pat staring with his big beta male smile. I'm sorry, Matt Pat, but, you know, just like the Matt Pat face. And there's just my voice playing. It's really is very weird. It's just like, that was not, I was like, it was over, just my life was over when I saw that. You know what I'm talking about. Matt Pat makes the perfect beta male smile face. I'm so sorry. Listen, I cannot give enough credit to the man for, like, I don't remember, how much did he even raise recently? Like million. He's been raising millions of dollars for like he's very cool. He's very cool. I like what he does. And again, I watch all the FNaF stuff, but like, that was very odd seeing that happen. Oh yeah, I'm in the Ultimate Custom Night office now. Sorry, I was just looking at my own self. Yeah, over 1 million. I think it was close to 2 million, and then he's gotten like up to 1 million the past like 2 that he's done. So like, that's cool of him to do that.
And interestingly, Scott became a lot more.
Also, apparently I did not mention in this series about Mr. Hippo's voice lines, about his like long stories. So here's me mentioning that. He talks really long a lot of the time. Long little stories. So there you go.
Also, there was a challenge between Dako and Scott Cawthon. Like I said, things had become increasingly.
That's all my notes on this video.
People already knew how absurdly difficult.
I think he got to 3 million. I believe so. Something like that.
20 difficulty. So here was the challenge. Could Dako beat 50-20 mode? If he could, he got an interview with Scott Cawthon. If he couldn't, well, then he had to make a fan game.
It's true. Well, what's crazy about FNaF, or even for Markiplier, who's been able to grow kind of out of FNaF quite a bit, like, and he was pretty big. I mean, to be fair, so was MatPat wasn't a small channel at that point, but like, FNaF really blew up those channels that now like do a bunch of stuff completely outside of that. It's very interesting, this sort of, but they also did it. But also, I don't think FNaF would have got as popular if Markiplier hadn't played it, because he was a big name in like indie horror. So like, it was sort of a symbiotic relationship that's very interesting. I have to say, I'm really bad at reading scripts without directly looking at them, so that's something I got to get better at, because you can see it a lot. I say a lot, and there's a lot of cuts of me trying to remember what I have to say and then reading it and then saying it. I'm not very good at that. I've got to get better at that.
The most difficult, obviously, being 50-20 mode. There's also a standalone mechanic with the death coin, which you can buy to remove one of the animatronics from your knight. Now,
So valid. I'm just not, you know, that's why so much of my videos, like, I like having myself talking to the camera. I think that it helps break up the monotony of a lot of people who just do voiceover. And it allows me to, you know, insert spooky things like the Springtrap face or little bits of story like I've been doing more recently, but I'm not very good at it. So, you know. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, I know people didn't want me to skip it, but I'm going to speed this up to 2 times speed for this developer commentary, because like, what is there even to say here? But this is, I will say, I think this is the better version. I mean, it took a really long time to edit, but, you know, I didn't just slowly read through the thing. I got images of all the characters and wrote out, you know, what each of them does. You guys want me to unspeed it up? You want me to do the thing at regular speed? Why does a fisherman character look like Manny? No. No? Okay.
She climbs around the overhead duct system, making her way toward a hose that drops into your office. Use the audio lure to hold her in place. She's fooled 100% of the time by the audio lure, but is immune to the effects of the heater. Mr. Hippo. He climbs around the overhead duct system, making his way to the hoses that drop in your office.
No, 0.25 speed.
He's slightly faster than Happy Frog. Pig Patch. He climbs around the overhead duct system, making his way toward the hoses.
Drop in your office.
Do you want to see how fast we can lose all of our viewers and any new person immediately leave?
He's fooled 100% of the time by the audio lure. He is slightly faster than Mr. Hippo. Ned Bear. He climbs.
I can't keep doing this. This is what you hear when you're under anesthetics at the dentist's office. I have like photographic memory of all of my horrible mouth surgeries I went through when I was younger. It's very true.
Use the heater or the audio lure to hold him in place.
Let's just go to normal speed.
50% of the
Let's
time
just
by
go to
the
normal
audio lure
speed.
And is slightly faster than Pig Patch. Orville the elephant. He climbs around the overhead duct system, making his way toward the hoses that drop into your office. Use the heater to repel him, or the
You can hear I'm like trying to speed my own self up with the way I'm talking. I'm like,
Springtrap. He climbs around the vent system, making his way toward the.
See, look how much better Springtrap looks than Scrap
Track
Trap.
him by watching the vent monitor. He moves silently, so don't bother listening for for him, but when he is poised to attack, you will see his face looking back at you from the vent. Close the vent door on him to send him
4
on his
hours,
way.
25
Molten
minutes.
Freddy.
This is
He
the
also
long. How long
climbs
did it take
in
you
the
to
vent system,
record
but is
this?
much faster than the other animatronics when it comes to maneuvering his way toward you.
I mean,
You can
like,
track him in the
hours
vent
and
monitor and
hours.
can hear his laugh when he is poised to attack. Close the vent door to send him away.
Well, I
Enter. He
believe this
also
is
climbs
actually
in through the vent
a
system, but
different
unlike the other animatronics,
recording than the one I originally used, I think. But maybe not. But it definitely did take a long time.
Squeaking sound before attacking. Close the vent door on him to send him away. Your viewing monitor. Close the monitor or switch viewing modes to make it disappear. If left on screen for too long, Phantom Mangle will invade your office temporarily, causing audio
I understand now why people fall asleep to this video, because this is so boring. I don't understand what people are like. I really wish you wouldn't have sped it up.
Once he reaches the vents in your office,
Freestyle rap. I made Chica the chicken and Bonnie the money and Merlin and Benji's got all the money. It ain't even funny. I made up a pirate named Foxy and got me a fortune at Loxy. Got Fred bad, but beware, making you scared, raising your hands my account balance. Control you like a puppet, cause of records, cause you know it's me when I get the gold like Golden Freddy, yo. That's the Scott Cawthon rap, written by me in 2015. The story is confusing. You know, I'll tell you what isn't. I made a game that's risen. Now I got you in prison like a Springtrap. Even got an Android app, and I'm making another couple hundred from that.
When she is at the door, meaning you need to track her position using the vent radar. If she reaches the vent door, she will become stuck in it, preventing you from closing it for the rest of the night. While her
Been a while, but I had to do that so much that I have sort of, it is ingrained in my brain. Scott Cawthon rap was my peak, but I mean honestly.
Your only defense is to put on your Freddy Fazbear Mask to fool.
He sneaks in through a trap door to your right. There is no way to prevent him from entering your office. Doesn't work. Just doesn't work the same. Chica the chicken and Bunny the bunny and Merlin and Benji's got all the money. It ain't even funny. I got him. Yeah.
Toy Chica is faster than Toy Bonnie and will invade your office more often.
Then I tried to make like sequels to those, not because it did well, but just because I thought it'd be fun, and none of them were as good. Because I had somebody actually helping me make them good. Make the first one good.
When Jacko Chica is fully materialized at both doors,
Put the bitches got all the money in.
cause her to disappear. Keeping your office cool will prevent her from appearing.
I don't even remember what's after that. People say I'm milking it because this is a fact, but this is a fat cow. Popping out games faster than my popping out games faster than my M9 chick plow. Scott Cawthon gonna put you in a coffin faster than a spring lock in. What is it after that? Faster than a spring lock in. I'm more a god than a creator. It wasn't too long before fans started copying me. Treasure Island. Pop goes 5 nights at Candy's nuts. Gotti. Anyone can see that I'm the greatest indie developer that ever existed. So just get down on your knees. Yeah, that's what it was. Isn't it crazy that literally the villain of the games is Springtrap and Scraptrap have the most basic ass gameplay mechanics? Yeah, there's a lot of characters that got kind of thrown under the bus, not just with this, but in general in the series. Where, like, in the name of, like, we gotta make Freddy cooler, or we gotta make Bonnie do this thing, they end up throwing other characters under the bus. Chicky the chicken and Bunny the bunny and Freddy the Fazbear. And Freddy the Fazbear. Chicky the chicken and Bunny the bunny and Freddy the Fazbear and Foxy the pirate and Golden Freddy. And Golden the Freddy. And the puppet. And Carl the cupcake. Was that ever an official name, by the way, Carl? I feel like it was, wasn't it? Like, Daco made it up and then someone said it. I don't remember. Maybe not. Chica the chicken and bunny and Freddy the Fazbear and Foxy the pirate and Golden the Freddy and Puppet the puppet. And the puppet and the puppet. And the puppet.
Then she will leave the kitchen to come get you. Once she leaves the kitchen, there is no way to make her go back. Lefty. He sits in the closet off of the left.
Carl the cupcake.
Bonnie's agitated if the office becomes too noisy or too hot.
I have just been hurting myself over and over again. I've showed this like 3 times so far, but it's really like
the noise level won't reverse the effects, nor will reduce
just
the temperature. And the doors
horrible blood.
The only way to ease his temperament is to switch
I was just playing the bass. I was trying to have a good time.
Soothes all music box animatronics at the expense of extra power being drained. L-Chip. L-Chip is just a cameo mascot when he appears in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. His real passion lies in...
Are we still talking about the gameplay? Oh my god.
Jarringly colorful advertisements for Chip's Fiesta buffet.
I cannot believe
Skip or
this.
press enter to get rid of the invasive advertisements before you lose control of what's going on in your office. Withered Bonnie. He slips in through the trap door while you're viewing your monitor. You'll know he's there by the audio and visual distortions.
Did anybody watch this part all the way through? I mean, I guess if you were trying to fall asleep.
Otherwise, a jump scare is all you'll have to look forward to. Fun time cheek.
How have I kept between like 35 and 50 people here the whole time?
Will occasionally appear on your screen as though posing for the red carpet, accompanied by camera
I
flashes
cannot
to make
believe
constant
it.
Disorientation. You'll need to learn to maneuver around your office despite these disorienting effects.
I
otherwise
can.
someone
This
else
is
may
so
pick it up
like.
if you're confused.
This is making me tired.
Toy Freddy. Relax. Toy Freddy is retired.
Woke up at 9:30. I went to Gamer Freddy. I went to.
Mr. Hugs, of course.
Yeah. I went to.
And if he loses his game, he'll probably blame you. Check the
Freddy
party service game to see
Fazbear.
how he's
I went
doing.
to.
5 nights with Mr. Hugs.
I'm losing it. At 9 a.m. and then I went to the store and I bought food and toilet paper and paper towels, and then I came back and I have been streaming, and that's all I've done today.
Mr. Hugs has already jump scared him, and now Toy Freddy is
It's
on the way.
4:33.
Once Toy Freddy has been jump scared, there will be no way to calm him down, and no way
Chucky
to
the
keep him calm.
Cheese.
Funtime Foxy. He hides behind his curtain, waiting for the show to begin. Check his stage and read the sign to see.
I watched
what
the Great
showtime
Ultimate
is.
Custom
It will always be on the hour,
with
but
the
hour
sound
will be
off
right.
all the
For
way
instance,
through.
Showtime may be 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Remember that time, because showtime is the exact moment that you get jump scared. There's only one way to prevent showtime, and that's by viewing his stage at the moment the hour
Jesus.
changes. If you're watching
And the way the text is like sort of sloppily formatted, because I was like just trying to get it to fit on screen and really didn't care that much.
timer visible while you play. Use this to
Like you
calculate
can really
exactly
tell
how
like
many people
this
you
isn't
want.
really that centered, and there's too much. It's too much going this way when there's a bunch of room on the sides. But I was just like, this is, it fits in the screen. I gotta move on to the next one. I'm so tired.
Sound of her music to determine which side she's
And when
on.
it gets like that, sometimes they're like more transparent.
Door in time, and she will retreat into the darkness. Rockstar Bonnie. He will occasionally appear in your office and is conspicuously missing his guitar. In fact, the only way to appease him is to locate his guitar in the camera system and double click on it. Fail to do this in a timely fashion, and
I'm
you'll
going
be
crazy.
greeted with a jump scare. Rockstar Foxy.
When is
His
Booba
camera will
Duck
occasionally
coming?
fly through your office.
Has it not
If you're
happened
able to
yet?
click on it before he gets away, then Rockstar Foxy will appear in your office. While the other Foxies are here only to
Listen,
torment
I'm
you,
gonna start
Rockstar Foxy
drama,
is
which I feel like I did with this one
in fact, he will
also,
probably
but
offer a few interesting
most
boosts
people
to
had
help you get through the
trouble
night,
with
such
it
as
were people who
increasing
were
your
like,
meter, restoring the temperature to a full
excuse
60
me.
degrees, or soundproofing your office
Being a
with Rockstar
transphobe
Foxy.
is
However,
okay.
choosing
And I'm
the
like,
same
okay, I don't
Rockstar
care about
Foxy
your
is
opinion if
incorrect.
you say that.
Catch him in a bad
But
mood,
like,
he may just greet you with a jump scare and end your turn. Circus Baby,
the
Nightmare
artists
Bonnie, and
that have
Nightmare Mangle.
been
Approach from the right hall, but each of them
in
will
this
only attack
in
once
this
per round,
series,
and they change their order of
not a
movement
fan
each
of
time,
most of
so
them.
you don't know who to expect
Just
first. There are two
even
ways to
outside
fight
of
against them. One
like
is to
what
shut the
they
right door and leave it shut for the
it's
duration
not
of the
it's
shot,
not
powerful
okay.
as well as it will drain your power. The other is
But
to
people
purchase
will
the
just
prize
say that
corner
in my
prize corner.
comments.
The prize corner has only 3 plush toys available to buy.
But
Bonnie, Mangle, and Baby. And your fun
do not
is
take
to
my
earn
quote out
points
of
so
context.
by the character in the order that they will appear in the hall.
The
You must use Faz coins to purchase
I don't
the
know,
prize coins. There are
the
2 ways to accumulate them throughout the night. One is to block the attacks of
like
other animatronics.
even if we're going outside of like personal feelings about the artists, because I don't obviously know them personally, so who knows. But like the art that has been in this game is not always been great.
AKA Scraptrap. Afton has the distinction of having the simplest mechanic in the game, but also possibly the scariest.
Like
You will only
honestly,
attack once
fan
per
art
game,
is
there will be no way of knowing in
usually
advance when this attack will happen.
way better
At all. He will always attack from the vent on the right wall,
that I've
and when he
seen,
does,
and like not just a
violent
little
hammering
bit.
sound in the vent, and the lights will flicker. When this happens, you only have a fraction of a second to close
like-
the vent door, or your turn will end with Afton screaming in your
Like
face.
there's so many fan artists that like they could have picked from, and not like I get what he was trying to do, but there's some fan artists that are like doing such an amazing job that it's like, come on, these people are doing some crazy good work.
You must refrain from pushing the button until you notice that she is moving.
Yeah, let me see.
Stalking her at this stage will cause her to leave your office and not return. If you fail to notice that she
Well,
is
to be
moving
fair,
or
close to
not
the ending,
then you'll have nothing but a jump
this
scare.
is I'm looking at the full series right now, so this is still like only halfway through the retrospective. This episode.
If you fail to pay him in a timely fashion, however, then your run will end with an angry Rockstar Freddy in your face. The problem is that fast coins might be scarce.
Anyway, if you want to know some artists that you should support, they're doing FNaF stuff. Emmett Stevens is doing Project Charlotte. That is fantastic. It is such. I'm so glad that we get an actually good version of the comics. And I understand that I think the person who did the original art was like, you know, kind of rushed, only had like 4 months to do it, which is kind of an insane amount. But the style in general of the art is not, I don't think, fits very well. And it's not just like the quality of the art, it's like the attention to cinematic detail and making things really like making note and taking advantage of like panel distribution and format, and it's amazing. So yeah, Emmett Stevens is doing fantastic stuff. Oh yeah, the Half Skull. I've seen a bunch of Half Skull stuff of like really realistic renders of putting the characters in like found footage stuff. There's this amazing like image that you guys have probably seen before where it's like a hallway and it's like on a phone and it's blurry, and Springtrap is like up against. It's very good. It really makes me want to make like a it makes me want to see a horror movie about like Springtrap, like a slasher movie about like someone in a house and a killer's after them, but it's Springtrap. That would be amazing. How much longer is this part of the video? It looks like we're almost at the end. Yeah, we're almost at the end. Okay. Did I ever watch Willy's Wonderland? I did, but I didn't think it was good enough or interesting enough to make a video about. It was fun. I was glad I saw, but I don't think it was even as fun as a bad Nicolas Cage movie could be. I felt a real life weight lifted off my shoulders. Holy shit.
Again, they're not really scary, and it's not trying to be, so there's only a few.
It's over. It's finally over.
One cool aspect that I mentioned briefly are the offices. Instead of being stuck in one office, you can unlock different skins for the office that reference the different games, from FNaF 1 to 4 to Sister Location, etc.
I like this part, this aspect of the game.
References and homages
the different offices
throughout the games. The desk, walls, cupcake from FNaF 1, the toys from FNaF 4, to the shell of the animatronics from 3, to the pipes and the entered masks.
It wasn't even at 0.25 times speed.
All of the characters are here, from your
felt like 5 minutes for you. How? That's insane.
If you're a more casual fan, like
I was like fighting to stay awake.
Nothing has really changed visually for the characters. They're all pretty much the same.
I've been thinking like this VOD is probably too boring, but maybe not. Maybe people will love this VOD.
It's not really trying to. Tense, sure, but it's really goofy more than anything. I mean, the visual alone of Toy Freddy gaming is goofy enough to ruin anything.
Toy Freddy gaming.
With so many things going on, especially in this crowded office, the feeling of tense panic is tangible. It's almost like a rhythm game.
But hey, I'm gonna have a 4-hour video, so even if not that many people like it, my AdSense is going up, guys. Let's go.
The visual overload on something like 5020 is astonishing. Characters fading.
I have to say, I've been enjoying this though. I've been enjoying just like, I mean, again, I haven't rewatched these videos since they came out, so. But I basically remember them anyway, like by heart anyway, because I spent so much time. There it is.
It's whatever, kind of a joke or a nod to that joke that's basically been around since FNaF 2.
Yes, this. Oh my God. You know, I will say, I really don't like funny booba chicken or whatever, but the fact that it let me include this clip, I think is worth it. I love this clip so much. It's so funny.
She is such a bad bitch, though. I will fuck the shit out of that robot, man. I'm not even.
But when it comes to just.
That man is a national treasure for that clip alone.
The drawings as a whole, just the artists Scott has chosen for like drawn art for the series, I've been kind of disappointed. I'm not trying to stir up drama, I'm just looking at a product as a consumer. The drawings are passable, I suppose, and I appreciate the idea of hiring people from the community.
I forgot that I'm looking at Daco's video in the background. The one where he goes, "Oh my god."
The community, mainly Pinky Pills and Lady Fizzy, mostly because they're both huge perverts, and I think Lady Fizzy is
I know people did not like that I said a pervert, but here's my thing about I stand by it because being an online pervert is not is not the worst. It's not the worst insult you could have. Like half the people on the internet are perverts. Doesn't make you bad, but I just think sometimes, you know, you shouldn't be if you're making the FNAF art. I don't know. The outcome ends up being that the art could have been something different that would have fit better.
It didn't really work for me. I just thought it was too goofy, and it ruined the whole tension of it because it was trying to be scary and trying to take itself seriously. But this game is just
I guess thirsty.
So it adds a little bit of depth and character. Generally, the music and sound effects are good as always.
Being on the subreddit, the FNAF subreddit, I think pervert is a perfect example. Maybe not the art itself that's in there, but when you look at the fan art that they've done before.
Was left unturned for this game, so don't just keep your eyes peeled. Keep your ears open. But like I said,
for Lady Fizzy,
a lot else to say here. So let's just
there is
the lore and the secrets.
Some active harm, you could argue, with some of their what's the word? Fan fiction that went along with some of their fan art. It's actually surprising to me that considering sort of how controversial Lady Fizzy was, Scott Cawthon went for that. But, you know, at least Lady Fizzy's art looked better than looked pretty good on the teasers.
Now, 99% of these don't really mean anything, just spooky or funny one.
So I am just nodding my head. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to send too many people in that direction in the first place, but this is just thoughts I've had in my own head for like years and years, and I've never really been able to talk about them before. Just because I don't bring up FNAF art in my videos very often, so in that way, but like when you're on the FNAF subreddit in 2015, it is a wild west. It is a insane place to be. I do not recommend it.
And connect to this idea and feed into what the story really means.
Tess Manny. Yeah. Bruh.
Punishment for William Afton. That's just the surface level.
Old man consequent. Has anybody ever said that?
Who's the one you should not have killed? Well, most likely it's the vengeful spirit that was hinted at in the voice casting. And where does this show up? The mediocre melodies, strangely enough. These characters usually just have goofy voice lines.
It literally is. It's literally Manny.
Character. And behind their voice you can hear someone whispering.
That is so funny.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
Someone else.
Old Manny consequences. There it is.
But we'll move on to more details of what that could mean in the theory section.
Manny
For now, just realize
there will be many consequences for what you are about to do.
Is pulling the strings. Quickly before we move on, I want to make a correction. In my last video, I said we don't really have any idea what the gravestones mean.
I'm just staring at Daco right now behind me. I'm just staring at the super oversaturated Daco, super orange lighting Daco webcam.
I still think having two FNAF guard names
crying Daco meme. What a national treasure that man is.
This story is hard to track. I do think having the parallel with the
that man is just a joy.
Is really cool. But I bring the gravestones up for another reason. At this point, the community was still working hard at the survival logbook, and a mystery was being
Very
solved.
cool of Scott to do a
Named
Diary of a
Golden
Wimpy Kid
Freddy,
crossover.
aka one of
True.
the obscured gravestones. There were all sorts of codes and hints and crazy stuff to be solved, but one user actually did it. I believe the first person to really figure this out was DPowerful1 on Reddit. Using the word search in the book, they were able to find the name Cassidy. Which
I like this. I like this, like bringing the lore out into real life a little bit by like having to do it in a little book. I like that. I read the Da Vinci Code. It's fun. I watched National Treasure.
A little bit of stuff I didn't mention about the logbook in my pizzeria simulator, most notably that the owner of the logbook was Michael Afton. Tons of different hints and even the first name suggests this, but the drawing of Nightmare
Is
Freddy
Diary of a
really
Wimpy Kid a manga?
was Michael
Doesn't that
Afton's
imply
logbook.
the
Finally, the fourth
the
logbook
TV movies are a
is
live
the
action
fourth
anime?
book in the
No, that's
Silver
real.
Eyes trilogy. Again, the name Cassidy is in that book too. There's also a more expanded definition of what remnant is. I explained it a little bit in my pizzeria simulator video, but to just go over it again briefly, it's essentially a mix of molten metal.
I forgot what we're even talking about. Like what I'm even talking about in the video. I'm talking about Remnant.
The animatronics haunted, or maybe more of like a byproduct. I'm not.
You know, we were talking earlier about like over-explaining lore. Did we need to know why the animatronics were haunted?
I never really finished.
Everyone sort of just assumed like, yeah, they're haunted. They didn't need a reason.
To the lore. Looking away from the books, let's look at more of the hidden secrets of this game. First, let's look at Old Man Consequences. If you set him to be the only character and then catch a fish, you'll be teleported here. A very similar place to Old Man Consequences area in FNaF World.
We really did not need to know like
Leave the demon to his
that
demons. Rest your
it's
own
actually
soul.
metal
There is nothing
melted
else.
down and then in hatred and sadness at the same time combined.
If you go
It's
into
like,
the lake, then the game
okay.
crashes. It seems like we're switching perspectives from Williams to the vengeful.
Actually, that reminds me. Isn't there an image that's like FNaF? Hold on.
And to slightly get into the theory area for a moment, that's why the game just ends and crashes. The game is
Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
The game crashes when the soul kind of reminds me of this part in FNaF World after going to Old Man Consequences Lake. A lot of
Yeah,
people
this.
was
The
game.
Afton
There's
family.
also something
Hold
else
on.
here too. The audio in the background is actually an extremely slowed version of screaming.
It's not. Hold on. I gotta like.
Likely this is William screaming. Pretty horrifying. There's also these weird anime cutscenes. One about
The Afton
non-binary
family
children
colorized.
and another one which I guess was
It
like a
is.
third
Look at
generation
that.
Fury's
Wild.
Rage game.
Anyway.
The only thing here outside of the jokes that might be interesting to the story is some possible parallels to Chica and William. The only thing that really creeps me out and does any real world building is the fact that Chica has a victim.
The
and
cheese
says
touch
the
of
line, "By the end
1987.
of the day, he'll be mine."
That's all I've
If you
got.
wanna
I
look
never
at
read
the
Diary of a
parallels, it
Wimpy
paints a
Kid
really
or watched the
creepy
movie.
picture of William
I just
Afton
know
sitting in
that.
the corner of Freddy Fazbear's choosing a victim for that day. Ugh.
FNAF is technically an anime
Spirit, the one you should not have
at this
killed.
point because of
You see
this
this
game.
creepy, distorted face of
I like
faintly on the
forgot.
game
There's
over
all the
his face.
anime cutscenes in that. Oh my
The only
god.
human character we've seen that isn't pixelated. It's also just really creepy.
This is how I feel thinking
But
about
aside
FNAF.
From that, there's no like hidden codes or whatever. It's just the
That's what I feel like now.
You can also summon Fredbear, not Golden Freddy, Fredbear, which is basically the same thing but with a purple hat and tie.
Is
Summoning
FNAF
Golden
Japanese?
Freddy, buying the death coin and then using it when he's on screen will cause Fredbear
Pretty sure
to
it's
jump scare you.
Texan.
Afterwards, distorted audio plays that are very hard to make out, but some people have taken a crack at it, including Matt Pat.
More fantasy and fun where I come from. Find a suit that's right for you.
But it's really hard to tell. The last really important thing I'll talk about is the Golden Freddy cutscene. After getting a score of 9,800, you get this cutscene.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I've been streaming for too long. I love the music in this part. I wish music in FNAF does not get as much love. Like I get all the fan songs are good, but the official music is good too. I mean, a lot of it is just like stock music that he bought, but I mean, it's good. Good choices. Well done by whoever he bought it from. But I think Leon Riskin ended up doing all the ones after FNaF World, I think. Maybe not all the sounds, but the music.
Pretty creepy, but also slightly emotional. There's something hauntingly sad about the music. and
Yo,
the
someone's
Freddy
rapping
switching as
outside.
it fades away. Exactly what it means is unclear, but it's pretty cool. There's a couple other like smaller, not really very relevant Easter eggs I should mention. Some FNaF World characters. will
Torador
appear
March is my
times
favorite
in the
Clapton song.
The opening. I completely forgot that that was a thing until I opened.
It didn't end at FNaF 3 or 6. It should have ended at.
I
I mean, honestly, I don't feel like Ultimate Custom Night even counts as another full game, but I agree.
This was the most community transparency Scott has ever given to a FNaF game. The progress, how far along he was, each character, and how each
Am I
character
supposed to
worked.
waste $40 in a
And
couple
also,
days? That's
50/20
true.
mode was
God, a new FNaF game is coming out.
obviously
What the hell?
with all the custom nights, but people were
That is
legitimately
insane.
wondering if 50/20 mode was even possible. And like I said, because of that, Dawko challenged Scott Cawthon. And well, you wanted to know the outcome, although I'm sure you do if you're in the Five Nights at Freddy's community.
Hold on.
Well, after literally
Here we go.
days of streaming, Dawko did it. He wasn't the first, but he was
Sorry, I
the
just
and so we got
I like that part. I love Dawko screaming is very funny.
and definitely the only official interview since like FNaF 1. If you like FNaF, I would definitely recommend watching it. It's really interesting and there are some good questions in there. But definitely a huge shout out to Remery for beating 50
Yo, Pog.
All right, with all the
Okay.
stuff I've talked about in the lore section, let me just quickly spell out the two main theories behind this, although the first one is definitely more widely accepted. The first theory goes like this. After the events of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, William
I am
is
just
on
like-
his way to hell. But that didn't quite work. See, this
If anybody's got this far in the VOD, congratulations.
from moving to hell, instead wanting to punish
There's
William
34
himself.
people here
So
still.
that's what Ultimate Custom
Dang.
gameplay is. All of the visions of William's creations coming after
Warmth.
him,
I need
killing him over and over for eternity.
I need it to
For
be
some
cold
reason,
outside and warm inside, but instead it is like cold inside at nighttime and freezing cold at nighttime outside, and then boiling hot in the middle of the day because it's still, you know,
convinces Golden Freddy to rest his spirit and I
whatever it
guess
is.
William goes to hell. Except when in Help Wanted, his digital self is uploaded to the Matrix, and the other theory is a little thinner, considering how much points to William.
It's so
This was a
he
pretty popular
is.
theory back
We
in the
found
game.
his
At this point, it's pretty well
body.
established that the older brother in FNaF 4 is Michael Afton,
Hold
who
on.
accidentally
Is he gonna
kills
say
his
it?
younger brother. Well, the theory here is that his younger brother is
Is he
Golden
gonna say
Freddy,
it?
the one you should not have killed. After Michael burns
No, I didn't play the sound.
punishes him. Not sure why they
What are
didn't
my thoughts
specify
on One Night at Flumpty's 3?
or how the references all fit in. but that was one of the other ideas. And
So if we're gonna say before Jonachrome Twitter happened, my thoughts on it were it wasn't as good as FNaF as One Night at Flumpty's 2, but it was fine. It worked. What I would say now is
a lot of people think that I
Jonachrome
but that is not true.
needs
There's a lot of
to
stuff that MatPat has done that
stay
is
in therapy for a long time.
plain in poor taste, and that's not just
There
like
you
the
go.
Sam versus Ness video. Plus, his
But my thoughts on One Night at Flumpty's 3 are still the same. It's fine. It's not as good as FNaF One Night at Flumpty's 2, but it's fine.
I admire the amount of work he puts in and dedication to
What happened to Jonachrome?
extremely long, well-edited, most of the time really well thought out Five Nights at Freddy's theories. And the charity work he's
Oh,
done
that's the
is
wrong thing.
astounding. He's raised so much money and put together huge events that are really amazing.
Where the
and I
hell
admire
is-
him for that. I actually
Where
really
is
like
just me?
watching FNaF game theories.
That's
whenever
not
they
even
come out.
me.
He's just kind of goofy and has the whole know-it-all persona, so he's kind of easy to make fun of. And with that out of the way, let's see where this
I wish I
game
had
goes
like a
on this
thing that
list.
an image I could change to that's just me big, but I had to do that by hand.
Okay, so where does the game go on the tier list?
I don't even know if I want to.
This is the last time we're gonna do one.
Yeah, you
This is
should
the last answer to my personal tier
not
list
get
of
into
all
that
time
on stream.
Well, it goes in C. I mean,
Not
this
like
one
my
is pretty
opinion
much
is
entirely
probably
on
like
its
controversial,
importance
but
alone. It's a
I
cool
just
concept
that's
and
just
well
a
executed for what it is, but what it
evil
is not a
topic
plot. It's It's not
Come
really
on.
very scary and
What
doesn't
the
have
hell
a
is
lot of the
happening?
hallmarks of a
Resize.
Five Nights at Freddy's game,
There we go.
Despite having
Evil
like,
thing
every
to think
character.
about.
I mean, it's a feat to get that many characters in one game and have it still work.
Oh, guys, we're reaching the end.
Game on its own, it's just not a lot. FNaF World Update 1 and 2 definitely have way more going for them, but
We're at the end.
it's perfectly fine for what it is, and there is some pretty
This went from being like, yeah, developer commentary to like, can I watch the full 4-hour video of things that I've spent like probably a month on straight when you add them all together, like combined? Can I watch it all again?
and a few projects I can't quite
Ooh, live streaming again. Here I am, live streaming for the first time in many months.
on the channel. I'll just have different
Wrong.
ways of covering them. And people really seem to like the idea of doing a retrospective series on the book series, so maybe I'll do that. Like I said at the beginning, this series has been amazing from beginning to end, and I can't thank you guys enough for it. I look forward to making more content in the future, but until then, I hope you've enjoyed this look back at Five Nights.
Goodbye, Nanner Man. Here's the ending everyone likes. To play with us for many years, we've been all alone. Yeah, I love this is my favorite thing Scott Cawthon ever wrote. I love this song. Like the original version of it is so good. I learned how to play it on guitar at one point. I don't know if I remember how to play it anymore. Yeah. And there it is. And there it is, everybody. And there it is.
Thank you.
Round of applause for the people who stayed. God, Jesus Christ. Oh, I am tired. Buggers. Dang. Finally. Yeah, so thank you all. We are now at 3.37 million views on the Supercut. I cannot thank you guys enough. This is crazy. I'm so thankful for it. I'm so glad that people really connected with this, and I hope to make something that lives up to this again someday, and I'm excited to keep working on videos. And thank you to everyone who has stuck around for the stream. Thank you to the people who apparently are on my Patreon now and have been in there for the whole time. The only other thing that I can think of is at the very, very beginning, near the beginning, I said I was going to bring something up, a little secret up, although people on the Patreon already know what this is. I've been working very quiet about it because I have no idea when it will be out. But I have been writing a script for a fake kind of unfiction true crime podcast. It is right now it is in the early stages. I believe it's I'm not sure what the name of it is going to be yet. Right now I think I'm calling it maybe either Hurricane Stranger or something similar to that. I just wanted to tease that for anybody who's followed it all the way through this video. It is basically about, it is like, what if we took the basic idea of Five Nights at Freddy's and we sort of adapted it and made it a little more down to earth and realistic. And then if we did that, could we make a convincing true crime podcast about it? And I had like a teaser on the Patreon a while ago. I'm still working on it. It's a little slow going, but I plan to finish it soon because I'm going up to I'm going up north into a cabin, and that feels like the perfect time to write a little crime story, like a Stephen King character. So it might be a little while after it's done writing too to actually fix it, but yeah, so that is the thing I wanted to sort of give everybody at the end for sticking with me. There is a new project, a sort of unfiction true crime podcast about Five Nights at Freddy's that I'm very excited to work on. And there's a lot going into it, and there will be lots of people. I haven't gotten everybody yet, but, you know, I've got some ideas, and I've written a lot of characters. So it's going to be pretty good. So thank you all for joining me throughout this now 5-hour live stream. It's been wild. It's been real. But I have got to make like lunch or something. I don't know. I got to make another meal. And I have other things to do, which let me see. Yes, I've got to go shopping again because I got to get winter clothes. So yeah, thank you for joining me. The VOD, if you weren't able to watch the whole thing, the VOD should be up soon. I guess I'm gonna have to edit it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to edit it at all, but I've got some breaks in there that it might be a good idea to cut out. Or maybe I'll just make that like on a, you know what I mean? Like I'll just put a timestamp for when people can skip. So thank you all for joining me, and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.